Lord Global, starting as the Desert Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. I want to see if Richard can have the brilliance of King Qiu. Solon City, Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce. In a luxurious and elegant room, Windsor, the controller of Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, was sitting behind a large desk, carefully reviewing documents. Sometimes his brows were slightly frowned, and sometimes his face was relaxed. O'Neill stood in front of the desk with two documents in his hands, waiting respectfully, and even his breathing was deliberately slowed down, for fear of disturbing the other party. Although he was cautious and meticulous, the girl wearing a silver crown at the tea table on the side did not care about it. She looked at the other young man who had just entered the room with interest and asked loudly, "Have you heard the latest news about Lord Shannon?" Seeing that the other party hesitated and didn't know whether to answer, the girl immediately turned to Oni, who was standing in front of the desk delivering documents. "Oni, can you help me ask Sister Windsor about the news about Lord Shannon? Is it convenient for me, an outsider, to hear it?" Oni looked at the smart girl and smiled bitterly. "Your Highness Chris, with your relationship with President Windsor, Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce has never had any secrets from you." This made the girl smile sweetly. Windsor, who was sitting at the desk, reviewed the documents in his hand, and then looked up at the young man, who was in a dilemma. "What's the matter?" The other party immediately breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps forward, and did not dare to look at her for too long, and said with his head down, "Mr. President, according to the latest information, all the Lords of God's Grace have returned from that different plane." Windsor frowned slightly. "Have you found out why those Lords of God's Grace could go to the different plane at the same time?" The reporter's eyes became solemn. "There is only one possibility at present. The great gods." As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly solidified. Windsor's eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword that could pierce armor. The pressure on his body surged like a tsunami. Everyone's heart seemed to be pressed by a huge stone, and even breathing became difficult. "God." He whispered this word that could make all the natives of Glorious Era tremble, and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Windsor came back to his senses and suppressed the terrifying aura. He looked at the reporter with a dignified look. "Besides this, is there any other news?" The other party's forehead was dripping with sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He responded with a trembling voice, "Master President, we also heard that in that special plane, the gods selected the most powerful 1 million people from the 20 billion God's Grace Lords to fight in the death battle." "Oh." Windsor narrowed his eyes. "Death battle? Millions of people?" "That's right, and each lord can lead 300 troops to participate in the battle, but only one lord can win the final victory in this battle," the young man said with a bit of amazement and yearning in his eyes. "And the one who killed millions of God's Grace Lords and ascended to the throne in this death fight was a lord named King Qiu. Not only did the opponent show great strength in the previous battles, but in the last battle, he led 300 troops alone to fight against the 30,000 troops composed of hundreds of lords. In the end, all of King Qiu's opponents were beheaded by him. He became the final winner with an absolute advantage, and deserved the title of the King of Fights. In addition to this, there is also..." He repeated everything Richard did in the copy, such as the points skyrocketing in an instant and the power overwhelming 10 billion people. This information that all players know is impossible to conceal. At the end, it seemed that he had also put himself in it, and his tone was extremely excited. "That King Qiu is a legend among the God's Grace Lords, the strongest among 20 billion people." After hearing all this, even Windsor, who was used to seeing big storms, couldn't help but look. The strongest 1 million were selected from 20 billion people to fight. Finally, facing countless pressures, he fought his way out of millions of people and won the crown under the attention of countless people. How heroic is that Lord of Divine Grace! Exclamation mark. Unfortunately, the other party is not in Solon City. If he could meet him, he would take him in. Onik, who was standing beside him, was also full of amazement at this time. Although the current Lord of Divine Grace is still far from the word powerful in his opinion, he can reach the top among 20 billion people. It is not difficult to know how terrible his strength is. For some reason, the territory in the depths of the desert suddenly appeared in his mind. I wonder who will win if Sir Richard fights against the other party? Although the Lord of Divine Grace named King Q has a distinguished record, Onik feels that the City of Dusk is not worse than the other party. The girl wearing the silver crown thought the same as Onik at this moment, and looked at him with interest. Onik, who is better, the Desert Lord you highly respect or King Q? Last time, you said that Mr. Richard has unlimited potential, and even the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce is not qualified to let him join. He blinked. I wonder where Mr. Richard ranks among all the Shannon Lords this time. Onik naturally understood the other party's joke, but he still responded seriously. Your Highness Chris, even if King Q won the first place, I don't think Mr. Richard will lose. Do you have such great confidence in that lord? Onik nodded firmly. Of course. Chris shook her head. She really didn't understand why the other party was so optimistic about that territory. Although she heard a lot of extraordinary information about that territory from Onik, it shouldn't make a merchant hero who has been doing business for decades so stubborn, right? She didn't dwell on this topic, and looked out the window with some emotion. I don't know where Rebecca is now. I hope she can get a satisfactory answer when she goes to find Lord Richard this time. The eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of the Ice and Snow Empire had already gone to Twilight City with a large gift 3 days ago to purchase the fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit. As for whether the other party could get what she wanted, it was unknown. Onik comforted her. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. There are no unmanageable dangers on the road to Twilight City. At Miss Rebecca's speed, she will arrive on September 15th at the latest. Sir Richard is a man of great trust. With the letter from me and the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, he will not embarrass Miss Rebecca regardless of whether the transaction can be reached. Chris looked at Onik strangely. Rebecca brought 3 squadrons of level 15 soldiers. Does that territory have the ability to embarrass Rebecca? Onik did not argue, but just added a sentence. Your Highness, Twilight City is not the territory of the Lord of Divine Grace that you know. That is Twilight City, a city full of miracles. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at President Windsor who was in a trance. President, I have invited Mr. Richard to come to Solon City before. Now all the Lords of Divine Grace have returned from the other planes. I'm afraid he will leave soon. Maybe he will come back with Miss Rebecca. Hearing this, Windsor nodded slightly. I would like to meet this Lord of Divine Grace that you respect so much. See if he can have some of the light of King Q. Chapter 327. Powerful Natural Disaster Sandstorm. City of Dusk. After Richard arranged everything, he had a deep sleep. The next day, August 27th, he got up comfortably at noon. After washing up with the help of the maid, he comfortably enjoyed a lunch carefully prepared by the chef. During this period of time, his spirit was always tense in the copy. Now there was no pressure of life and death, not to mention how comfortable it was. The whole person felt lazy and didn't want to move. It was quite like the feeling of finally having a holiday after working overtime for a month. After having a good meal and a good drink, while drinking tea in the hall, he suddenly thought of something and took out a very special treasure from the system space. Sandstorm. Richard opened the black wooden box and watched the mini sandstorm that had shrunk countless times and kept turning in the palm-sized space with great interest. This scene was very similar to the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where Captain Jacko's black pearl was put into a glass bottle. This treasure cost 5 million points to exchange from the black-robed merchant. This kind of treasure that can change the terrain is extremely rare and can only be encountered by chance. As for how powerful it is, the quicksand land is the best example. After being paired with the ancient tree of the godly evil, that piece of sand has become a well-deserved place of death. In several major battles, it has played an irreplaceable role. Open the attribute panel. Sandstorm, Unbound, Level 5 stars. Features. 1. After being placed, a sandstorm with a diameter of 30 kilometers can be formed on the ground, which never stops. 2. After being bound to the owner can freely control the intensity of the sandstorm, and the enemies killed by the sandstorm can provide certain experience 3. It can be placed wind attribute hero units to assist in controlling the sandstorm, with a maximum of 3. Richard nodded with satisfaction. The diameter of 30 kilometers is several times wider than that of the quicksand land. Although the specific power is still unknown, it is definitely not garbage, based on the 5-star level and 5 million points to exchange. With a thought, the mental power slowly merged into the mini sandstorm surging in the wooden box. In an instant, he seemed to be integrated into the sandstorm, and the terrifying howl resounded through his mind. Richard closed his eyes slowly, and the light on his body surged out. The yellow sand halo opened at the same time. After a few breaths, the sandstorm no longer resisted him, but became as gentle as the breeze. When he opened his eyes again, a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had already imprinted his mental power on the core of the treasure. Now, this natural disaster completely belongs to him. He took the wooden box back in his hand, and looked at it for a long time before closing it, got up and left the hall and headed for the desert. 10 minutes later. Dusk City East. Richard sat behind Alvis, and scanned the yellow sand land in front of him. The system map showed that it was 30 kilometers away from Dusk City. The quicksand land is in the north. If it is placed here, it will just connect the two special natural disaster areas directly. Seal the north and the east. He didn't hesitate, punched the wooden box, and his mental power connected to the mini sandstorm. After a few breaths, click, the wooden box exploded inch by inch. A violent wind attribute force was like a beast that broke free from a cage. Whoosh, a violent whistle sounded in his ears. In an instant, a strong wind rose with him as the center. The yellow sand on the ground was immediately blown by the violent wind. The originally clear air immediately became turbid. The wind howled the world. Sandstorm. Richard stood in the center, and his vision was blurred in a few breaths. There was only the breath of the wind and the sound of sand breaking through the air due to high-speed flying. Although his ears could not hear other sounds, his perception was not hindered by the sandstorm. Instead, it surged outward along this natural disaster. A special picture emerged in his mind. Wherever the sandstorm passed, sand and boulders were rolled back into the sky. And within this 30-kilometer range, there are still a large number of field army bases. Faced with such a fierce sandstorm, those monsters had no time to dodge, and were directly rolled into the sky. In the terrifying sandstorm, some field soldiers with weaker bodies were directly torn into pieces. Blood and limbs were instantly submerged in sand. Even the desert buffalo weighing several tons was mercilessly swept up into the sky at this moment. It was sent to the most terrifying area of the sandstorm with a moo. Under the tearing of countless sharp gravel, its body was like a sieve, with large and small holes. It lost its life in a few breaths. This is the real natural disaster. This terrifying scene amazed Richard. What's even cooler is that he can gain experience for every soldier killed. Ding, the desert buffalo was killed by the sandstorm, and you gained 5 experience points. Ding, desert wolf, although only a part can be obtained, it still increased slightly due to the huge number. The terrifying sandstorm slowed down only when it spread to a very long distance. Looking from the outside, you can see a terrifying natural disaster with a diameter of 30 kilometers and a height of more than 800 meters, like a 10,000-foot high solid wall, standing horizontally in the east of the city of Dusk. Richard felt that the surroundings were no longer expanding, and with a thought, he drove Alvis to fly up to the sky. Whoosh, the damaged dragon wings flapped wildly and floated up quickly from the ground. After a dozen breaths, the undead dragon broke through the obstruction of the sandstorm with a powerful momentum. Shoo-la-la, the gravel on its body fell madly. Richard's vision suddenly opened up, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared. After flying away from the sandstorm area, he looked down suddenly. On the ground, the sandstorm that covered everything was like waves in the sea, surging. It gave people a strong visual and psychological impact. In the vast desert, sandstorms are the most terrifying killers, no one else. Ding, sandstorm is placed successfully, and the attributes have been refreshed. As the system prompt sounded, Richard's eyes lit up. Attribute refresh. There is such a good thing. Open the panel immediately. Sandstorm, bound, level 5 stars, range 30 kilometers in diameter skills. 1. Tornado storm. Can control the sandstorm to condense 20 tornadoes with a diameter of 80 meters. The wind force can reach level 26. Natural disaster. Can be summoned 3 times a day. Each time can last for 1 hour. 2. Control the sandstorm. You can freely control the intensity of the sandstorm. The outermost radius of the sandstorm is 5 kilometers, with a maximum of 18 levels, hurricane, and the innermost 10 kilometers with a maximum of 24 levels, natural disaster. Enemies killed by the sandstorm can provide certain experience. Currently placed heroes. 0/3. Introduction, a true natural disaster. After reading the attributes, Richard's eyes were full of surprise. After placing it, it became stronger. Although the sandstorm has only 2 skills, they are both abnormal to the extreme. Tornado storm, the wind force can reach level 26. He doesn't know what level 26 means, but on Blue Star, the highest hurricane is only level 18. And the diameter reaches 80 meters, and the number is as many as 20. This is definitely a well-deserved natural disaster level. Controlling the sandstorm is not weak at all, with a diameter of 30 kilometers and a radius of 15 kilometers. The outer radius of 5 kilometers can reach level 18, and the highest wind force in the inner 10 kilometers is level 24, which is the same natural disaster level damage as the tornado. After reading it twice, Richard looked down in amazement. With a thought, his mental power connected to the sandstorm below again. At this moment, the sandstorm that had exploded was immediately twisted by a giant hand. It began to spin wildly. In less than 10 breaths, the central area began to form a reeling state, like a vortex in the sea. A moment later, 20 tornadoes with a diameter of more than 80 meters appeared in front of him. The sky and the earth were highly connected. The already terrifying sandstorm immediately increased its lethality because of the appearance of these tornadoes. Looking at the natural disaster under his nose, Richard could clearly feel the violent power in it. He couldn't imagine what kind of life could withstand such terrible damage. In the future, when encountering a battle similar to the siege of the monster, the North will become an insurmountable wall. After Richard was amazed, he suddenly thought of something, and took out a special treasure from the system space. The Heart of the Sun. This treasure, which was obtained for free in the Giant's Furnace, can make an ordinary life directly become an A-level fire element hero. Feeling the surging hot energy in it, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity. If this treasure can transform ordinary life into wind attribute life, it can directly control the sandstorm. Wind attribute heroes are not so easy to find. After sighing for a moment, Richard suddenly had an idea. My beyond grade A skill, Blazing Sandstorm, is also a combination of flame and sandstorm. Is it really impossible to use fire attribute life? Before placing it, the tip on the sandstorm said that a wind attribute hero could be placed, but after placing it, the attribute was refreshed, and there was no such tip. Richard touched his chin. Seriously think about the feasibility. Chapter 328 Fire Elemental Lord, New Legendary Treasure. After careful consideration, Lecha felt that he could still give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not, he won't lose anything. If it succeeds, it will undoubtedly increase the lethality of the sandstorm by several levels. Imagine 20 tornadoes with wind force reaching level 26 suddenly burst into flames like gasoline. The terrifying high temperature may melt steel in a breath. However, now you have to use the Heart of the Sun to get the fire element hero. There is no rush. The gains from the dungeon have greatly enriched the power of the City of Dusk, and there is not so much defensive pressure at present. After retracting his scattered thoughts, Richard's mental power escaped again. It enveloped the sandstorm again. After careful perception, a bit of joy appeared on his face. Like the quicksand land, the sandstorm can also be set rules for it with thoughts, with a total of 3 rules. When no one is in control, the sandstorm will flow according to the rules. He immediately became alert. First of all, set the sandstorm wind speed to the lowest level at ordinary times. Once a large number of enemies enter the core area, immediately start the maximum storm. As for the tornado, it needs to be cast actively and cannot be set. After a simple setting, Richard did not stay any longer. He drove Alvis from high in the sky and crossed the sandstorm. After leaving the coverage area, it descended to a low altitude of 100 meters. At this time, the picture from the outside was completely different. It was as if a sandstorm was attacking him on the sand. Coupled with the exaggerated height of 800 meters, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. It seemed to fall down like a mountain. Richard nodded with satisfaction. Just based on this appearance, I'm afraid that most lives will be afraid. After watching for a while, he let Alvis land and rolled off his back. Just when he was thinking about how to use the Heart of the Sun, he thought of the Heart of Rock that he had not yet given to the Lord of Fire Element. This is a top treasure that can help the Lord of Fire Element break through the extraordinary. When he was in the copy, he promised the other party that he would contact it to send the Heart of Rock over when he returned to the main plane. Now I have time, I can ask the boss if he can use the Fire Element life to guard the sandstorm. The old monster who has lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years can give some useful suggestions. While thinking, he took out the element core that can contact the Fire Element Lord. The mental power escaped and directly triggered the energy inside. The Fire Element core immediately burst into a scorching light, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a vague figure in the air. The moment the phantom took shape, a somewhat dull voice of joy sounded. "Sir Richard." Seeing this, Richard also smiled. "Sir Close, I have left that special plane." The joy in the Fire Element Lord's words became more and more intense when he heard it. "Wait a minute, I will break the void immediately." The voice fell. The Fire Element core in his hand cracked and exploded directly. It turned into pure energy and poured into the air. In a few breaths, the energy caused countless cracks in the void, as if a spider was weaving a giant web. At this moment, bang, a huge arm burning with terrifying flames passed through the crack directly, like breaking glass with a hammer. Crack, the space exploded directly. With the space fragments splashing, hot air waves surged out. The air became scorching and unbearable. Richard's face did not change at all. He has the characteristic of reducing 50% of the fire element damage. Although he doesn't have many opportunities to use it, it does not affect his toughness. Under his gaze, the second two arms grabbed the space that had not been opened. Then the two hands suddenly pried it apart to the sides. The posture was extremely arrogant. Crack, the sound of the explosion sounded, and the space was like a torn sheet, with a huge gap. A terrifying existence with a body of more than 10 meters tall, burning with hot flames all over, and whose true appearance could not be seen, stepped out from the wide open space gap. Although the main plane does not allow the power above the gods to descend, there are not many restrictions on the life below the gods. As long as it is not from the evil places such as hell and the abyss, that are opposed to the will of the main plane, there will be no big problem. The fire elemental lord was obviously not within the range of the main plane's rejection. After several months, I finally met this boss again. But Richard's mood at this moment was different. Although the opponent was still so powerful that it made people tremble. But he no longer had no power to resist like the first time he met him in the ancient ruins. At this moment, he had 3 subordinates with the same potential as the opponent. The control ring in his hand even contained a damaged level 20 extraordinary hunter. Even if he fought hard with the opponent at this moment, he still had the strength to fight. Strength is the greatest confidence. Sir Close, my friend, it's a pleasure to see you again. The fire elemental lord, who had restrained his own tyrannical power, looked directly at Richard, who remained calm, with eyes that were brighter than the sun, full of admiration. Sir Richard, your growth has exceeded my expectations. When they first met, the other party was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Although he had excellent talent, that was all. But in just a few months, he even felt a hint of danger from the other party. Although it was very weak, it was enough to explain everything. Richard sneered. Sir Close, I think this may be a good thing. You need a stronger friend. That's right. The fire elemental lord nodded. Richard didn't say too much to the elemental life, and directly took out thousands of lava hearts. He controlled the gravel, and held it in the air. Looking at the neatly stacked lava hearts piled up into a small mountain, the fire on the fire elemental lord suddenly became hot. The surrounding light began to distort. It looked full of violent power. Lava heart. This is its chance to be promoted to extraordinary, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 500,000 years ago, in order to find the lava heart, it ventured into the main plane. In the end, it was imprisoned forever. If it weren't for Richard, it would probably still be imprisoned in that small furnace. At this time, the obsession from hundreds of thousands of years ago was finally satisfied, and the emotions in its heart can be imagined. Sir Close, this is the promise I made to you. Now, these treasures belong to you. As soon as the words fell, the heart of rock, dragged by the sand table, flew to the front of the fire elemental lord. This boss, who had grown to level 19, suddenly burst into flames, directly covering the heart of rock. Then, thousands of hearts of rock seemed to lose gravity and slowly rotated around each other's body. Under the burning of the flames on the surface of the body, the heart of rock gradually emitted a special energy. The fire elemental lord was like a long thirsty traveler who found an oasis and immediately swallowed up the energy. It only takes 1 month for me to break through to the extraordinary. Feeling the change in the power in his body, the fire elemental lord was overjoyed. It has been longing for the extraordinary for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years, what a long time. After a long time, he suppressed his excitement. He looked down at Richard, opened his mouth, and spit out a pure golden flame. The flame was filled with indescribable holy power, slowly drifting towards Richard. Sir Richard, I was planning to trade with 200,000 fire element cores, but after thinking about it, this treasure might be more suitable for you. Richard saw this, and immediately became very curious. What treasure can be worth 200,000 fire element cores? Question mark? With some expectation, he opened the attribute panel. Origin fire level, legendary features. When non-water attribute soldiers are baptized by the origin fire, they can strengthen one of their own skills and make it carry fire element damage. Restrictions. 1. Only soldiers of the brilliant level or above can bear the baptism of the origin fire. 2. Each soldier can only be strengthened once. 3. Only 100 soldiers can be strengthened every day. Introduction. The most original flame of the fire element plane, with incredible power. Origin fire. Legendary treasure. Richard was greatly surprised. It is indeed a treasure worth 200,000 fire element cores. This thing is inestimable. No matter how many fire element cores you have, they will all be consumed, but the origin fire can be continuously strengthened. A chicken that can always lay golden eggs. Sir Close, I'm very satisfied with your gift. The joyful voice of the fire element lord sounded. This is a flame that accompanied me when I was born. If you encounter a powerful enemy, you can use it to call me at any time. My friend, this is the testimony of our friendship. As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt suddenly rang. Ding, the fire element lord's favorability towards you has increased. Your current relationship with him is respect. Richard's smile also brightened. Comfortable. This transaction not only got a legendary item that can continuously strengthen the army, but also made this top boss who is about to become extraordinary become his trump card that he can summon for battle. And this time he summoned more than once. With his current relationship with Duifang, as long as he doesn't shake him every day, it won't be easy to summon him 3 or 5 times. This wave is not a loss. Thinking of this, a special place suddenly emerged in his mind, the dungeon under the broken temple where the Dark Lord was imprisoned. When he went to look for refugees, he accidentally triggered a mechanism, which led to the appearance of the dungeon. At that time, the dragon hero Alvis was dragged underground by a tentacle and died directly. That was also the first time Alvis died, causing him to spend tens of thousands of gems to revive him from the hero altar. What he couldn't forget was that if he took down that dungeon, he could subdue the imprisoned hero. After a while, when the city of dusk is strong enough, he can try it. At that time, let the extraordinary fire elemental lord support him. Perfect. Chapter 329, Planning for the Future. After storing the origin fire into the system space, Richard took out the heart of the sun. He explained the effect of this treasure, and then pointed to the sandstorm behind the fire elemental lord. He also told him about his idea of promoting a fire elemental hero, placing him in the sandstorm, and controlling the sandstorm. He planned to ask for the opinion of this boss who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He originally just wanted to ask, but he didn't expect the fire elemental lord to give him a big surprise. I have gained a lot of knowledge in that damned wizard tower, and similar treasures are also recorded. And your treasure does not have such a big limit. Wind elemental life can maximize its power because they can control hurricanes by themselves. Fire elemental life is not bad either. Hurricanes plus flames can greatly enhance their power. If you can use wind elemental heroes and fire elemental heroes together, the effect will be better. When you have a fire elemental hero, I can help it enter the fire elemental plane. I will protect it inside, and it will not be dangerous. When necessary, you can let it open a channel from the fire elemental plane and let the fire burn everything. These words made Richard's eyes light up. Sure enough, the longer you live, the more you know. And connecting to the fire elemental plane is something he had never thought of. If the fire elemental plane is opened at a critical moment, there may be no need for sandstorms. The high temperature alone can destroy everything. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of the scene of the fire elemental lord breaking through the void in the ancient ruins to let endless flames pour back and destroy everything. That shocking picture left a deep impression on him. Sir Close, thank you for your help. I will contact you when I find the right person. After agreeing on this matter, Richard suddenly thought of something and continued to speak. If Dusk City wants to conduct long-term trade with the fire elemental plane, is it feasible? Cross-plane transactions contain huge profits. This is a plan he had thought of a long time ago. Before, the relationship between the two sides was not in place, so it was a bit abrupt to propose it. Now it is possible, but he suddenly thought that elemental life seems to have no demand. What can a ball of fire buy? The fire elemental lord answered this question seriously, but the result was not so good. Elemental life does not have too many human desires, and becoming stronger is the only pursuit. If you can provide the lava heart for a long time. Richard was speechless after only saying half of the words. This thing is a treasure found in the giant's furnace. How can it be obtained casually? Suddenly a little disappointed. Damn, the cross-plane transaction did not go well, and he was still thinking of making a fortune. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt a little funny. It would be strange if he could find a group of fire element to trade by himself. I can only blame myself for not having enough education and suffering from lack of education. I didn't have too many strange emotions in my heart, and I immediately adjusted my plan. If I conduct cross-plane transactions in the future, I must choose a plane with normal life. Anyway, he has the void sandworm, which is a strategic treasure, and there is no problem finding a suitable plane. After Richard chatted with the fire elemental lord for another 10 minutes, the two sides ended this meeting. The other party broke through the void and returned to the fire elemental plane with strong excitement. The next time we meet, the other party will be a boss of the extraordinary level. Of course, it will also be his important trump card. Riding on Alvis again, he returned to the City of Dusk. Looking at the streets with a bit of prosperity, Richard was in a very good mood. This city was built by him from scratch bit by bit. That sense of accomplishment is difficult for outsiders to understand. After letting Alvis rest, he went straight to the east wall. Looking at the sandstorm blocking one direction more than 10 kilometers away, the corners of his mouth curled up high. The harvest from entering the dungeon this time was too rich. In the following period of time, these treasures will continue to enhance the power of Twilight City. While thinking, it suddenly occurred to Richard that he had been preparing for the dungeon for the previous month. Now that the dungeon has ended, how should Twilight City develop in the future? This question made Richard start to think seriously. First of all, the most important core is to stick to farming and development without wavering. Development is the hard truth. And development can be divided into several directions, internal and external. The internal industry part, the brewery he attaches the most importance to, has now found a target. The white-tailed cat tribe mentioned by the steamed bun lovers. When he helps the other party clean up the orcs in 2 days, he can grab it and let it become a member of Twilight City. And there are 2 strengthening crystals in his hand. As long as the other party is really talented, he can fully support it. In addition, the food workshop and the tailor shop must increase investment. It is always right to walk on multiple legs. In addition, the foundation of everything, agriculture, it is also a top priority to find a safe planting area as soon as possible. He has almost 10 resource treasures in his hand. The resources needed for brewing in the future must be produced from agriculture, and this link cannot go wrong. Externally, the focus is still on dealing with threats. Fortunately, the Death Desert does not pose much of a threat to Twilight City at this stage. However, the information from the Italian cannon has made him worry all the time. The reason why there are no players in the Death Desert is because it is an advanced map and will merge with other planes in the future. Twilight City's current safety does not mean it will be safe in the future. Therefore, he must develop and expand Twilight City as much as possible, because no one knows when the Death Desert will merge with other planes. At that time, what kind of risks he will face is unknown. This is the biggest uncertainty, and it also makes him tense and dare not slack off. Secondly, the second important threat is the god of kobolds. This evil god, who was accidentally offended, has become a mortal enemy of Twilight City. As long as there is a chance, the other party will flatten them at all costs. The last time, after using the statue of the ancient god to devour the other party's divine power, although it can make it quiet for a while. But it is certain that once the other party attacks again, it will definitely burst out with a trembling attack. And there is only one solution: to strengthen oneself. Fortunately, this time the harvest from the copy is enough. As long as he is given some time to continue to develop, he will be more and more confident. Thinking of this, Richard's thoughts gradually became clear. Now, in addition to what he is doing, there are still a lot of things he needs to deal with. First, conquer the underground world. Last month, before entering the dungeon, the Great Dwarf used an all-chemical bomb to sneak attack him and killed him in Bloodhoof City. At that time, the dungeon was about to start, and he had no time to deal with this matter. For this reason, he set up a plan with Bloodhoof City to conceal the information that he was still alive and lure the snake out of the hole. In the past month, the Great Dwarf must have launched a fierce attack on Bloodhoof City. The first thing he freed up his hands to do was to completely flatten the underground world and make Bloodhoof City the overlord. Harvesting resources from the underground world several times made him taste the sweetness. In his heart, he has already regarded this underground world as his own private territory. As long as the Grey Dwarves are eradicated, a stable and peaceful underground world will surely provide a steady stream of resource income for the City of Dusk. Second, the gods in the Broken Lake. The little centaur, Amirida, the former demigod, is stationed in the Broken Lake to imprison gods. And the god has revived. It is clear that this is a high-level dungeon map. Before entering the dungeon, he even saw the kingdom of God hidden deep in the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, he had the ancient god statue, and the newly revived god was frightened by it. And what exaggerated benefits can be obtained by breaking through a kingdom of God with a god? Thinking about it makes him excited. But the biggest problem is that he is not sure of winning yet. At present, he can only wait for the Fire Element Lord to break through the extraordinary before starting the strategy. With the ancient god statue as a big killer and using an extraordinary boss as a trump card, there is definitely hope to capture it. Third, the ancient ruins with a large number of treasures buried. Among the 9 bronze doors of the ruins, there are still 8 that have not been explored. Last time, I met the Fire Element Lord in the ruins and got a legendary profession. The benefits obtained can be said to have laid the foundation for the rapid growth of the City of Dusk. He must take time to explore again, and he doesn't know how many treasures are buried inside. The current City of Dusk is not the same as it was a few months ago. It is not impossible to open the remaining 8 bronze doors at once. Fourth, the dungeon where the Dark Lord is imprisoned. Capturing the dungeon can subdue the heroes inside. This system prompt has always made him feel full of temptation. But the problem is that the dungeon is too fierce. Even a thick-skinned dragon hero like Alvis was dragged into the ground by a tentacle. The life inside definitely has power above the extraordinary level. This can be slowed down. It is not too late to send troops to attack after it grows up. In addition to these urgent and important matters, there are also many things. For example, the Krina tribe where Zina is. Zina did not respond when she asked for help last time. Zina also applied to leave the copy and go back. At that time, he might have to go with her. He is quite curious about this long-renowned race in the desert. It would be comfortable if he could recruit a few more powerful heroes like Zina. In addition, he also has to take time to go to Solon City. First, he has longed for the city of the indigenous people. Secondly, we also need to see how such a big city solves the problem of agricultural areas not being disturbed by war. And we also need to help the steamed bun lovers resist the orcs and snatch the white-tailed cat tribe. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but have a headache. There are too many things to do, and now we can only deal with them urgently. First, solve the problem of the steamed bun lovers, snatch back the white-tailed cat tribe, then send troops to the underground world to flatten the Great Dwarfs, and then go to Solon City. Why do I feel that, after becoming a lord, I'm busier than on Blue Star? What went wrong? Richard smiled helplessly. Chapter 330, The Powerful Origin Fire. After sorting out the plan for the development of Twilight City from beginning to end, Richard's thoughts gradually became clear. The goal became clear. In the next period of time, we still have to convert the benefits obtained from the dungeon into real power. The current Twilight City can be said to be unmatched among players. But looking at the entire glorious era, it is still far from it. This world has gods who control the power of rules, forces that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless powerful races, facing a group of indigenous people whose background is unknown to what extent. Twilight City is still too weak now. It can only respond with the greatest caution. However, no matter how powerful the enemies to be faced in the future are, he always believes that one day Twilight City will no longer need to look at the face of any force, even if the opponent is a god. Thinking of this, Richard slowly raised his head and glanced at the sky. The scene of the arrival of the god of the dog-headed man that night seemed to reappear in his sight. A wild and wanton arc hung on the corner of his mouth. God. Ha. After a long silence on the city wall, Richard returned to the Lord's mansion. Without resting, he took out the origin fire given to him by the Fire Element Lord in the front yard. He took it out and held it in his palm, looking at the pure golden flame with admiration. Although it is a flame, the breath emitted by the origin fire not only does not make people feel hot, but makes people feel relaxed and happy, like being hugged by a mother. Full of warmth. Legendary treasure can strengthen 100 soldiers every day, allowing their skills to gain fire element damage. Worth more than 200,000 fire element cores. Richard felt it carefully in his hand, and after a moment he felt a little regretful. This treasure can only strengthen soldiers, not heroes. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and asked someone to call the dead stone statue. The strengthening of the origin fire is limited, and only soldiers of the brilliant level or above can withstand the baptism. At present, most of the soldiers in the Dusk City are rare, which is a pity. If you want to strengthen them all, I'm afraid you will have to wait for a while. A few minutes later, 39 dead stone statues occupied a large area of the front yard. The smallest one was being studied by Engel in the blacksmith shop. Richard was quite satisfied with the sturdy and powerful soldiers. After merging the two soldiers into one, in his opinion, the stone statues of the dead had reached perfection. He stretched out his right hand and spread the origin fire in the air. The next second, the origin fire burst into pure golden flames, like ink dripping into clear water, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped all the stone statues of the dead. A special power began to flow into the bodies of the stone statues of the dead. The momentum was gradually rising. The first thing to move was the chain wrapped around the wrist of the stone statue of the dead. Blood red lines appeared on it. Not long after those lines appeared, they spread to the battle axe in his hand like a spider web. When the battle axe was covered with lines, a hot breath began to dissipate. But just when Richard thought that something big would happen, the breath returned to calm. The blood red lines just now gradually lost their luster and turned into dim lines. But this was not a failure, but the restraint of energy. When you look at the battle axe again, you can find that the originally cold light has turned into violent fire element energy. If you stare at it for a little longer, you will feel a stinging pain in your eyes, as if they were burned by fire. Ding, the dead statue is baptized by the original fire, and the skill, Crazy Axe Slash, is enhanced and promoted to Crazy Axe Fury. Crazy Axe Fury, B level, can throw a battle axe to attack the enemy within 80 meters, causing huge magic damage to the enemy. At the same time, after hitting the target, the opponent will explode, causing high temperature damage to the surrounding enemies within 10 meters. The battle axe can be pulled by the chain on the arm for continuous attack, and the battle axe has delicate control. Wild Axe Rage. Richard was a little surprised. This skill is so powerful. The original Wild Axe Slash has the characteristic that, if it misses a target, the opponent will explode and cause high temperature damage to the surrounding 10 meters. After strengthening, this characteristic makes the originally ordinary attack skill of Wild Axe Slash immediately have strategic attack power. Every time an enemy is hit, it will explode once. Isn't this a replica of Gunter's corpse explosion? Although the coverage and power are far inferior, this thing is non-consumable. It is equivalent to having an explosion of corpse explosion every time you attack. That scene, just thinking about it makes him excited. And more importantly, strengthening such a domineering skill does not require investment, and you can get it for free for a long time in the future. Just one word: worth it. The Fire Elemental Lord is indeed a treasure, and we have to continue to get closer to him in the future. If we don't get more good things from the other party, wouldn't it be a waste of their feelings? He likes to make friends with rich people the most. After strengthening 39 dead stone statues, 70 brilliant dead axes were summoned. Like the dead stone statues, after strengthening, they all gained the characteristic of making the enemy explode after hitting. After the transformation was completed, Richard looked at the battle axe covered with dark red lines, and his interest was particularly high. He couldn't wait to take the dead stone statues and go to the nearby area to find a field army base. With such a powerful skill, he couldn't eat without trying the power. It felt like a child who got a wooden sword and had to go to the fields to find wild grass and vegetables to test its sharpness. 10 minutes later, Richard rode on Alvis's back and overlooked the desert. Below was his target, a group of desert giant lizards with a number of more than 50 and an average level of 8. The potential was rare. The body was 7 to 9 meters long, and it looked quite strong. So strong, it must be very durable, right? With some expectation, he waved his hand. A team immediately swooped down from the dead stone statue hovering in the air beside him. After approaching the limit of 80 meters from the ground, the battle axe in his hand whistled out. The sound of the chain rubbing resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the battle axe thrown first had already hit the desert monitor on the ground. The majestic monster only heard the sound of breaking through the air, and before it could react, it felt a sharp pain from its back to its abdomen. Puff blood spurted more than 10 meters high. Richard's perception was fully open, and he looked carefully. At the moment the battle axe penetrated the monitor lizard, the dark red lines on it suddenly became bright. A scorching energy exploded from the opponent's body. It was like a furnace for steel making exploded. Bang! The terrifying high temperature rolled around. The several desert monitors that were densely packed together had no time to react at all, and were directly enveloped by the air wave. At the moment of the high temperature, the tough thick skin became scorched, and the weak organs such as the eyes and nose were directly roasted. The stench of burnt hair and flesh spread all around. More than 5 giant lizards were roasted by the high temperature. Roar! The rest of the giant lizards finally found something wrong, and roared to the sky, as if they wanted to tear apart the enemies in the sky. But what greeted them were more battle axes. Facing these lives that could not fly, the dead stone statues crushed them thoroughly. Every time they attacked, as long as they caused damage to the enemy, the battle axes would release terrifying high temperatures, causing a wider range of damage to the surroundings. Richard expected this skill to be strong, but from the actual combat effect, it still exceeded his expectations. The 10 dead stone statues only launched 1.5 rounds of attacks, and the 5 teams of desert giant lizards on the ground were cleared. Only a charred corpse was left. Richard was very satisfied when he saw this scene. Although the object of the experiment was not strong, the strength of the skill of the dead stone statue, after it was strengthened, has been very obvious. Once encountering a big battle like the monster siege in the future, this skill will definitely play a vital role. And not only that, when Andal succeeds in using the psychic gem to improve the characteristics of the army, the combat effectiveness of the army in his hands will be raised. Arms fusion, technology research, psychic gem upgrades, and source fire enhancements. Even if the level and potential of the enemy's future arms are the same as those of the City of Dusk, the combat effectiveness will be several levels lower. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, a special single-player copy for a Mantou lover. After knowing the power of the skill of Crazy Axe Rage, Richard did not stay for long and returned to the City of Dusk directly. Just after he sat down and drank half a sip of tea, his private message started to pop up. Damn Italian Cannon, brother-in-law, my sister has already taken the treasure and will ML it to you now. Seeing this message, Richard immediately perked up. Yesterday, he asked Italian Cannon for winner-making talent, but the other party did not have any. Then he said that his sister had information about the legendary wine recipe, which could be obtained by completing tasks. He thought the other party would delay for a few days, but he did not expect it to be so quick. Just as he was about to reply to the message, he saw the ML bar pop up. Ding, you received an ML with a 2-star treasure, the Key of Dacro. The other party set the transaction fee to 0 units of resources. The system determines that this treasure is worth 10,000 rare resources. Please pay 3,000 rare resource transaction fees. Seeing the prompt, Richard's mouth twitched. 30% handling fee, it's enough. And the other party forced to take it, even if they didn't want it. Shaking his head, it is precisely because of the unique rules of the trading market that players have to consider a flying trade. It's hard to tell whether it's good or bad. After paying 3,000 mercury, Richard got the 2-star treasure, a rusty bronze key. Daclo's key level 2 stars. Features: when the moon is high in the sky, you can use the moonlight to open a space door and enter a special plane. Introduction: maybe you can use it to find some special treasures. This introduction made Richard confused. Does this key lead to a copy? Or can it lead to a special area like ancient ruins? After not being able to figure out the reason, he decisively opened the black gold system. Sure enough, he got more detailed information on it. Discover the special treasure Daclo's key, which can open a single player copy. Daclo Winery, copy level 2 stars, average strength of the troops, rare 3 stars, whether there are hero units, yes, the highest level of heroes, level 16. Factions, dwarves, humans, elves. Tip: the copy level cannot be upgraded. Single player copy. Richard immediately became interested. The last single player copy he entered was the Burning Village. At that time, he got Grey, an A-level hero, in it. After playing with it for a while, he replied to Italian Cannon, I received the treasure. Does your sister have more detailed information about this dungeon? Italian Cannon replied immediately, no, my sister also got it as a reward for completing a mission, not from the company. The only information now is that there is a legendary wine recipe in it. As for how to get it, you can only figure it out yourself. Richard understood. He didn't dwell on it. With the current strength of Dusk City, if it was a 3-star or 4-star dungeon, he still needed to be careful. But for a 2-star dungeon, as long as he was a little careful, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. The highest level hero in the dungeon was only level 16. It was not a threat. After thanking Italian Cannon, Richard didn't say anything more and just closed the forum. Neither of them mentioned any reward. After a few months, the relationship between the two sides has become closer, and Richard also regards Italian Cannon and his black long-legged sister, who has always existed in the other's mouth, as friends. Although this guy is not very reliable sometimes, his character is beyond reproach. He never hides good things. He couldn't even remember how many treasures he had obtained from the other party. In the future, if there are treasures suitable for the other party, he can just send them back. There is no need to waste time. After finishing the work at hand for a short time, Richard, like other residents, took a few days off. He comfortably enjoyed the decadent life that the Lord should enjoy. However, the leisurely life was interrupted before he could enjoy it. On September 2nd, the steamed bun lover sent a message. The space teleportation scroll was obtained. Boss King Q, I have completed the chain task and got the space teleportation scroll. When are you free? Richard immediately perked up when he saw the private message. Anytime. What's the situation of the orc now? Have you found out the specific strength of the other party in the past few days? I have found out clearly that the orc has 30,000 troops between levels 6 and 9, with potential mainly rare level, about 20,000 people, and rare level about 10,000 people. But it is worth noting that the other party has thousands of brilliant 2-star flying dragon cavalry, level 13, and fierce strength. Richard's eyes lit up. Flying dragon cavalry? How long has it been since the skeleton blood dragon expanded? Finally, there are suitable materials to summon it. I'm more interested in going out. Where are the orc heroes? There are 4 orc heroes in total, led by the orc chieftain Barbaro, who has reached level 17, has A-level potential, and is very fierce in combat. In addition to this chieftain, there are 3 B-level orc heroes at level 16, 2 warriors, and a shaman who is proficient in magic. After reporting the information, he added another sentence. I have sent people to keep an eye on the white-tailed cat tribe you asked me to investigate, and they will definitely not be able to escape. Richard saw this and had a plan in mind. A chieftain at level 17 with A-level potential, plus 3 heroes at level 16 with B-level potential. There are also 30,000 rare and uncommon troops. This force may not be a big deal for those powerful indigenous forces, but for the current players, it can definitely be called invincible. 4 heroes above level 15 alone are enough to form a deterrent. However, that is for ordinary players. What those orcs have to face is the City of Dusk. His eyes were full of confidence. After collecting his thoughts, he continued to ask, how long can the space scroll be opened? It can open a space door with a diameter of 10 meters, which can last for 10 minutes. Don't worry, I got a total of 5 scrolls this time, so you don't have to worry about the return problem. In an hour, open the space door according to the coordinates I gave you. Yes, I will be on time. The system map has the detailed coordinates of Dusk City, so there will be no embarrassing situation of not knowing where you are. After closing the private message, Richard came to the army nest in the front yard of the Lord's mansion. Yesterday was September 1st, Monday. The army nest has been refreshed, and he has not had time to recruit. Looking at the millions of resources left on the panel, he did not hesitate to recruit all the soldiers. Rare units, Mummy Guardian 420,450, Axe of the Dead 470,515, Bandaged Mummy 126,147, Scorpion Warrior 9299, Great Axe Death Knight 240,261. Sand Archer 500,550, Wild Sand Mage 270,295, Cursed Pharaoh 5560 total, minus 2377. Brilliant units, Dark Gargoyle 240, Axe of the Dead 70, Stone Statue of the Dead, minus 4060, Heavy Blade Warrior 20. Total, minus 390 Crown units, Skeleton Blood Dragon 30, Skeleton Demon 0. After careful calculation, the number of troops in the City of Dusk reached 2797, an exaggerated number close to 3 battalions, and all of them are air-level troops. The quality is the best in the whole venue. This does not include the 3,000 poisonous wasps carried by the boss, the ancient tree of the gods, and the 5,000 tree people that can be planted in the future. After granting all arms the desertification, Richard was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The weak Twilight City has finally grown up. In the future, he will take this city to a higher mountain. Open the arms panel and take a closer look. The army to go on the expedition still needs to be carefully selected. This time, the attack on the orcs should be based on flexibility and high attack strength. The first is the most powerful Stone Statue of the Dead. Except for one to be left for Randall to study, the other 59 will be taken away. The rest are also selected one by one. 61 Giant Axe Death Knights, 240 Dark Gargoyles, 515 Rare and 70 Brilliant 3-star Axes of the Dead, 30 Skeleton Blood Dragons, 295 Crazy Sand Mages, and 300 Condensed Sand Archers. The total force is 1,600 people and 16 squadrons. He has a hidden soldier card that can accommodate 1000 arms, so he can carry a lot of troops without worrying about being affected by a certain type of arms. After determining the arms, immediately select the hero to go on the expedition. Divine Souls, Rennie, Dark Valkyrie, Sinner, Alvis, Gunter, plus the level 7 Centaur, Emrida, Grey and the ancient tree of the godly evil stayed in the territory. In this way, the top combat power reached 5, plus Emrida, a total of 6. They are all fierce and domineering characters. There is no weak one. I guess the level 17 Orc Chieftain will be very surprised to see these heroes. Under Richard's will, the army was quickly summoned. The most excited one among them was the Centaur Emrida. The little guy had a red face and looked at his heroic father with admiration in his big eyes. This was her first time to stand in the army as a formal participant. She was in the column of the Great Axe Death Knight. This cavalry was commanded by the D-level hero who had been in charge before. This time, Emrida will fight with the cavalry. Although this former demigod has only recovered to level 7, his sense of smell and combat power on the battlefield still make him a dazzling existence. It won't be long before the third giant will be born in Twilight City. The current top combat power, Dark Valkyrie, the ancient god tree, really is the soul of the old statue of the ancient god. Although immortal, it also has natural limitations. Sinner, the super A-level hero, is a step behind. Richard has always placed high hopes on Emrida. Looking at the neatly arranged army, without nonsense, he waved his hand and led the army to leave Twilight City and head to the quicksand. The coordinates for the steamed bun lovers are in the quicksand. With the ancient god tree in charge, even if there is any trouble, it will not be a big problem. If even the ancient god tree can't deal with it, there will be no problem. The ancient god tree, which has just cleaned up a group of void hunters, is still stained with blood on its trunk. Void sandworms can open space gaps for 4 hours every day. These 4 hours were the happy time for the godly ancient tree to hunt the void monsters and devour the dark energy. After a few days of hard work, the opponent's upgrade progress has increased to 85%. At this rate, it will be full by the end of September. Devouring the dark blood and undergoing the ultimate transformation is right in front of you. Every time I think of this, I will have a strong expectation. After waiting for a while, an hour has passed. The void sandworm that was happily playing not far from Richard suddenly stopped and turned to look in a certain direction. Raw the throat made a harsh sound like sandpaper rubbing against the rough ground, which made people's backs cold. The next second, click a space gap with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly exploded on the sand. After the space stabilized, the figure of the steamed bun lover appeared on the other side of the gap. King Q boss. Hearing the familiar voice, Richard smiled. He was not vague either. He waved his hand and let Rennie beside him step into the space gap first. After the other party indicated that there was no danger, Dark Valkyrie, Sinner, Alvis, this powerful hero entered in turn. After everyone was assured of safety, the army moved in, and Richard was the last to step into the space gate. The moment he stepped through the gate, the originally hot air immediately became cool. Turning his head and looking around, there was a wide grassland under the army's feet, and 100 meters away, towering trees blocked the sky. Through the branches, one could vaguely see the eagles flapping their wings and shuttling through the forest. The steamed bun lover who was waiting in front saw Richard appear and immediately stepped forward excitedly. Boss King Q. Richard saw him and smiled. Don't look like you're dying. Communicating with the players immediately became more friendly and relaxed, a feeling that was hard to find in the natives. The steamed bun lover smiled and gestured behind him. Boss King Q, you are tired from the journey, so go in first to welcome the guests. There is no rush to fight the orcs. I have prepared the best wine and food. As he spoke, he moved closer and showed a somewhat ambiguous smile. I got a few cat-eared girls from the Beastmen last time. They are awesome at jumping into clothes. I've asked them to prepare. Of course, there are also harpy men. TSK TSK TSK, this harpy man is even better. Except for the feathers on his back, the rest of his body is even shinier than his face. Things that they dare not do on Blue Star can be done freely in Glorious Era. These players who have been constrained by modern rules and civilization for a long time can do anything they want when they encounter such an opportunity. After hearing this, Richard immediately thought of this guy's ID, and his mouth twitched. With a powerful enemy in front of him, he is still playing so wildly? Question mark? Lead the way. Chapter 332. Bring me the most beautiful beast-eared girls. It was Richard's first time to visit a player's territory. What made him interesting was that the territory of the steamed bun lover was different from that of ordinary players. His territory was built in the forest, one after another. Unique tree houses were built on tall trees. There was not even a ladder, and ordinary people could not go up. But this was very suitable for the harpy to live in. He was very curious. The lord's mansion of the steamed bun lover was in a towering tree with a diameter of more than 40 meters. The whole tree was hollowed out. But what was interesting was that the branches and leaves outside were still green, and the tree was not dead. The natural camp was indeed different. However, the layout of the house was relatively ordinary, with only a long wooden table in the middle, and the surroundings were empty, which was somewhat unworthy of this treehouse. After the steamed bun lover entered the house, he asked Richard to sit at the main seat of the long table, and he sat on the left. Richard did not refuse, and sat down peacefully. Strength determines the right to speak, which is applicable at all times. The other heroes stood in the house, quietly waiting for the two decision makers to discuss. After the harpy maid brought the tea and snacks to the table, the steamed bun lover looked at him ambiguously. Boss Kinkyu, the beast-eared girl is ready inside the dress-up dance. Richard laughed dumbly. It's broad daylight. Let's talk about business first. The steamed bun lover showed an expression of I understand, smiled, and then his face became serious. He waved his hand to take out a map from the system space and spread it on the table. The traces were brand new, and it was obvious that it was drawn not long ago. He pointed to a wolf head mark on the map. The orcs have a city built in the valley, about 50 kilometers away from my territory. The other side's sphere of influence completely covers the forest where I live. However, because there are a group of psychedelic fairies that can create illusions living in the forest, the orcs are not immune to illusions, so they don't like to come. But as my territory grows, and my range of activities increases, friction with the orcs is inevitable, and even small-scale battles have occurred 7 or 8 times. Over the past few months, the orcs have noticed the abnormality in the forest. The pressure I feel is getting greater and greater. Even before entering the dungeon, the other side sent a wolf cavalry to search for my location. Once the orcs realize that my territory is a major danger to them, they will definitely launch an attack at the first time. Richard looked at the mark on the map and had an idea in his mind. This guy's also unlucky. He was born directly within the sphere of influence of the orcs. Fortunately, although the orcs are alert to him now, they have not taken it seriously. The two sides are now in the dark, while the enemy is in the open. This gives him a lot of room for operation. This time, he had 3 goals. First, to eradicate the orcs, remove the threat of the steamed bun lovers, and fulfill his promise. Second, to find the white-tailed cat tribe, and bring back all the half-orcs who can make wine. Third, to hunt the orcs' flying dragons, and expand the number of skeleton blood dragons. With this matter, the attack direction of Dusk City will focus on the underground world. Yesterday, Bloodhoof City conveyed the news that the Grey Dwarves were gathering a large army to launch a general attack on Bloodhoof City to the messenger of Dusk City and the underground world. Retracting his thoughts, he continued to ask questions. How many troops are stationed in the Orc City? The steamed bun lover said in a serious tone. 1.5 legions, that is, 15,000 people. This is the news we got from the orc captives. The 4 heroes of the orcs are also stationed in the city for a long time, and will not leave easily. Richard nodded. Where is the white-tailed cat tribe? They live near a mountain spring suitable for brewing wine, 40 kilometers away from the orc city and 30 kilometers away from my territory. He pointed to a tail mark on the map. Richard took it to heart. After the steamed bun lover finished speaking, he looked at the heroes of Dusk City with some hesitation. If we fight head on, the pressure we face will be great. Boss Kinkyu, my idea is to surround the point and attack the reinforcement. First, deal with the orcs army outside. Use these armies as bait. Use the strong to attack the weak. Eat up most of the opponent's strength, and then combine into an orc city to settle the matter in one fell swoop. He spoke with a more confident tone. Based on my experience fighting orcs, this is the safest way. After listening, Richard nodded without commenting. Looking at Richard, who didn't have much expression, the steamed bun lover suddenly felt guilty. Boss Kinkyu, am I too radical in doing this? How about we follow your plan? Radical? Richard shook his head. He glanced sideways at the heroes behind him who were waiting for orders. The orcs have 4 heroes, 1 at level 17, 3 at level 16, and one of them is a shaman. After the war begins, I need you to behead them directly, leaving no one behind. After saying that, he looked at the confused steamed bun lover and tapped the location of the orc city on the map twice. After the orc city is destroyed, you will deal with the remaining orcs. Is there a problem? The steamed bun lover swallowed his saliva and looked at Richard with a calm look, stammering. Boss, are you planning to attack the orc city directly? I don't like to waste time. But the other side has a half-legion stationed there and also has complete weapons to defend the city. I'm afraid that, if we do that, it will be a waste of time. Richard ignored this sentence and looked at him leisurely. Didn't you hear my question? You will deal with the remaining orcs. Is there a problem? The steamed bun lover was about to cry. No problem. With the orc city fallen, the orc army will become scattered sand and pose no threat to me. But, Richard ignored his but, slowly stood up and synchronized the map on the desktop to the system map. He walked out of the wooden house. He looked up slightly. The sun was hanging high in the sky, but the light was mostly blocked by the leaves, and only sparse spots penetrated through. He turned his head and glanced at the steamed bun lover, who was still a little dazed, and his mouth curled up slightly. I've never seen a dress dance performed by a beast-eared girl. Let your beast-eared girl get ready. I will be back before the sun sets. As the voice fell, a terrifying breath surged from a distance. Whoosh, as the wings flapped, Alvis's huge body flew across the wide forest. The unbridled dragons might seem like a 1,000-foot wave hitting his chest. In the tree house in the air, the eagle-like people trembled one by one, and even lost the courage to spread their wings and fly away. The pressure that penetrated the soul. Richard turned over and sat on the back of this huge beast. Without looking back, he drove the undead dragon to spread its wings and fly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heroes followed without a word. Not long after, the harpy in front reported that the army of Dusk City had all left. Looking at the empty woods, the steamed bun lover was still in a daze. He originally thought that this battle would be discussed in detail for a long time, and in the end Richard would ask him to cooperate with all his strength, and even go forward to lead the charge. But the two sides met for only 10 minutes. After the other party learned about the orcs, they left directly, aiming directly at the heavily guarded orc city. And the reason was simply that he was too lazy to waste time. A sense of absurdity came to his mind. The emotions in his heart were too complicated to describe. After holding it in for a long time, he suddenly shouted fiercely, "Bring me the most beautiful beast-eared girls and let them prepare to dance." Chapter 333, Natural Disaster. Richard looked at the orc city built in the valley in the distance. His eyes were amused. The orcs' architectural style was more rugged than the desert, or it could be described as barbaric and primitive. The city wall was built with huge stones, more than 30 meters high and 100 meters long, connecting two hills hundreds of meters high horizontally. The surface was uneven, and ordinary people could even climb up with their hands and feet. It was called a city wall, but it was more like an enlarged version of a wall. Above the city wall, sharpened giant wood wrapped with steel pestles pointed outward, which was completely opposite to the meticulously carved settings of human cities, and was wild to an outrageous degree. One by one, orcs with fangs exposed outside their lips and a body size of more than 2 meters were patrolling back and forth, and their ferocious eyes were always vigilantly looking outside the city wall. Once the enemy attacked, these soldiers with scars of all sizes on their bodies would immediately tell the enemy who was the master of this land. Looking over the city wall, you can see dozens of arrow towers that look like the teeth of giant beasts. The densely packed shooting holes on it made people tremble. The 200-meter high hills on the left and right were also covered with large and small fortifications. If the enemy wanted to climb over the hill, the attack they would receive would not be weaker than attacking from the front. This was a rough, but also well-armed city. However, what puzzled him was that the orcs were extremely strict at the moment. The flying dragons in the sky kept rising and falling. The heavy crossbows on the arrow towers were already strung, and the army on the city wall even exceeded the normal number. The orcs seemed to be on guard against something. Did the other party know about the arrival of the City of Dusk? But it didn't make sense. This level of vigilance could be seen at a glance that it had been going on for a while. Could the other party have predicted it in advance? Or were they exposed? Turning his head and looking behind him, the power of concealment enveloped the entire army, and the outside world could never sense it. Just as he was wondering, Gaunt rode a dark gargoyle and approached quickly. "Master, we have captured 2 teams of Orc Wolf cavalry." Richard listened carefully. After interrogation, we learned that the total number of Orc troops is currently 12,000. 3,000 less? What's the reason? 3,000 people have been killed. The Orcs went out to fight 10 days ago. At that time, more than 2 legions of troops were mobilized. They only returned 3 days ago. Richard nodded slightly. With the aggressive character of the Orcs, this kind of thing is not surprising. No wonder the security is strict. It's the sequel of the war. What force did the Orcs fight with? A vampire castle. They seem to have gained something. In the past few days, the city and the outside have been on the most severe alert. Vampire? Richard frowned. In Glorious Era, vampires belong to the standard evil camp. Although there are not many in the main plane, they are famous for their strong combat power. What else did you find out? Gaunt shook his head with a bit of regret. No, the other party couldn't bear my mental erosion and his soul collapsed. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After understanding the reason, the uneasiness in his heart dissipated. Looking at the Orc city with dozens of flying dragons hovering in the sky, his eyes gradually became sharp. Tight defense? He wanted to see if the other side could stop the sharp edge of the City of Dusk. On the towering walls built of rocks, the Orc commander, who was a circle stronger than other Orcs, led more than a dozen guards to check the defense on the walls. Once he saw a slack soldier, he immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly. The high-frequency patrols kept the city defense on the highest alert at all times. After walking around twice, he just stopped. Several guards took the opportunity to drink water and looked at the Orc commander with some confusion. "My lord, didn't we win the last attack on those vampires? Although we failed to flatten the castle, we also killed and injured more than half of the vampires. Why do we have to be so careful? In this land, the Orcs are the most powerful kings. Who can threaten them?" Hearing this, the Orc commander thought that he had not seen many flies in the past few days, let alone enemies, and his face relaxed a little. "Don't be careless, this is the order of the chief." He lowered his voice a little, and his face showed some excitement. "Don't tell others, the shaman seems to have got a lot of good things from the Blood Clan. In order to prevent those lowly lives from jumping off the wall, he has been on high alert. Those who can become personal guards are the most trusted people, and the Orc warlord did not hide it." Several personal guards suddenly realized it, but then seemed to think of something, and said with some disgust, "Sir, when will we expel those gods and lords? I feel sick when I see those cunning and greedy humans." The Orc warlord shook his head. "Without the information provided by those gods and lords, we can't break through the vampire castle so easily. Although those lowly humans are greedy, they are still capable of doing things. You will." Before the voice fell, a rumbling sound like a waterfall rolling down from the sky exploded. The Orc warlord had a bad feeling, and turned his head suddenly to look outside the city wall. The next second, he felt cold hands and feet. At some point, the green grass outside the city wall turned into a land of yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, countless gravels surged from the sand, forming a huge sand wave over 50 meters high. Standing on the city wall over 30 meters high, you have to look up to see the whole picture of the sand wave. "What is this?" Exclamation mark. The Orc commander was horrified. But just as he was about to make a move, the huge sand wave had already condensed to the extreme. The next second, the mountain collapsed. Rumble, it swept towards the city wall with a terrifying breath that swallowed everything. Natural disaster! Exclamation mark. All the orc soldiers on the city wall swallowed their saliva together, and their hands holding their weapons trembled uncontrollably. The orcs dared to charge even when facing a giant dragon. However, these brave and fearful soldiers felt an uncontrollable fear at this moment. That was the emotion that ordinary life exuded from the depths of their souls when facing a natural disaster that they were powerless to prevent. Even the strongest and bravest veterans felt cold all over. The orc commander finally came to his senses, turned his head sharply, and roared hysterically with all his strength. Enemy attack. But the rolling sound waves were drowned out by the rumbling waves before they reached 20 meters. At this moment, there was only the roar of the sand waves between heaven and earth. Even if the orc soldiers were only 1 or 2 meters apart, they had to shout at the top of their voices to hear each other's words. This made the orcs on the city wall fall into chaos. Some soldiers turned around and ran, some raised thick shields and prepared to fight hard, and some were at a loss, not knowing what to do at this moment. The speed of the sand waves was too fast, not giving the orcs much time to react. In a panic, boom, the terrifying huge waves rushed to the front of the city wall. The huge waves 20 meters higher than the city wall were about to surge into the city. At this moment, a translucent magic shield emerged and enveloped the entire orc city. Boom, the sand waves bombarded the magic shield like a huge wave hitting a reef, and the gravel splashed 100 meters high. This scene was extremely visually impactful. The panicked orcs on the city wall saw this, and they felt relieved for having survived the disaster. They turned their heads subconsciously. They saw a hunched orc with an old face floating in the air. On the top of the black staff in his hand, a transparent gem exuded a faint blue magic energy, forcibly supporting the magic shield. Everyone was overjoyed. Master Shaman. The hearts that had just been panicking immediately calmed down. Morale began to soar. With the great shaman, no one can capture their city! Exclamation mark. Everyone was excited. The sky and the earth suddenly dimmed. In the eyes of the orcs, a dazzling blade light slashed out from the endless sand waves. Wherever the blade light passed, the space was broken like glass. The shaman floating in the sky showed unspeakable fear on his face. He wanted to struggle to escape, but it seemed that he was pressed in place by an invisible giant hand and could not move. Under the gaze of all the orcs, the only blade light in the world at this moment, with a domineering and unparalleled attitude, slashed through the shaman priest. Puff, the moment the corpse was broken into 2 pieces, the blade light behind it directly shattered it into countless fragments. After the blade light slashed through the shaman, it continued to move backwards. The tops of the towering arrow towers were directly cut off at this moment, and they fell to the ground with a bang, splashing dust all over the sky. The blade light disappeared in the air, after extending hundreds of meters away. The orc soldiers who had just shown surprise on their faces were now like being bitten by lightning. Their eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief and disbelief. The level 16 shaman was gone. He was killed by the enemy right under their noses! Exclamation mark. The situation changed too quickly, and they were not mentally prepared at all. In the orc city, several players who had just received rewards from the orc chief heard the movement outside and immediately came out with great interest, intending to see if there were any new tasks that could be traded. But the first thing they saw when they walked out of the building was the death of the level 16 orc shaman, who was almost invincible to them. Shocked, unbelievable, unacceptable, the expressions on their faces were like such an opera face changing. A level 16 hero unit was killed in a second. Who is attacking? Why is it so powerful? Why do these damn orcs provoke the existence they can't afford to provoke? Before they could come to their senses, a crisp sound resounded through the sky. Several players subconsciously looked up at the city wall where the sound came from. Their pupils reflected a more horrifying scene. The translucent magic shield that resisted the sand waves had countless cracks at this moment. The next second, bang, without the support of the shaman's power, the magic shield shattered. The extremely accumulated sand waves smashed down violently. The densely packed orcs on the city wall were directly swallowed by the huge waves. The sand waves, with an extremely violent attitude, submerged everything. The towering arrow towers collapsed one after another, the houses were destroyed, and the orcs who wanted to escape were unable to do anything, and were directly swept into the sand waves. Chapter 334, The Terrifying Existence That Controls Natural Disasters is Kinkyu! In order to maintain a higher level of alert, the orcs concentrated almost all their troops near the city wall. When the arrow tower was washed away, the area hundreds of meters behind the city wall was swallowed by the sand waves, and the city's defense power was directly reduced by 70%. Richard, who caused this natural disaster, consumed all the 100,000 points of magic stored in the magic crystal at one time. The orc city in front of him had been submerged for the most part, after he was empty. Looking around, only a few arrow towers that were not washed away were left standing alone. Seeing this scene, Richard felt very subtle. After several months of growth, he, a novice who could not even beat a bandaged mummy, has a combat power that can destroy a city. The future is even brighter. After calming down, he looked into the distance. The battle is not over yet. The opponent's heroes are still alive. Waved his hand. All troops attack. Hunt down the remaining orcs. The moment the order was issued, 6 teams of stone statues of the dead plus 3 teams of skeleton blood dragons quickly flew forward. 260 dark gargoyles followed closely, carrying the same number of axes of the dead. The battle started behind the orc city that had not yet been swallowed by the huge waves. After being attacked by the sand waves, the orcs' command system had collapsed. The surviving troops could not form effective combat power without command. Facing the pressing Twilight City, they were immediately slaughtered crazily. Behind the sandstorm, the little centaur Merida had already been eager to try. After the attack order was issued, she immediately led the 3 squadrons of giant axe death knights behind her to charge. Although the city wall was covered with gravel, there were still enough enemies on the hills on both sides for her to hunt. This little centaur who had lost the power of a demigod seemed to enjoy fighting by nature. Because the gravel had submerged the city wall, there was no obstacle on the way to charge. Merida led the army directly into the hills. The little centaur held a long-handled giant axe. He led alone. Wherever he passed, the battle axe danced up and down. The fierce and strong orc veterans were knocked down like chickens being slaughtered. Although this boss is only level 7, the fighting power it has shown has already begun to show its strength. Wherever it passes, no enemy can stop her iron hoof. Moreover, Merida also has an extremely powerful racial talent. She can run on all terrains and be immune to the negative effects of terrain. Although she is not as dazzling as the Dark Valkyr is, Renee and Sin are fighting in the air, her killing speed is not slow at all. Further back, the remaining 2 squadrons of the Axe of the Dead and the 3 squadrons of the Condensed Sand Archers formed a formation and advanced slowly. Although there were no flying soldiers on board, the steady approach still made people tremble. The Condensed Sand Archers with a long range can also provide firepower support for the army in front. The surviving orcs around want to attack them, but they have to face the fierce Axe of the Dead. The army of the City of Dusk has become a meat grinder on the battlefield, making the orcs who failed to organize taste the taste of death. Looking at the huge battlefield, the most dazzling one is naturally the dead stone statue. This fierce troop, formed by the fusion of 2 arms, is so ferocious that the orcs on the battlefield feel their souls tremble. The killing range of the tomahawk throwing has reached 80 meters. They fly flexibly in the air, and once they find the enemy, the tomahawk in their hands immediately whistles out. The tomahawk not only has a 30% instant death feature, but also has fire damage, after being strengthened by the origin of fire. Once the enemy is hit, the instant death skill will be tested first. If it is not triggered, the flame energy will burst out, covering the surrounding 10 meters. In this way, the tomahawk they throw can cause several rounds of damage. Even if they are not killed by the tomahawk, they will lose their lives in the high temperature. The dead stone statue has become the spokesperson for the god of death. No one can stop their edge. Looking at the wanton slaughter in the City of Dusk, the chaotic orcs finally reacted. Especially when the level 17, potential A-level orc chieftain appeared in the central square of the city that was half submerged by gravel. The remaining orcs immediately found their backbone and began to gather around the orc chieftain. To level 16 orc heroes also joined the action of gathering the army. In the sky, those glorious 2-star arms that were not affected by the sand waves, the flying dragons, also quickly flew over the orc chieftain. If the players who were mixed in with the orcs had seen this scene in the past, they would have been full of confidence. But at this moment, they were scared out of their wits, and their eyes were full of panic. Those unknown enemies were too fierce. They had also inquired before that the orcs did not have any powerful enemies. How could a powerful enemy suddenly jump out and directly raise most of the orc city? Just when they were feeling complicated, suddenly, the leading player seemed to have seen something unbelievable. His eyes suddenly widened, and a strong shock rose on his face. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed the two companions beside him, indicating that they should look forward. The other two players were discussing who was attacking the orcs, and they were almost pushed over. Just when they were about to curse at the player, they subconsciously glanced in the direction indicated by the other party, and then their pupils suddenly dilated, and they subconsciously held their breath. In their sight, an extremely familiar figure appeared. A giant undead dragon with a wingspan of more than 30 meters, blood-colored energy burning outside its body, and a skeleton as crystal clear as a ruby. The opponent's terrifying dragon power gushed out unscrupulously, and every flap of its wings was like hitting their hearts with a hammer. Terrifying and horrified. Along with the undead dragon, there were dozens of shrunken dragons and a large number of soldiers riding on gargoyles. Although these armies were fierce and powerful, this was not the key to their horror. The key point was Kinkyu! Exclamation mark. They watched the scene of the final battle in the death arena. Kinkyu, who rode the undead dragon and crushed hundreds of players, tens of billions of players, no one can forget it. Exclamation mark. The one attacking the orcs is not some aboriginal force, but Kinkyu. After discovering this fact, several players felt dry mouth and a sense of absurdity and fantasy rose in their hearts. Although they knew that Kinkyu could fight against 100 people alone and was strong and fierce. But that was in the dungeon, and he was also facing players. In the final battle, each player could only bring 3 squadrons of troops. It was far from the strongest state of the players. But now, what they couldn't accept was that the other party was attacking an orc force that they thought was invincible at this stage. Exclamation mark. They racked their brains and completed countless tasks to get closer to the orcs. This aboriginal force that they regarded as a long-term target and even as a backer was actually conquered by Kinkyu, who was also a player. That strong shock made them feel extremely complicated. How could this pervert be so strong? This is a powerful city with 17 level orcs stationed and an army of more than 10,000 people. Exclamation mark. The other party, how could it be so easily broken? The orc chieftain, who was wearing full armor, had a murderous intent in his eyes that almost pierced the sky. The moment Alvis appeared, he immediately knew who the ruler of this mysterious force was. He stared at the heroic figure behind the undead dragon. The other person wore a black and red crown on his head and a black cloak with dark red patterns on his back. His temperament was full of strong charm and unforgettable. The pair of black eyes were also staring at him. When their eyes met, the orc chieftain suppressed the anger that was about to erupt and roared. "Human, why did you attack my city?" Richard glanced at the orc chieftain lightly and said casually, "Do I need a reason to attack you?" This made the orc chieftain's face freeze, and he didn't know how to vent the curses and anger in his heart. When several players heard this, they felt an irrepressible fanaticism in their hearts. Damn it, this is the attitude that players should have! Exclamation mark. The orc chieftain clenched the heavy sword in his hand, glanced at the dark Valkyrie floating in the air with a sword over 3 meters long and Rani with a somewhat illusory body, and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. He felt the danger of the sword against his throat from these two people. "Tell me what you want." Richard looked at the orc chieftain who was constantly suppressing his roar, his eyes indifferent. You are not qualified to ask me. Now, I only give you one choice, surrender, or destruction." Although the tone was calm, the domineering and strong in the words made several players feel a surge of blood rushing to their heads. Fuck. How can this be so cool? Pointing at a level 17 orc chieftain with potential A grade and asking contemptuously, surrender or destruction. This attitude is killing me. Thinking of how he had been servile in front of the orc chieftain before, and even doing a lot of tasks, but not being taken seriously, he felt a strong sense of revenge. Kinkyu is awesome. Chapter 335, Just Kneeling, the Fierce City of Dusk. The orc chieftain was inexplicably dazed when he heard this. A special feeling rose in his heart. This was the temperament that a leader should have. This charming person seemed to be someone he could really rely on. But this thought arose for a moment before he was forcefully suppressed. Orcs will never be slaves. A low roar resounded through the sky, and a scarlet energy suddenly escaped from his body. The energy directly enveloped the surrounding army. The next moment, the orcs, who were originally a little shaken, immediately had bloodshot eyes and their momentum soared. They became extremely fierce, and no longer had any thoughts of surrendering. Frenzy. The orc's signature skill. Human, you are courting death. The orc chieftain's red eyes stared at Richard. He saw a large number of wyverns flying in the sky from the corner of his eyes, and his face gradually became ferocious. His reinforcement have arrived. Richard, who was sitting on Alvis's back, saw this scene and his mouth curled up slightly. Are you stalling for time to wait for reinforcement? Coincidentally, I'm waiting for your reinforcement, too. The indifferent voice gave the orc chief a bad premonition. The next second, Rennie, who looked a bit illusory, suddenly disappeared from the spot. He turned his head subconsciously. He saw the other party flashing and appearing directly in the group of flying dragons. Bang! A burst of black flames broke out, covering a range of 100 meters. The dense flying dragons immediately felt that their souls were thrown into the furnace. Painful wails continued to be heard, and the creepy sound made people's backs cold. There was no damage to the body, but in the blink of an eye, one flying dragon after another fell from the sky like raindrops, like an onion. Smashed some intact houses into pieces. This scene looked quite spectacular. Every 0.3 seconds, Rennie can use space movement once. Every time her figure appears, she can take the life of a flying dragon. The huge sky has become her own performance field. In the square, the orc chieftain, who was ready to launch a counterattack immediately after the dragons arrived, was horrified. Damn bastard, how dare she! Exclamation mark. He saw more than 10 dragons coming through the blockade from the side. He immediately turned over and sat on a dragon. Kill. After slightly adjusting his posture, he clenched the heavy sword in his hand, which was as thick as a door panel, and immediately rushed towards Richard. The two majestic orc heroes around him were not willing to be outdone at this moment. One of them rode a dragon and followed the footsteps of the orc chieftain. Richard's expression was still indifferent, without any extra reaction, just watching the orc chieftain attack calmly. At the moment when approaching the critical point of 50 meters, the dark Valkyrie beside him slowly raised the long sword in her hand. The light golden eyes bloomed with a deep cold light at this moment. A level 17 hero dared to provoke her master. He deserved to be killed. The next moment, the figure suddenly flew out and killed the orc chieftain directly. At the same time, Zino rushed straight at a level 16 orc hero. Although the two sides were 3 levels apart, she was not afraid at all, and even had a high fighting spirit. She was only level 16. How many people had she killed? Exclamation mark. Zina controlled the blood and flew into the air. This super rare level hero held a 5-star weapon, the Dragon Slayer sword, and fiercely collided with the level 16 orc hero. The sword light crossed the sky, and the knife light shone. The figures of both sides were blurred. The Dark Valkyrie held a war knife and faced the strongest existence, the level 17 orc chieftain. As the peak combat power of the City of Dusk, the 3-meter-long war knife of the Dark Valkyrie surged with the blade light and faced the enemy directly. The orc chieftain in a frenzy, tightly grasped the heavy knife in his hand and rode the flying dragon to launch the most fierce attack on the floating Dark Valkyrie. Under the violent speed, the blade in his hand could almost cut off the head of the giant dragon. The moment he approached the Dark Valkyrie, he slashed down with absolute power. Clang, the two weapons collided directly. Sparks flew up. The orc chieftain, who had the speed of the dragon, should have had the advantage, but at this moment his body suddenly paused, and he felt a landslide-like force transmitted from the weapon. He felt a pain in his palm, and the battle axe in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. The terrifying force was transmitted to the dragon. Raw, the bones on the back of the dragon were directly broken and collapsed. Although the soldier kept flapping his wings, he still inevitably fell down. The moment the two sides collided, the situation was almost clear. The Dark Valkyrie did not hesitate for a moment, and swung the long sword in her hand again. clang one sword after another. Although the orc chieftain was frightened, he did not have any fear in his heart during the frenzy, only fierce killing intent. The axe collided. In a dozen breaths, the two sides collided dozens of times in midair. The dragon sitting down poofed, blood kept gushing out of its mouth. Finally, it could not hold on at all, and fell directly with the whale. The orc chieftain's face changed, and he suddenly stood behind the flying dragon, glaring at the dark Valkyrie who was floating in the air. The dark Valkyrie looked at the orc chieftain who was falling rapidly, and moved her body, falling down together. At this height, the orc chieftain would not be killed with the flying dragon as a backup. The orc chieftain roared, and his body suddenly swelled up, and his armor was bulging, as if it was about to burst. He held the battle axe tightly, and slashed at the dark Valkyrie again. The dark Valkyrie did not retreat at all, and forced her way forward, and the battle axe collided hard. Clang, sparks exploded. The power was transmitted to the flying dragon, and the bones burst again. The orc chieftain's feet were already covered with blood. After several collisions, the flying dragon fell on a 3-story building with a bang. Crack, a crisp explosion sound was heard. Stones and wood chips flew all over the sky. The dark Valkyrie suddenly floated above the rolling dust, looking at the figure soaked in blood in the ruins with a cold killing intent. The orc chieftain did not stop for a moment, bent his legs, and stomped on the ground. Bang, his body was ejected like a cannonball. He suddenly rose more than 10 meters, and attacked the dark Valkyrie again. The battle between top heroes is often extremely exaggerated. The destructive power brought to the surrounding environment is also terrifying. Sinner and the dark Valkyrie each have their own targets to fight. The remaining level 16 orc hero set his sights on Richard. He rode a flying dragon, and killed directly at Alvis. The most dangerous ones on the field were only the two heroes of the other side. The remaining dragon was not a problem for him, but just approaching Alvis, before he could take action, the orc hero only felt an unspeakable danger surge in his heart. The god of death was staring at him. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't mobilize any strength, as if his soul had been frozen. Before he could even blink, a black arrow pierced through the void. It instantly penetrated the orc hero's head. The top level 16 hero fell down, rolled down from the back of the dragon, and hit the ground hard, splashing blood. Weak divine arts, death hunting. Several heroes were fighting, and the army of the City of Dusk was also showing its edge. In the sky, the flying dragon that escaped the net was forcibly blocked by the dead stone statue. The combat power of these brilliant 3-star troops is already so strong that it makes people shudder. To them, troops of the same level are almost like chickens that can be slaughtered at will. Every whistling of the battle axe in his hand represents a life being harvested. With wings, the dead stone statues become extremely flexible, and with the battle axe with an attack range of 80 meters, they almost explained what a perfect soldier is. After bypassing the hunting, a team of flying dragons aimed at a lone dead stone statue and rushed directly. After the dragons of this team approached 50 meters, a battle axe broke through the air. The prepared dragons immediately flapped their wings to avoid the attack of the battle axe. But before they could get excited, a crisp sound rang out. The battle axe exploded directly. The sharp fragments covered a range of 30 meters. In an instant, the bodies of 7 dragons were directly pierced, and the moment the battle axe fragments pierced into their bodies, bang, the fragments exploded for the second time. Several dragons that were not originally fatally injured had exaggerated large holes blown out of their bodies. The remaining few dragons that were affected felt a terrible pain in their souls after being hit by the dense fragments, and lost their life in the blink of an eye. Explosion and broken axe, causing huge magic damage to enemies within a diameter of 30 meters. After the battle axe fragments hit the enemy, a secondary explosion will occur, with strong penetration, causing physical damage, and the fragments have the bonded instant death feature. Level 9 dead stone statue. One skill wiped out a team of level 13 dragons. This terrifying record made the players who were closely following the battle situation feel cold in their hearts. They originally thought that Kinkyu's ability to create sand waves to destroy the city was already exaggerated enough, but now even his troops were so strong that they made their scalps numb. Is this Kinkyu's true strength? The opponent's brilliant record of fighting 1 against 100 in the death arena is not his true strength? Question mark. Several people looked at each other, unable to say 1,000 words in their hearts. Chapter 336, The Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. In the sky, Rennie and the dead stone statues forcibly blocked more than a legion of flying dragons. On the ground, the dark stone gargoyles carried the dead stone statues and continued to harvest the souls of the orc warriors below. On the flank, a Merida led the Great Axe Death Knight to conquer a hill, and most of the troops on it were slaughtered by it. In the back, the Axe of the Dead and the Condensed Sand Archers formed a four-way army formation, steadily advancing and strangling the orcs who fled in all directions. Sinner and the level 16 orc hero have already hit the ground from the sky. The orc hero is much stronger than the level 16 Void Hunter hero in the dungeon. The opponent is also an elite who has fought out of the life and death battle. Although the potential is 2 levels behind Sinner, the level of 16 plus the surge in power after the berserk state forcibly blocked Sinner's edge. And Sinner's battle madness has always been known for its violent, open and close, and the frequency of swinging the dragon slaying sword in her hand is dazzling. The battlefield between the two became a demolition team. Wherever they passed, all the houses and streets would be destroyed. The most eye-catching battle was the key battle between the Dark Valkyrie and the Orc Chieftain. A potential air level 15 boss vs a potential air level 17 hero. Although the Orc Chieftain was 2 levels higher than the Dark Valkyrie, there was no qualitative difference between the two sides. Both of them were in the range of 15 to 20 levels. The Dark Valkyrie also had the transformation that the Orc Chieftain obtained after he was promoted to level 15, and because of the boss template, she became stronger than his transformation. After the frenzy, the Orc Chieftain could still forcefully fight the Dark Valkyrie, but as time went on, the frenzy power was weakening, while the opponent became more and more courageous. From being able to fight head-on at the beginning, to having to use clever strength to maintain each attack later, the Orc Chieftain became more and more nervous. He even felt that his power like a river and sea was gradually drying up. The opponent was like a bottomless sea. He used all his means, even exchanging injuries for injuries, but he could not achieve the desired results. We can't drag it on like this. We must kill the other party to win this battle. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. The next moment, the blood and energy surged out of his body. His momentum instantly increased several times. The blue veins on his body were wriggling like earthworms. Terrifying and crazy. The terrifying aura made the surrounding creatures who sensed this scene subconsciously turn their heads. Looking carefully, they suddenly found that the Orc Chieftain not only had a surging momentum, but also a 10-meter tall phantom was quickly condensing behind him. The phantom was holding a long sword, with 3 war flags fluttering in the wind behind it, and his eyes were closed. At the moment, when the phantom was completely condensed, the Orc Chieftain immediately became the center of the world. The unspeakable terrifying aura of this level 17 hero was like thousands of rivers rolling back into the sky. The power exploded to the extreme. The Orc Chieftain clenched the heavy sword and pointed it at the Dark Valkyrie from a distance. Then, in the expectant eyes of the orc warriors, he swung the sword and slashed it down. Kill. A deep roar resounded through the sky. The 10-meter tall phantom behind him suddenly opened his eyes. Following the Orc Chief's movements, he swung the long sword in his hand. The void around the Dark Valkyrie was neatly cut off at the moment the Orc Chief moved. She retreated violently, trying to avoid the sharp edge. But no matter how fast she was, the space around her continued to explode. There was no escape. A terrifying sound rang through her ears. The invisible heavy sword directly slashed the Dark Valkyrie. The Orc Chief, who was staring at her closely, wanted to roar to the sky at this moment. Finally killed this terrifying enemy! Exclamation mark. But the moment this thought just emerged, a dark light suddenly appeared on the Dark Valkyrie, directly offsetting the invisible attack that cut off everything. The joy that had just appeared on the face of the Orc Chief froze instantly. How is it possible? How can this be blocked? Ah! With a long roar, he raised the sword in his hand and chopped it open again! Exclamation mark. The 10-meter tall orc phantom behind him also attacked at the same time. This time, the Dark Valkyrie did not move, but her golden eyes stared coldly at the Orc Chieftain. The surrounding space exploded again, and the moment the shapeless attack slashed through her, a dark light appeared on her body again, blocking the unavoidable damage. The orc chieftain spurted out a mouthful of blood. There was a mixture of shock and anger in his eyes. Unspeakable despair emerged in his heart. The other party could not be killed! Exclamation mark. He turned his head and glanced at the phantom behind him and gritted his teeth. He swung the heavy sword for the third time. This time, the dark Valkyrie did not retreat again and came directly towards him. The victory and the defeat, the life and death. The sharp edge of the sword in the hand of the orc chieftain tore through the void. Kill. The terrifying roar awed the world. The originally black hair of this level 17 hero suddenly turned pale, and his face was more than 10 years older at this moment. At the same time, the orc phantom behind him almost turned into substance, and the sword slashed. The space around the dark Valkyrie exploded again, and the damage was several times stronger than before. The invisible blade slashed at the dark Valkyrie for the third time. Under the expectant gaze of countless orcs, the dark light emerged for the third time. Crack silently, the attack was neutralized. The orc chieftain was heartbroken. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief and shock. He gritted his teeth and wanted to attack again, but a graceful figure in front of him had already crossed with him like lightning. Puff! A huge head flew up. The 17th level orc chieftain died after 3 consecutive slashes. Seeing this scene, the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the dark Valkyrie floating in the void with their eyes wide open, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. The other party's pair of pale golden eyes seemed like gods and demons looking at the earth at this moment. The moment they swept across them, their souls would tremble. The body of the god of war, beyond grade A, is immune to instant death skills, soul control, curse, plague, poison, and aura pressure. The morale is always high, and it is immune to the damage bonus of the light and natural camps to the dark camp. It can ignore all forbidden magic and float in the sky. When it is attacked fatally, it will automatically consume 1000 points of blood to exempt this attack. 3 consecutive ultimate skills were forcibly resisted by the passiveness of the body of the god of war. Rennie, this divine soul once used the divine art, death hunting, and the killing move that penetrated the soul could not end the life of the dark Valkyrie. Needless to say, the orc chieftain is fierce, but he is not as good as the hunting of divine arts. On the other side of the battle, the moment the orc chieftain was killed, Sinner sees the floor revealed by the orc hero on the opposite side in fear. Slash. A bright sword light cut through the void, furious slashing the sky. The orc hero hurriedly swung his sword to resist, but the terrifying power made the weapon in his hand fall out directly. When he wanted to save the situation, Zinna was already killing him. Puff! The dragon slaying sword slashed down from the top. Her figure passed directly through the middle of the enemy. The 2 neatly aligned corpses fell to the ground, one on the left and one on the right. Level 16 orc hero, killed. This scene was violent and crazy. This fearless warrior once again proved his strength with the blood of the enemy. The last 2 orc heroes were killed. The orc army, which could only barely resist, immediately fell into a huge chaos. Some of them were directly violent and rushed towards the Dusk City army regardless of everything, while others wanted to meet up with their companions and organize a defense line again. The situation was completely out of control. A group of orcs without a commander faced an army with fierce individual combat power, complete organization, and led by a powerful hero. Even if they tried their best to resist, the final outcome was nothing more than a dying struggle. When most of the remaining orc army was cleared and the resistance force completely collapsed, the system prompt suddenly rang. Ding! You commanded the army to capture an orc city, achieved a brilliant victory, and gained 200,000 experience points. Ding! Some orc warriors, 326 people, were shocked by your strength and hope to join you. Do you accept? Richard's interest immediately soared when he heard the prompt. Gaining 200,000 experience points is a good harvest. What made him feel even more novel was that finally a field army joined him. This was the first time in a few months. Is this because of the characteristics of the Dark King's suit? Or the role of leadership? Or is it the effect of legendary? Or is it the result of adding these together? As his thoughts turned, Richard, who was in a good mood, chose to agree. The next moment, some of the surviving orcs directly put down their weapons and knelt down to Richard. Respected strongman, I'm willing to submit to you. Please stop attacking. I surrender. In this way, the situation that was already under control no longer had any unexpected situations. After a while, the orcs who chose to surrender were gathered together and guarded. Richard was excited to see the first batch of orcs who surrendered, but when he got off Alvis's back, he saw Gunter coming to report that he had found several God's Grace Lords. Richard was interested when he heard the news. Players? What are these guys doing in the Orc City? Are they doing quests or trading? Bring them here. Yes. Gunter turned and left. Not long after, 3 players with their wrists tied with chains were brought up dejectedly. After seeing Richard, the expressions of several people were very interesting. This is King Q. They wanted to open the attribute panel to check the other party's attributes, but it said that it was covered by energy and could not be detected. This made them smile bitterly. The gap is too big, and they can't even see the attributes. The leading player was the first to react. After taking a deep breath, he took the initiative to speak. Boss King Q, we are here to complete a mission. We didn't expect you to attack these orcs. If we knew, we would definitely not get involved. No, we didn't participate in the battle. We didn't help the orcs from beginning to end. They wanted to help at first, but when they found out that it was Richard who attacked, they immediately withered. The name of the shadow of the tree, the status of the ID King Q in the hearts of the players, even exceeded the understanding of Richard, the person involved. Richard heard this and didn't comment. What mission are you here for? Seeing his emotionless eyes, the 3 players panicked. Wait, don't die on the battlefield, but be killed by King Q. They don't believe in gods, and they won't be taken to the kingdom of gods if they die. If they die, they will really die. The leading player said immediately. Boss King Q, we found this orc force and wanted to get some benefits from it, and then we kept attacking and doing all the missions. Seeing Richard frowning slightly, the leading player's heart trembled immediately. Dare not talk nonsense. Boss King Q, I have important news. I hope you can use this news to exchange for our departure. Richard narrowed his eyes. Important news? Tell me. The player breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately. We helped the orcs get the sacred object of the vampire castle, the blood coffin. Blood coffin? Richard became a little interested and thought of the news he had previously discovered from the orc wolf cavalry. The orcs had attacked the vampire castle 10 days ago. What is the function of that treasure? Seeing that he was interested, the player immediately breathed a sigh of relief and answered immediately. Boss King Q, the blood coffin has been studied by the orc chieftain these days, and we don't know what it is used for. But there is a great possibility that a vampire duke is sleeping in that blood coffin. Vampire duke. Richard was shocked. Chapter 337. Blood Clan Holy Artifact Blood Coffin. Vampires have been widely publicized by humans because of their ability to feed on blood, and their reputation in the glorious era is particularly loud. In addition, the combat power of these dark creatures is very strong, which also adds a bit of legend. However, due to the small number of vampires, it is relatively difficult to encounter them. The title of Grand Duke among vampires is not an ordinary title of nobility, but a real strength. Only blood clans that have reached the extraordinary level are qualified to be called Grand Duke. Richard stared at the 3 players as if he wanted to see some clues from their faces. He said word by word, is this news true? The player responded immediately. Brother King Q, it is absolutely true. We dare not lie to you. The blood coffin is placed in the residence of the orc chieftain. Richard's interest has been raised. Lead the way. If it is true, I will not embarrass you. After getting the promise, several players immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were all a little relieved. Fortunately, this big guy was not a bloodthirsty person. Richard had not yet realized that he had unknowingly become a top ruler whose eyes could make people tremble. Power is the best code for men. This sentence is never false. And he who rules the city of Twilight, the coat on his body at this moment, has already scorched people's eyes. Even in the future, it will be as bright as stars. Led by 3 players, they crossed several ruined streets. In a huge building that collapsed halfway, Richard saw the blood coffin mentioned by the players. It is just as its name suggests. The coffin is 3 meters long and 70 to 80 centimeters wide. It is blood red all over, and the light on it is like human blood flowing. It gives people a strong visual impact. With some expectations, He opened the attribute panel. Blood coffin level, special features, a special treasure of the Blood Clan. It can improve the quality of blood when used to hold blood. The Blood Clan can slowly increase their strength when sleeping in it. Introduction. Don't open it, otherwise you will encounter unprecedented disasters. This property. No wonder it is said that there may be a Blood Clan Grand Duke sleeping inside. The introduction and characteristics all hinted that there were vampires inside. After Richard turned off the panel, he reached out and pressed the blood coffin, feeling the cold touch. His expression was very subtle. He never thought that he would attack the Orc City and finally get the treasure of the Blood Clan. It was quite bizarre. The light on his body surged out and slowly penetrated into the blood-colored coffin. But the next second, the power was blocked. Unable to penetrate into it, Richard frowned slightly. After several unsuccessful attempts, he walked around the blood coffin and looked carefully. In the end, he found that there was no gap in the blood coffin. It was a hole, and he couldn't open it. He turned his head and looked at several players. Did you find anything unusual when you got the blood coffin? No, it looked like this when the orcs attacked the vampire castle and carried the blood coffin out of their forbidden area. Then how do you know for sure that the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan is sleeping inside? The vampires told us. When we were doing a mission in the vampire castle, we accidentally heard that the Grand Duke of the other side was sleeping in the blood coffin. Later, we found that our intimacy with those guys couldn't be improved. If we wanted to continue to develop, we could only transform into vampires. But we don't want to become that thing, so we told the orcs about this news. Richard's mouth twitched. This style is really like a player. What did the orc chief get from it? No, nothing. He kept trying to open the blood coffin, but failed in the end. Before you came, the orc chief also issued us a B-level mission to find a way to open the blood coffin. Richard couldn't help but fall into thought after hearing this. This blood coffin is obviously a good thing, but the possibility that there is a vampire Grand Duke hidden inside made him a little hesitant. If the vampire Duke is really sleeping, then isn't that the same as carrying a time bomb? But if not, what if there is something good hidden inside? This thing is obviously the reward for his capture of the Orc City. If he gives it up like this, wouldn't it be a huge loss? After thinking for a while, Richard suddenly seemed to have thought of something, patted his head, and almost forgot about the black gold system. He opened the black gold system. The original information of the blood coffin changed immediately. Blood coffin. The vampire Duke is sleeping in it and cannot be awakened for the time being. 1. You can collect the water of the temple, the water of life, the gem of light, and kill the opponent. 2. You can put it in blood, let it drink blood and restore strength. It's true. There is really a vampire Duke sleeping! Exclamation mark. Richard was very surprised. This trip was not in vain. After reading it twice, the 2 prompts in those 2 days made him very interested. One is how to kill the opponent, and the other is to restore his strength. Choose one of the 2. It's a pity if there is a way to subdue the opponent. This is awesome. Richard felt a little regretful. After closing the attribute panel, I was relieved. As long as the other party does not wake up for the time being, it will be easy to deal with. You can take it back and keep it first. Anyway, it has become meat on the chopping board. There are many ways to deal with it in the future. The best way may be to get a few more treasures similar to the Dark Contract, so that this vampire Duke kneels down and sings Conquer. Thinking of this, Richard's mood immediately improved. After asking his subordinates to take good care of the blood coffin, he looked at the 3 players with nervous eyes. Where is the orcs' treasure house? Do they have any valuable things? Boss Kinkyu, I know. I'll take you there right away. Okay, you take my army with you. He looked at Zina and the Dark Valkyrie. You continue to stay here and search for spoils. If you encounter an invincible existence, evacuate immediately and don't fight. After speaking, he glanced at the players. When I come back, you can leave. Although several players wanted to leave now, they didn't dare to say much and immediately agreed with a smile. Richard didn't pay much attention to them. After leaving most of the army, he took 6 teams of stone statues of the dead and 30 skeleton blood dragons and left the Orc City directly. Target, White-tailed Cat Tribe. Conquer the Orc City to fulfill the promise to the steamed bun lovers. hunt flying dragons to expand the number of skeleton blood dragons, and plunder the white-tailed cat tribe to develop the winner-making industry. Only the last of the 3 goals of this trip is left unfinished. The white-tailed cat tribe is about 30 kilometers away from the Orc City. It may take several hours to walk this distance, but under the high-speed flight, 10 minutes or so, to reach the location marked on the map of the white-tailed cat tribe, a spring suitable for winner-making. But after Richard arrived, he immediately found something wrong. There was no one in a relatively unique small village below. The white-tailed cat tribe had already left. His eyes suddenly became sharp. What's going on? He attacked the Orc City so decisively, and the other party heard the news. He was very upset. If they ran away, then this time the harvest would be reduced by more than half. When will the winner-making industry of Dusk City begin? Question mark? After letting Alvis land, he turned over and went to investigate personally. After looking at a few houses, Richard keenly discovered that the other party's food was still warm. This immediately cheered him up. The white-tailed cat tribe had obviously just left. Scatter out and search immediately. Don't let them leave. They had to find them quickly. He had to go back to clean up the orcs' spoils, and there was no time to waste. Besides, how could they let the fat meat fly away when it was right in front of their mouths? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Brewing Master. The army dispersed in all directions. A carpet search began for the traces of the white-tailed cat tribe. The flying troops were extremely fast, and the surroundings were all plains with no complicated bottom lines. Richard originally thought that he would be able to find the other party's traces soon. But unexpectedly, the search range expanded from 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, and finally 50 kilometers. The white-tailed cat tribe seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no trace was found. Richard, who was waiting for news at the white-tailed cat tribe station, heard these news, and his thoughts were flying. The fat meat at his mouth really flew away. Since the other party left in a hurry, and the old, weak, sick and disabled were transferred together, how could there be no trace left? While thinking, he began a second search in this village. After looking through most of the houses and buildings, a detail made him move. Many wine-making tools were found in the village, but no brewed wine was found, not even a wine jar. Those white-tailed cats left in a hurry, but they were able to move the brewed wine so quickly. It's impossible under normal circumstances. The other party either has a space storage treasure, or they didn't go far at all, or they hid it on the spot. As a vassal of the orcs, the white-tailed cats are unlikely to have such precious space storage treasures. It is more likely that they hid the wine. After unraveling the mystery, Richard's thoughts gradually became clear. Since they can hide the wine, can they hide the people as well? Even if the white-tailed cats are fast, they can't escape from the search of flying soldiers, and they haven't left any traces. The undead don't search with their eyes. While thinking, Richard once again went around the places in the village where people might be hiding, and finally walked slowly to the side of the spring. The spring pool is about 30 meters wide, and the surroundings are very neatly built. The constantly gushing water carries countless bubbles, making it difficult to see the bottom of the lake. Seeing this scene, his heart moved, and the yellow sand light on his body surged out and dissipated towards the bottom of the pool. But just after the sense penetrated the water surface for a few meters, it felt a special energy bar in front of it. My eyes lit up immediately. Sure enough, there is a problem. After noticing the abnormality, Richard did not rush into the water, but stepped back a distance. Seeing this, Alps, who had been following silently, spoke in a deep voice. "Master, do you need me to go underwater?" He turned his head to look at this behemoth and shook his head with a smile. "If you go down, can this small pool accommodate it?" He waved his hand and asked him to wait by the side. Then he stretched out his hand and waved, and the gravel on both sides of the stream where the spring water flowed suddenly surfaced. In a moment, it condensed into a sandman with a body size of more than 8 meters. Plop! After the sandman took shape, he stepped on the water step by step, and finally jumped into the spring. Bang, the water surface splashed with waves. The Sandman did not sink, but just stood in the lake. It was as if he was stepping on transparent glass. Richard's mind moved, and the Sandman suddenly bent down, his arms squirmed, and condensed into a sharp cone. Then he stabbed directly into the water. Bang, the waves on the water surface splashed even bigger. The Sandman attacked continuously for hundreds of times like a perpetual motion machine. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, crack, a crisp sound of broken porcelain penetrated the water. Richard's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled the Sandman to increase the strength. The next second, a panicked voice sounded. "Respected strongman, stop attacking. We will come out soon, sure enough. It's inside." Richard laughed. With a wave of his hand, the Sandman floated out of the water. After a while, whoosh, bubbles emerged from the water surface, and a transparent sphere slowly rose from the bottom of the water. What surprised him was that the sphere could be seen through, and there seemed to be no one inside. But when the side with the crack turned around, he could faintly see light and shadow inside through the crack. The transparent sphere is only 10 meters in diameter. How can it hold so many people? Richard was curious. The sphere rolled down from the water to the shore, and then a gap slowly opened. A cat with an old face, furry ears and a long white tail walked out of it. When the other party appeared, he subconsciously glanced at the 8-meter tall Sandman and the even more terrifying Alvis behind him. His body froze on the spot, and he couldn't suppress the horror in his heart, even after taking a few deep breaths. Finally, he stepped forward with a trembling body, and saluted Richard with the most respectful attitude. Respected strong man. Brooke Whitetail, I extend my most respectful greetings to you." Richard nodded slightly. "Are all your people hiding in there?" "They are quite smart." The old Brooke Whitetail smiled bitterly. If they were really smart, they would not be found. But he didn't dare to talk nonsense and responded cautiously. "Yes, sir." Richard looked at him curiously. "It took me less than half an hour to crush the orcs. You are dozens of kilometers away. How did you get the news?" Brooke Whitetail's face turned pale. "The orcs were crushed?" He felt more and more uneasy. He said cautiously, "The chieftain gave us a magic item. Once they input magic power, the color of the magic item will change." Richard finally understood. This thing is good for warning. Brooke took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Respected sir, the chieftain." Richard smiled. "Your protector is me now. As for the orc chieftain, maybe you can go back with me now and see his body." Although he had guessed that the orc city had problems, he still shocked Brooke when he said it himself. Such a powerful force. How long has it been? It's gone. Richard saw that the other party couldn't recover for a long time, and he was not interested in explaining anything. He looked at the transparent ball. "Let your people come out." Brooke's heart trembled, but he didn't dare to refuse. His old face forced himself to cheer up, slowly turned around, and then whispered a few words to the open door. After a while, the uneasy white-tailed cats came out one by one. Soon, the number of people at the spring exceeded 200. This made Richard marvel. Could the ball be the legendary artifact, the motorcycle of the Indian brother? He opened the attribute panel and checked them one by one. The attributes of these white-tailed cats are almost the same, but their racial characteristics are very special. Brewing masters. Brewing masters have special methods for brewing materials and can brew top quality wines with a 50% increase in taste and a 50% reduction in the negative effects of alcohol. This made Richard quite excited. As the steamed bun lover said, this race is proficient in brewing. Even the racial talent is like this. How can it not be proficient? Brooke, where is the wine you brewed before? As the patriarch of the white-tailed cat tribe, the aging Brooke knows better than anyone that the most important thing to survive in this world is to master power. The white-tailed cat tribe does not have strong power, so they can only rely on other forces. Now, the orcs have been wiped out by the terrifying existence with the giant dragon in front of them, and they have no other choice. As for loyalty to the orcs, sorry, there is no such thing between genocide and inheritance. The white-tailed cat tribe has long been accustomed to relying on the strong. Immediately adjusted his mentality and said respectfully, "Sir, there are still 50 jars of 100 kilograms stored in it. They have been brewed before, but have not been sent to the orcs yet." I will have someone get it for you immediately. Sensing the subtle change in the other party's attitude, Richard looked at him with interest. Get the best one. Yes. After a moment, two young white-tailed cat tribesmen carried out a half-man high-fat wooden barrel and placed it in front of Richard. After getting consent, they skillfully opened the lid of the barrel. In an instant, a mellow aroma of fine wine hit his face. Unlike the pungent smell of ordinary alcohol, this smell is like the wind blowing in the wilderness, fresh and comfortable. It is definitely not an ordinary product. With some expectation, he opened the system panel, and the properties of the fine wine immediately appeared. Whitetail Absolute Brew Level. 4 stars taste. 90 intensity. 52 fragrance. 92 features. 1. After drinking, the life recovery speed is increased by 50%, and the duration is 30 minutes. 2. Over drinking has no sequelae or negative effects. Introduction, the specialty of the white-tailed cat tribe, nothing else. Wow, it's actually a 4-star fine wine. Richard's eyes lit up. The properties of wine are different from weapons and equipment, and there are several more data. But these data all look very good. And what satisfied him most was the introduction at the end. Whitetail Absolute Brew. There is only one store, and no other branches. He looked at the anxious white-tailed cat tribe in a good mood. This time he finally found a big treasure. As long as they can be managed properly, these guys are goose that can lay golden eggs. Chapter 339. Huge Profits. Mantal AI was almost dying of anxiety when he saw the harpy in front of him panting heavily. Are you breathing evenly? If you are, hurry up. How far has Boss Kinkyo's attack progressed? Have you taken down the city wall? The enemy is so strong that the battle between the two sides is probably extremely intense at this moment. The harpy with the red face took 2 deep breaths and then stammered. Master, it has been taken down. Mantal AI was finally relieved of his hanging heart. It's good to take down the city wall. The breach of the city wall means that the initiative has been taken. Before he could ask for more details, the harpy, who had finally calmed down a little, said hurriedly in a trembling voice, "The Orc city has been taken down, the Orc chieftain was killed on the spot, all the Orc troops were wiped out, and Lord Kinkyo is searching for supplies." Mantal AI looked at the other party in confusion. What the hell? Not taking down the city wall? Taking down the Orc city? The 17th level Orc chieftain was killed on the spot? Boss Kinkyo is already searching for supplies? He looked at the harpy with suspicion. Are you under the illusion of the forest goblins? Come on, give him 20 big slaps to wake him up. The harpy jumped up immediately. Master, I'm not under the illusion. I saw with my own eyes that Lord Kinkyo summoned a huge wave of sand and flattened the Orc city. After explaining again and again, the steamed bun lover was sure that the harpy who delivered the message was not under the illusion. But when he came to his senses, his eyes showed deep confusion and bewilderment. How long has it been? Excluding the time of traveling back and forth, it has been less than half an hour. That is an Orc city with tens of thousands of troops and strict defenses that made him not have the courage to fight with it! Exclamation mark. The opponent's chieftain is as high as level 17! Exclamation mark. There were even 3 level 16 heroes assisting. It was captured just like that. If this wasn't his spy, who would dare to believe it? If he told others? Then he immediately asked about the specific battle situation, and the harpy began to vividly recount the scenes on the battlefield. What about the sand waves that swept everything? What about the dark Valkyrie slashing the Orc chieftain with a sword? The steamed bun lover heard the words and thought of the scenes he saw in the dungeon. Finally, he fell into a long silence. The emotions in his eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. After a long time, he sighed. The beast-eared girls I carefully collected. Let them prepare and give them to Boss Kinkyo later. In the Orc city, the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead carried the uneasy white-tailed cat tribe one by one and landed on the flooded square. From the moment they saw the city submerged in sand and gravel, the original happiness in the hearts of the white-tailed cat tribe no longer existed. Their protector had really been trampled. Brook Whitetail, the elder of the cat tribe, was the first to recover. He commanded the tribe members to stand in an orderly manner and prohibited any disturbance. Their average level was only level 7 or 8. Facing the terrifying existence that could flatten the Orc city, any movement would be a way to death. The whitetail cat tribe relied on the strong to survive. Since the orcs were a thing of the past and the human lord valued them so much, it was no big deal to live in another place. The weak who could not decide their own fate had no choice, and they were used to such a life. Richard was very satisfied with the other party's timely move. After leaving a part of the army to guard, he turned and came to the half-collapsed mansion of the Orc chieftain. At this time, the army was piling up the resources obtained from the search on the open space. A large area of crystal glittering and dazzling was quite eye-catching. After seeing him, the three players immediately became excited. King Q boss. Richard looked at it and laughed. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Where is the vampire castle that the orcs attacked? Are there any treasures in it?" The leading player said immediately, "The castle is in decline because of the vampire duke's slumber. There are no valuable treasures in it, except the blood coffin. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have surrendered to the orcs." Richard nodded. This was true. He could still squeeze out benefits. These players would not sell out the vampires so easily. "Share the map of the castle with me." Yes. After sharing the map, Richard took a look at the location. It was about 300 kilometers away from the Orc city. The other party's location was close to the Ice and Snow Empire. The steamed bun lover's exploration of the surrounding area was very narrow. He didn't have information so far away. I didn't expect that he would run to the Ice and Snow Empire area this time. The Ice and Snow Empire was more than 10,000 miles away from the Death Desert. After confirming that he couldn't get anything useful from the players, Richard waved his hand and told them to get out. The three players were immediately overjoyed and rolled out of the ruins, running faster than anyone else. Not to mention the promise made in advance, just the fact that the two sides were thousands of miles apart. These weak chickens had no effect on him, and he was too lazy to do anything to them. After the players disappeared, Richard waited for another round before the army finished searching. Gunter came to report. "Master, the spoils have been counted." "Tell me." "Yes, we found rare resources, crystals and gems. 2 piles in total, estimated to be around 20,000 units. The warehouse of common resources has been destroyed by gravel and cannot be picked up. We found rare level troop nests, 20 orc warriors, 10 orc crossbowmen, and 5 orc shield warriors. We found rare level troop nests, 5 orc berserkers. We found a full set of armor on the Orc chieftain, or 3-star treasure, which is currently damaged and can be repaired by mishandle, or 3-star heavy sword. We got a 3-star staff from the Orc shaman." Richard's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Resources were nothing special, and a few 3-star treasures didn't interest him. Only the troop nests he had found made him excited. After so many battles, this was the first time he captured so many nests of arms. There were 5 rare ones alone, each of which was worth 5 million resources. If the 35 rare ones were used to synthesize rare ones, the total would be 8, worth 40 million resources. There were still 5 rare ones left. This harvest alone could be described as exaggerated. The profit from capturing high-level wild cities was simply exaggerated. This reminded him of his own desert. Damn, the barren land was the barren land. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to leave the Death Desert and go out to collect money. This development was simply too cool. After coming to his senses, Richard was in a good mood. This expedition perfectly achieved the set goals. 1. Complete the commission of the steamed bun lover. 2. Hunt the flying dragon and expand the skeleton blood dragon. 3. Conquer the white-tailed cat tribe. In addition to the set goals, other gains were also exceptionally rich. The most important one was the blood coffin, where the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan was sleeping. The value of this thing is immeasurable. If it is operated well, it can even enslave the opponent. This is an extraordinary existence. How much is it worth? Question mark. The second is the harvest of the arms nest. This thing can save him a huge amount of resources. This wave of Dusk City is full of oil. Richard is in a good mood. Gather the corpses of the flying dragons. Gaunt, you come to recruit the skeleton blood dragon. This time, Gaunt was brought, and Grey was left behind, also considering the recruitment of skeletons. As long as he is given the corpse of the dragon, this bloodlich can produce the top arms of the crown star. Chapter 340. The rapid increase in the number of skeleton blood dragons. After receiving the order, Gunter immediately ordered the army to gather the hunted dragons together. Because of Richard's special instructions before the war, Rennie brought the dead stone statue to catch the dragons and kill them. In the end, few of them left the Orc city alive. The corpses were piled on the gravel. Taking advantage of this gap, Richard looked at the Orc army that surrendered to him. The number of the 3 squadrons was not small, and the troops with rare potential were all rare and rare level troops. They could not hold on until the last moment. However, because of the end of the frenzy, these majestic warriors seemed to have indulged in excessive sexual desire, and their faces were pale, and some could not even stand steadily. The frenzy of orcs can greatly improve their attributes, and their strength is known to the world, but the sequelae of frenzy are also very obvious, which will cause them to be in a weak state for more than 10 hours. Richard frowned when he saw this. After the excitement of having troops joining him passed, he began to consider whether to accept these troops. Orcs are normal lives, which are completely irrelevant to the composition of the army of Twilight City. Moreover, these strong guys need food and clean water. Fighting in the desert, just rushing can make you lose half your life. Bringing them back can only be used to defend the city, which is useless. More importantly, mixing these soldiers with mummies will have a fatal impact on morale. Who wants to be with the dead all day long? Orcs are not a soldier of the desert camp, and there is no possibility of accepting mummies. When they look at the army of the City of Dusk, the fear that cannot be concealed can tell one thing or another. Richard touched his chin. You are happy for nothing. Although the orcs are not weak, it is useless to bring them back, and it is a waste of food. Mantal lovers, I wonder if you are interested in collecting this army and doing another business with him. 3 squadrons of rare soldiers must be worth a lot of money. That guy can get the seeds of the world tree, so he should have a lot of good things hidden. After all, the Harpy is a natural camp. Although it is not on the same front as the Orc tribe, it will not lower morale. During the inspection, Richard roughly checked the attributes of the Orcs. It's a pity that no hero units were found, otherwise they could be sold at a higher price. The Orc soldiers looked at Richard's scrutiny, each with pleading and apprehension in their eyes. Now, the only one who can decide their fate on this land is this heroic and extraordinary human lord. Richard didn't bother to say anything to these guys, who couldn't even stand steadily. He just looked at his spoils with the excitement of finally having someone to surrender. It would be great if he could attract some powerful heroes. After a round of inspection, Gunter reported that he was ready, except for a small number of dragon bodies that had been buried in the sand. Most of the dragon bodies had been gathered together. A rough estimate showed that there were enough dragon bodies to form a battalion, more than 1,000. The square that was half buried in the sand was piled up tightly. Richard saw this scene and showed some expectation. The number of skeleton blood dragons has not increased for too long. Or it could be said that there are too few soldiers with dragon blood, so few that he couldn't find a suitable target if he wanted to hunt. After getting his consent, Gunter stepped in front of the huge pile of corpses. The blood-colored bandages on his body slowly surged with crimson light. Those crimson lights seemed to come alive, directly wrapping all the flying dragon corpses. The moment the corpses came into contact with the crimson light, it was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, and began to melt quickly. It turned into balls of blood-colored energy floating in the air. Not long after, a blood-colored river condensed. The strong bloody smell choked the nose, giving people a strong olfactory stimulation. The blood river gradually became majestic. The light on Gunter's body reflected it, becoming more and more brilliant, and when it reached a certain limit, it spread rapidly. In 3 or 2 minutes, the entire Orc city was shrouded in blood-colored mist. Looking down from the sky, you can see that blood-colored energy is constantly rising from the gravel and the ruins of the buildings. Those soldiers buried in the gravel could not escape the fate of turning into blood-colored energy. As a large amount of energy gushed out, the corpses on the ground gradually became twisted, as if they had been dried by the wind for dozens or hundreds of years. The hideous and terrifying appearance would give you nightmares at a glance. 10 minutes later, there was no more blood energy seeping out of the ground. Gaunt noticed this, and slowly pressed down with both hands. The blood river in the sky was like a surging wave, pouring into the broken body of the flying dragon. Under the gaze of everyone, the flying dragon body, which was left with only pale bones, gradually became as crystal clear as a ruby, and its breath began to rise. When all the blood energy in the sky poured into the body, the world regained its clarity. The soul fire in Gorn's head burst into flames. The next moment, swish, the heads of all the flying dragon bodies suddenly lit up with a faint blue soul fire. Roar, the originally motionless bodies suddenly twisted and struggled, and a low roar that chilled people's backs resounded through the sky. The skeleton blood dragon was born. After these new crowned soldiers climbed up, they suddenly spread their damaged dragon wings. Whoosh, fluttered their wings and flew away. In an instant, they covered the sky. Ding, your subordinate Gunter. Recruit 120 skeleton blood dragons. Crown 1 star newborn level 10 from the dragon corpses. Richard was a little surprised when he heard the prompt. According to the previous practice, more than 10 dragon blood lives can recruit a skeleton blood dragon. Originally, I thought it would be good to have 7 or 8 teams, but I didn't expect so many extra. Those corpses buried in the sand are still quite useful. In this way, the number of skeleton blood dragons in his hands has expanded from the original 3 teams to 15 teams. This is a crown 1 star unit, not a weak chicken. Moreover, with the commander of Alvis, the enhancement of the Death Elegy medal, and the title of the King of the Gladiators, with the blessing of several characteristics, these already powerful units will definitely become the nightmare of all enemies. Looking at the skeleton blood dragon that almost covered the light of the sky, Richard was in a particularly good mood. The higher the level of the unit, the more recruitment resources are needed. Not to mention other things, how many resources can he save with so many crown units? A few hundred meters away from the Orc City, the steamed bread lover who hurried over happened to see the scene of giant undead dragons soaring into the sky. He was immediately shocked. He remembered clearly that there were only dozens of undead dragons originally, but now they covered the sky. He immediately thought of the key, the recruitment technique of the undead. It turned out that the army of the City of Dusk was obtained in this way. No wonder it is so powerful. He was full of envy. Damn, the undead are indeed a perverted race. This way of recruiting soldiers is simply enviable and hateful. After sending someone to report and receiving a reply, the steamed bread lover asked the Harpy army to stay outside, and he took 2 teams of personal guards into the Orc City. After approaching, scenes on the ground came into view. The vast yellow sand swallowed up the original city wall. On the huge sand, only 2 arrow towers stood alone, but the height was only 4 or 5 meters from the ground. The buildings that were not buried by gravel in the back were also mostly destroyed in the war. This city, which used to be a prosperous city, has completely become a ruin. Although he had been mentally prepared, seeing all this with his own eyes still gave the steamed bun lover a huge psychological shock. He thought of the feeling of powerlessness he had felt when he came to explore before and found the Orc City, and he sighed. Under the guidance of the stone statue of the dead, he landed on the square. The steamed bun lover got off the horned eagle and immediately saw Richard, whose temperament was scorching, and excitedly stepped forward. Boss King Q, you are awesome. The orcs can be destroyed just like that. You are my god. If I didn't like women, I would be willing to give you my chrysanthemums. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and glanced at this guy with great disdain. Get out, don't disgust me. The steamed bun lover smiled, and didn't care at all. He looked around, and saw the figure of the white-tailed cat tribe, and he was full of admiration in his heart. It only took a short time, and everything was solved. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, but it was still some distance away from setting. The other party said that he would flatten the Orc City before dark. It seemed that he could go back to watch the beast-eared girl dance in advance. What a pervert. In ancient times, Guan Yu killed Huaziang with warm wine, and today, there is a dressing dance at sunset in King Q. It really fits the scene. Richard looked at this guy who was looking around with a sly look in his eyes, and pointed to the orcs over there in a bad mood. Did you see those orcs? The steamed bun lover was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. See, aren't these your captives? Richard smiled. Orcs are not suitable for the City of Dusk. The steamed bun lover's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard it. Boss, you mean? Richard nodded. Yes, I'll sell it to you. The steamed bun lover's eyes were full of tears. Boss, what kind of deal is there between us? I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I'm willing to be your godfather. Chapter 341, Vision of the Underground World, Future Weapons Factory. Richard finally didn't accept the rebellious son, the steamed bread lover. But he didn't take the orcs with him, and gave them all to this guy. He got the seeds of the world tree last time, and he got so many benefits from the battle against the orcs this time. He didn't bother with these soldiers who didn't match the city of dusk. But the steamed bread lover was also a strong-willed person. He failed to recognize him as his godfather, so he still gave him 2 space teleportation scrolls. This made Richard feel a little embarrassed. He got too many benefits from this guy, but he didn't refuse. He accepted the scrolls with a smile. This guy's not bad. He can make more friends in the future. On the long journey, no one can predict what will happen in the future. The opponent can get the seeds of the world tree from the beginning. It can be seen that he is very lucky. He may bring him a surprise at any time. The Italian cannon guy is a lesson learned from the past. Without staying in the Orc City for long, Richard took all the spoils and returned directly to the City of Dusk. This made the steamed bun lover feel very sorry. He really asked the beast-eared girl to prepare a dress-up dance, and his original plan to send a few beast-eared girls to Richard fell through. Before crossing the space gate, Richard gave a few extra instructions, asking the steamed bun lover to help him collect information about the vampire castle when he had time, which might be useful in the future. The blood coffin where the Blood Clan Archduke was sleeping was still in his hand. Although there was no way to deal with the boss inside now, he would always be able to pull the other party out of the coffin in the future. The steamed bun lover readily agreed and was very happy to be able to hold on to Richard's thigh. After Richard easily captured the Orc City, he saw the true power of the City of Dusk, and his idea of holding on to the thigh was firm and unshakable. When the last skeleton blood dragon folded its wings and passed through the space gate with its body lowered, the space in front of it suddenly shattered and then returned to normal. On the huge ruins of the city, only the steamed bun lover and the harpy were left. The harpy hero behind him looked at the scene where Richard disappeared without a trace and said in a deep voice, "Master, Lord Kinkyu has already wiped out the main force of the orcs, but there are still a large number of soldiers left outside, and we still need to deal with them carefully." His eyes were full of heat. "Without the threat of orcs, it's time for us to develop rapidly." The steamed bun lover smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Deal with it carefully? The main forces have been eliminated by the other party, and only the remnants are left. He can't be careless. This gap." Shaking his head, he was too lazy to think about it. Comparing with the other party is purely asking for trouble. Tens of billions of people can't compare with the other party. What qualifications does he have? Gritting his teeth, he was also ruthless in his heart. "We must eliminate the threat of orcs as quickly as possible. Don't wait until the next time Lord Kinkyu asks. We can't even do this little thing well. In addition, send someone to explore the news of the vampire castle immediately." "Yes, master." Quicksand Land. After returning from the Orc City, Richard kept smiling. This time, not only did he fulfill his promise to the steamed bun lover, but the prophet was also so rich that he was surprised. He would be happy to see similar activities in the future. He buried the blood coffin of the sleeping vampire under the roots of the ancient godly tree. He let this boss guard it. There was a huge space under the ancient godly tree. It was planted with magic plants Richard got from the underground world. The plants in the underground world did not like light, and there was no place to plant them in the City of Dusk, so he just piled them up in the quicksand. There were also magic plants that could make ice. His original idea was that after the ancient godly tree hunted the corpses of the heroes, they could be preserved and used to recruit blood mummies separately in the later stage. Maybe a hero could be produced. In addition to the corpses of several orc heroes brought back this time, there are more than 20 corpses preserved in it. It can be regarded as making the best use of it to place the blood coffin. And with this boss guarding it, the blood coffin is safer than putting it in the City of Dusk. After placing it, Richard asked several heroes to return to the City of Dusk with the army, and he called the Void Sandworm over. This 30-meter long little guy lay on the sand like a mountain, full of oppression. The dark golden runes were engraved on his body, making it look extraordinary. Richard stretched out his hand and pressed on the tightly closed mouth of the void sandworm. The light on his body escaped, and his mental power connected to the other party's soul and began to transmit information. The benefits of this expedition gave him a new idea to continue to go out and hunt those powerful forces. The Death Desert is too barren, and he had to find a way. But the biggest difficulty of this idea is a distance problem. The Death Desert is so vast, he can't spend half a month or a month on the road, right? If the void sandworm can solve this problem, it will definitely play a great role in the development of Dusk City. Mental transmission of information. If there are detailed coordinates, can the space channel be opened in the main plane? The response given by the void sandworm surprised him. As long as there are coordinates, it can open a space gap, no matter where it is. But after a careful understanding, Richard felt a little regretful. The void sandworm is still in the larval stage, and opening a space gap is a great burden for it. Moreover, due to the perfect rules and restrictions of the main plane, the energy consumed to maintain the space gate is several times that of connecting to the other plane. So at present, he cannot do what he wants, to be able to go to any place he wants. Richard was not disappointed about this. It doesn't mean that he can't do it in the future. When the void sandworms grow up, it will no longer be an illusory dream to leave the Death Desert and go out hunting frequently. After the battle with the orcs, he felt more and more that the value of the void sandworms was unlimited. Because the map of Glorious Era is so large that it has almost no boundaries, long distance travel has always been a big problem. Otherwise, he would not attach so much importance to the development of flying soldiers. If the void sandworms can maintain the space gate for a long time after entering adulthood, then their value is definitely strategic. No wonder the president of the Scholar Council, the big boss who rubbed the plane with his bare hands, repeatedly told him that the potential of the void sandworms is unlimited. It's a pity that he only got one. If there were 10 or 8, wouldn't he be able to go wherever he wants in the whole Glorious Era in the future? He glanced at the remaining ordinary sandworms with a little regret. However, these big guys are also very useful. He seems to have a mechanical transportation workshop that has not been built. It would be a good thing to let these sandworms pull the carts. After asking, Richard planned to return to the City of Dusk. At this time, the two-way portal connected to the underground world, erected in the quicksand, flashed with water waves, and a blood-red mummy appeared in sight. After the other party appeared, his empty eyes looked around, and after sensing his breath, he immediately stepped forward to salute. "Great Master, there is news from Bloodhoof City," he said with both hands presenting a sealed letter. Richard raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. After the orcs were done, he planned to attack the underground world, and now the other party has sent a letter. He took it and opened it directly. After reading it carefully, he was a little surprised. The letter said that the Great Dwarves have gathered all their troops and are marching towards Bloodhoof City. It is expected to arrive in Bloodhoof City on September 6th. The final decisive battle has begun. This battle will determine the ownership of the underground world. Richard also felt a little emotional. Finally, the underground world is coming to an end. Although the time that Twilight City really participated in it was not long. But it also profoundly affected the situation of the underground world. If it were not for Twilight City, the current Bloodhoof City would have been destroyed long ago. It is also because of him that the war has continued to this day. After the last time the Grey Dwarfs used a trick to blow him up, he could no longer suppress his inner desire. The desire to unify the underground world and become the only overlord can no longer be resisted. Richard put away the letter and returned to Twilight City. He immediately summoned Brown, the 12th level Grey Dwarf alchemist. This special alchemist who was forcibly snatched from the underground world has now completely surrendered. With the blessing of Geomingsin, even the toughest character can hardly hold on for too long. This ability to assimilate new members is unimaginable to outsiders. After seeing Richard, Brown, who was born with a disability with one arm as short as a bean sprout, saluted very respectfully. "Master." His face was full of respect from the bottom of his heart, no longer the unwilling look when he was first brought back to Twilight City. Richard looked at the hero who had been in charge of alchemy-related work in Twilight City and nodded slightly. During this period, you have done a good job and lived up to my trust in you. He repeated the changes in the situation in the underground world and finally said, now, we are about to use troops against the Great Dwarves. Do you have any suggestions? Brown was so excited that he could hardly control himself when he heard this. When he was driven out of the main city by the current Great Dwarf chief, he had imagined countless times that one day he would be able to kill back and trample the other party under his feet. Now, the opportunity has finally come. He took a few deep breaths, but couldn't suppress his excitement. Finally, he thought for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. Master, I have a question for you. Richard smiled. Go ahead. Are you going to focus on developing alchemy? When he asked this question, the Grey Dwarf, who had always been cautious, now stood up straight with a firm look in his eyes. His temperament was completely different from the past. Richard shook his head without hesitation. No, alchemy technology is only a supplement to the defense of Twilight City. We will not invest a lot of resources into it in the future. Twilight City is not a fortress camp. No matter how much it invests in alchemy, it can't compare with those races whose main business is alchemy. His thinking is very clear. He just saw the great power of alchemy artillery and never thought of changing the development path of Twilight City. Brown nodded and had an idea in mind. If you don't plan to use alchemy as your main business, then I suggest that you must occupy the main city of the Great Dwarfs and control their original production tools when you send troops this time. At the same time, conquer other Great Dwarves and let them work for us. As he spoke, his eyes became more serious. Not only that, the alchemy department of Twilight City should also be moved to the underground world. Alchemy technology requires a huge investment of resources. Land, resources, population, treasures, etc. The later the stage, the greater the investment required. The alchemy technology we have now is just the tip of the iceberg. As Twilight City grows stronger, it will definitely be eliminated in the future. So, since we don't plan to invest a lot, then move this technology out of Twilight City. The underground world has a complete alchemy technology system. Using the original foundation of the Grey Dwarfs to develop is countless times stronger than our construction from scratch. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. As long as the power of the Grey Dwarves is completely integrated, and the divided Grey Dwarves are all invested in the research of alchemy technology, I guarantee you with my life that you will definitely get satisfactory results. In the future, we can use the underground world as a weapons factory. Without additional investment, we can also continuously provide Twilight City with the resources needed for war, whether it is alchemy artillery or alchemy bombs. Richard looked at him deeply. Integrate the original power of the Grey Dwarfs, and on this basis, fully develop alchemy technology. Dusk City no longer needs to invest resources, and the entire underground world will become Dusk City's weapons factory. This guy has opened up his mind. But he has to admit that this made him excited. His original plan was to let the underground world provide Dusk City with various weapons and resources, and become his resource library. Now, if alchemy technology can be added, it will be 100 benefits for Dusk City without any harm. After this war is over, the resources of the underground world will no longer be consumed in internal strife, but will be used for development. The result will definitely be different. Chapter 342. Shut up. Never allow anyone to speak ill of the Lord again. After talking with Brown, Richard had a more accurate judgment of the positioning of the underground world. It must be said, this Grey Dwarf is indeed smart enough. After sincerely considering the City of Dusk, the suggestions he gave are extremely valuable. Since the Grey Dwarves have been developing in the underground world for so many years, and have laid a solid foundation for alchemy, then next, with a little support, they will definitely be able to move to a higher level. The Grey Dwarves independently develop all chemical technology to provide Dusk City with enough all chemical bombs and all chemical artillery. Let other races produce ordinary weapons. Provide Dusk City with materials for foreign trade, and earn resources. Walking on two legs is not wrong. And as long as he controls the underground world, he can completely lead the land with millions of intelligent lives, and develop in the direction he wants. A stable rear area, a golden land that can continuously provide support for Dusk City. This is his clear positioning of the underground world. There may be a lot of troubles in this process, but the military strength of Dusk City is no longer what it used to be. No matter how big the obstacle is, it can be crushed by force. After getting his affirmative reply, Brown left excitedly. Next, the Grey Dwarf will go with the army. This time, he will take revenge on the enemies who trampled on him as a king. Brown was particularly determined at this moment. The Grey Dwarfs should belong to the City of Dusk. Only by relying on the Great Master can they have a better future. What he saw and heard in the City of Dusk during this period of time has convinced him. Especially the scene of resurrecting from the dead in the copy and standing still against the attacks of various terrifying monsters, which made him unforgettable. Only such a master can lead the Grey Dwarves to glory. Richard came back to his senses after Brown left for a long time. He seemed to have thought of something and opened the panel of the arm's nest to check it carefully. Last time, after using the fusion crystal to create a powerful and fierce stone statue of the dead, he has not found a suitable arm to fuse. Now the remaining arms have their own advantages and disadvantages. No matter how they are fused, he is not satisfied. After thinking about it, he decided to postpone it. Fusion crystals are a treasure that can be used one less. It is better to wait for a while than to waste it. After thinking for a long time, his eyes were still focused on the statue of the dead. Since there is no suitable one, it is better to increase the number of statues of the dead first. At present, there are a total of 9 rare level acts of the dead soldier nests. If you buy 9 more dark gargoyle soldier nests, you can be fully equipped. He hasn't bought a new soldier nest for a while. First, the current military strength of Twilight City is enough to deal with the current situation. Second, the level of soldier nests consumes too many resources, so he has to postpone the idea of a large number of soldiers. It's too expensive. There is no hesitation, and he directly opens the trading forum. Search, Dark Gargoyle Soldier Nest. The next moment, many options appeared. Dark Gargoyle, rare 3 stars, priced at 2.7 million. Stone Dark Gargoyle, rare 3 stars, priced at 2.3 million. With the price of the Dark Gargoyle is a bit unexpected. The price is as high as more than 2 million resources. Richard took a look at the resources that were only a little over 6 million, and his mouth twitched. Sooner or later, I will die of poverty. After thinking about it, his eyes lit up. He just snatched dozens of troop nests from the orcs. 5 were rare and 35 were rare. If he sold these spoils, wouldn't he be able to buy it? Check the price first. Open the orc troop nest, filter, rare. A large number of troop nests appeared immediately. Orc Wolf Rider, rare 3 stars, priced at 4.2 million. Wood Orc Berserker, rare 3 stars, priced at 3.1 million gold coins. What surprised Richard was that the price of the rare level troop nests of the orcs was above 3 million units of resources. It was much higher than the dark gargoyles of the same level. What was the reason? With some curiosity, he began to look for similar news in the forum. After reading a few posts, he had an idea in mind. Generally speaking, the more players a faction or race has, the higher the price of the corresponding weapons and troop nests will be, because the demand is large. Although the troop nests of some races have high attributes, they may not be able to sell at a high price, because there are few players. Players are not fools. After several months of exploration, they already know the relationship between arms and races. If you rashly use arms of other races, it will often cause morale to drop, and even affect each other's combat effectiveness. Therefore, the purchase of arms is mainly based on the same camp. Even Richard mainly uses desert camp arms, or dark gargoyles, which have no morale. He doesn't even bother to take the surrendered orcs. Noticing this, Richard smiled. He hung up all the orc arms in his hand. There are 35 rare ones, each priced at 200,000 units of resources, and 5 rare ones, each priced at 3 million. There is only one level difference between rare and rare, but the current prices are very different. Almost all players already have rare arms, but rare arms are still exclusive to top players. What makes him feel sorry is that after the arms nest is upgraded with the black gold system, it will be bound to him, and cannot be sold or given away. Otherwise, you can buy low-level troop nests at a low price, synthesize high-level troop nests and sell them, and make a fortune by making the difference. Because the price is slightly lower than the market price, dozens of troop nests were sold out in less than 10 minutes. After 2 dungeons and several months of development, players have acquired a certain strength and are no longer as poor as before. Not only is Twilight City developing, but all players are growing stronger. 35 rare troop nests sold for 7 million resources, 5 rare ones sold for 15 million, a total of 22 million. The average price of a dark gargoyle lair is as high as 2.4 million, and it cost 21.6 million to buy 9. After counting, it's just enough. Richard looked at the resources he just got, and was cleared out again, and he was very emotional. Money is not easy to spend. Fortunately, the dark gargoyle is not so popular, otherwise it would cost more. And this thing can't be synthesized. The lowest level is rare, and it is impossible to synthesize it from a low level. Without thinking too much, he felt better after taking the 9 dark gargoyles in his hand. This means that he can synthesize 9 dead stone statues. Add the original 2, that's 11. The dead stone statues produce 10 per week, which means that he can recruit 11 teams per week. This is not a small number. But just when he was about to merge, he was shocked to find that it failed. Ding, fusion failed. Please upgrade the dark gargoyle nest and the dead axe nest to the brilliant level. So when the arms were fused before, because they were brilliant, the arms to be fused in the future must reach this level before they can be fused. Why didn't you say it earlier? Richard's mouth twitched. 18 arms nests need to be upgraded to brilliant, each requiring 5 million resources, a total of 90 million? Question mark? Thinking of this data, he felt dry mouth. It's too much, 90 million units, this can't be taken out, even if the city of Dusk is squeezed dry. No, we must let the white-tailed cats make wine, and we must also take over the underground world. If this continues, Twilight City will definitely be poor. This is only the brilliant level. In the future, it will cost 50 million resources for each brilliant to be promoted to the crown level. Thinking of this, Richard's heart was trembling. After coming to his senses, he immediately asked someone to call the elders of the white-tailed cats. It is not possible not to make money. At this time, the white-tailed cats who have not been settled yet are looking at this strange city with both relief and curiosity. Before coming to Twilight City, all the white-tailed cats had given up hope. They all thought that the city governed by the human lord who commanded the army of undead must be an evil place with corpses everywhere, full of dangers, and no grass. But unexpectedly, apart from the conjecture that there is no grass, the others are completely opposite. This is actually a city where a large number of ordinary humans live. What surprised them even more was that the residents here have nothing to do with the state of slavery and oppression they imagined. Everyone's face was filled with a smile from the heart. Even after seeing these aliens, the human residents did not show any rejection, but were extremely enthusiastic. At first, they thought it was just a false illusion to confuse them. But after smelling the kind and sincere breath from the other side, they were all confused. Why does a city dominated by the undead army have such a vibrant atmosphere? They really couldn't figure it out. Even in the prosperous Orc main city, it is impossible to see such a scene. The beggars and starving people that can be seen everywhere in other cities are not here. Moreover, the city is clean, and their companions have to be reminded by passers-by when they spit, asking them to pay attention to hygiene, morality, and strive to be excellent residents of the City of Dusk. It's okay for one person to be like this, but everyone is like this. This makes all the white-tailed cats confused and at a loss about this strange city. I don't know what kind of mood to face it. After hearing Richard's call, Brooke Whitetail, as an elder, had a complicated expression. In order to avoid trouble, he specifically told the tribe not to cause trouble. After adjusting his mood, he hurriedly followed the messenger soldier to the Lord's mansion. But for some reason, the fear of this strange city disappeared for more than half a year after seeing the unbelievably kind atmosphere. Instead, it was replaced by strong curiosity. Looking at the wrinkled and old Brooke Whitetail trembling into the house, Richard seemed to see an old cat in front of him. By the way, doesn't the Whitetail Cat clan have a beast-eared girl? Why should he go to the territory of the guy who loves steamed buns to watch the dress dance? After Brooke saluted, he said respectfully, "Lord, Brooke obeys your orders. May I ask if you have any instructions for us to complete?" Richard keenly noticed that the other party's tone had changed a lot. He was amazed in his heart. Gao Mingxin was really domineering. It was only a short while before he affected the other party. Brooke, you should know why I brought you back to the City of Dusk. Brooke took a deep breath. Lord, please make it clear. Richard stared at the other party. Then I'll tell you my plan for you. The reason I brought you back to Dusk City, instead of killing you on the spot like other orcs, is because your value in my heart is higher than that of the entire Orc City, the tens of thousands of orcs. Your potential is unlimited. Brooke was a little bit unbelievable, and his heart was full of flattery. What is the status of the white-tailed cat tribe among the orcs? The protected, the enslaved, the ruled, and the tools of labor that need to hand over fine wine every once in a while. Not to mention, being personally received or valued by the orc chieftain. Even if they delay a little, they will be insulted and punished, and even in serious cases, they will be executed. The white-tailed cat tribe has always lived in fear. Now, this lord who easily wiped out the orcs and killed the level 17 orc chieftain, told him so solemnly that their value is higher than all other orcs combined. That feeling of being recognized is difficult for outsiders to understand. With Richard's current status, even a simple compliment is enough to make people excited. The influence of the superiors is nothing more than this. Brooke suppressed his inner excitement and said with a trembling voice, Lord, you praised me, but the white-tailed cat tribe does not deserve it. I said you deserve it, so you deserve it. Richard's tone was unquestionable. Just because those idiots of the orcs did not make use of your value does not mean that Twilight City cannot see your value. From today on, you completely belong to Twilight City. I will give you unprecedented treatment. If you want resources, I will give you resources. If you want talents, I will give you talents. As long as it is within a reasonable range, all materials in Twilight City will be supplied to you first. I only have one request, to bring out your best craftsmanship and produce the best wine for me. As long as you can show enough value, I will give you everything you want. Identity, status, wealth, courtesy, everything. These words made Brooke's face flushed with excitement. Whatever you want, I will give you. He has lived for decades, and this is the first time he has heard such a comforting word. If the orc chieftain had this courage, he would have developed a more top-notch wine long ago. Why would it come to this? At this moment, he looked at the charming figure in front of him, and in his heart he had a thought that being captured by Twilight City seemed to be his luck. With a red face, he answered in his loudest voice, Lord, our Whitetail Absolute Brew is the best wine, and we will never let you down. Not only Whitetail Absolute Brew, in the future, you have to develop more and better top quality wines. In the future, you will be very important in Twilight City. The Whitetail Cat tribe will definitely fulfill your will. Richard stood up and patted the old cat on the shoulder. Very good, this is the momentum we want. From today on, the winner-making workshop in Twilight City will be handed over to you. Any resources you need will be allocated to you as soon as possible. In half a month, I need to see satisfactory output. After a round of encouragement, Brooke was so excited that he could not help himself and left the Lord's mansion. After stepping out of the door, he realized that he was convinced in such a short time and even thought about how to produce more top quality wine for Twilight City. Thinking of this, his face showed some admiration. Lord, you are worth following. Thinking of the promise the other party had just made, his mood immediately improved. The feeling of being valued was really great. Is his white-tailed cat clan finally going to take center stage? He must seize this opportunity. When the other members of the white-tailed cat clan saw Brooke coming back, the uneasiness on their faces immediately relaxed. One by one, they asked anxiously, Elder Brooke, did the other party embarrass you? Elder, what did the Lord say? How will he arrange us? You are not injured? The messy voice made Brooke frown. He shouted angrily, shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the great Lord embarrass me? You can't imagine how wise and brave the Lord is. Now, the white-tailed cat clan has officially become a member of the City of Dusk. From now on, no one is allowed to have any other intentions. This will become a home. In the future, if I hear anyone say something wrong about the Lord, I will punish them myself. When the white-tailed cat clan heard this, their faces were full of question marks. The atmosphere became very strange. Many people opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. Elder Brook, you didn't say that when you left just now. What kind of magic does that lord have? Why is the change so great? Question mark. Chapter 343, The world is changing. Will there be a savior? Shortly after Brown left, Richard thought about it and asked someone to call Kalu. It was so important to fully develop the winner making project, and he had to keep a close eye on it. He couldn't focus on it, so he had to let the administrative power of Twilight City take on the responsibility in this regard. In fact, the model of Twilight City has always been like this. He was responsible for setting the general direction, and administrative personnel like Kalu were responsible for the specific implementation. After explaining the arrangements for the white-tailed cat tribe in detail, he earnestly exhorted them. The white-tailed cat tribe will become an important force for us to earn resources, and we must take it seriously. After the voice fell, he motioned the other party to look at a jar of white-tailed wine placed next to the long table. The white-tailed cat tribe's unique fine wine has a quality of up to 4 stars. Each jar weighs hundreds of kilograms, and a total of 50 jars were seized. The previous action was too hasty, and there was no time to taste it. After thinking about it, Richard stood up, used the wine pouring tool prepared by the maid to pour a glass for himself, and then poured a glass for Kalu. Kalu took it with both hands, his face flushed with excitement. What an honor it is to have the Lord pour the wine himself! Exclamation mark. He must be the first one in such a huge city of dusk. A strong sense of honor surged in his heart. Then, like a pilgrimage, he slowly drank the wine in the glass. Richard smiled. With Kalu's achievements, he deserved this glass of wine. He picked up the transparent wine glass and looked at it carefully. The liquor of Bayway Junayang was not turbid at all. It was clear and shining with stars. It looked like the stars in the sky were flowing in the glass. It was full of charm. Visual effect, perfect score. Put it on the tip of your nose and sniff it lightly, and a unique mellow fragrance came to your nose. It was not as pungent as ordinary alcohol, but a very special aroma, like the feeling of standing under the tree by the lake in the hot summer, and the cool breeze brushing your cheeks. The whole person relaxed. Smell, perfect score. Put it to your mouth, and take a sip gently. The liquor entered your mouth. An indescribable wonderful taste bloomed in your taste buds. Not only was it not as spicy and choking as ordinary strong liquor, but it also gave people a wonderful feeling of freshness, as if they were floating with the breeze. Taste, perfect. Gulp swallowed. A warm energy flowed from the abdomen to the limbs. The original fatigue began to recover quickly, and the whole person became energetic. After a long time, Richard opened his slightly narrowed eyes. Looking at the contents of the cup, he was amazed. It is indeed a rare wine. The taste, the fragrance, the feeling of drinking it. It is amazing. He has drunk a lot of wine on Blue Star, but compared with the white-tailed rare wine, those are no different from washing pot water. The output of the extraordinary world is simply crushing. Finally, I know why the steamed bun lovers admire the white-tailed cat tribe so much. If this thing is placed on Blue Star, it can kill any wine in seconds. Kalu also came back to his senses at this moment, turned his head suddenly, and looked at Richard excitedly. Lord Richard, is this wine a reward from the gods? Gods, how can there be such a delicious wine in this world? The more he talked, the more excited he became, as if his life was complete just by drinking this sip. Richard also had some feelings. Although Kalu exaggerated a bit, it felt similar. It is indeed a top grade wine with a taste of 90 points and an aroma of 92 points. This is only 4 stars. I wonder what 5 stars feels like. In his hand, he also had a single player copy given to him by Italian Canon. There is a possibility of getting legendary wine in it. I wonder, what will this feel like? Getting rich is not a dream. This is the specialty of the White-tailed Cat Clan, White-tailed Absolute Brewing. After the White-tailed Cat Clan takes charge of the winner making workshop, you ask them to make a list of the materials needed for winner making. If there is any shortage, report it in time and I will make up for it immediately. For the next month, all the resources of Dusk City will be tilted towards the winner making workshop. This is our most important project during this period, no doubt about it. Although he has always advocated agricultural self-sufficiency in Dusk City, he will not cling to the old ways. If there is any lack of materials for fine wines of this level, he will go to the trading market to purchase them as soon as possible. Satisfy production first, and then consider making up for it later. Yes, sir. After communicating for a while about the development of Twilight City, Kalu left excitedly. He felt that whitetail wine would definitely be an important pillar of Twilight City's future. These white-tailed cats must be arranged well. Richard glanced out the window and saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky. He shook his head and gave up the idea of immediately organizing his army to go to the underground world. Although he was already impatient to include the vast underground world in his territory, the army of the Grey Dwarves was expected to gather on September 6th, and there were still a few days left. Going too early might not be a good thing. For the forces in the underground world, the changes in the situation in the past few months were really unpredictable. At the beginning, in the battle between the Grey Dwarves and the Dungeon Barbarians, the Grey Dwarves relied on their superior strength to almost collapse the Dungeon Barbarians. In the end, they were at the gates of the city and almost captured Bloodhoof City. But at this time, the human lord from the surface appeared. The other party helped Bloodhoof City win the war with an absolutely domineering attitude. This also led to the Grey Dwarves offering a sky-high reward of tens of millions of units of food to that human. The situation entered the second stage, stalemate and probing. The Grey Dwarves, hindered by the human lords from the surface, dared not attack rashly and began to shrink their defenses. Bloodhoof City blew the horn of attack and continued to recapture its occupied territory. In the process, the deeds of the surface lord who went to the Grey Dwarf territory alone and captured 7 or 8 cities in succession became a legend. Everyone was shocked. The bounty on him became more and more exaggerated. But just when everyone thought that Bloodhoof City would win the final victory, after getting the support of the Surface Lord, the situation changed again. The strongest reinforcement of Bloodhoof City, the Surface Lord, was blown to death by the Grey Dwarves. Then, the offense and defense reversed again. The situation entered the third stage. The Grey Dwarves began to mobilize an exaggerated number of troops, sweeping all the way, and compress the territory of the Dungeon Barbarians to Bloodhoof City again. The Dungeon Barbarians only had Bloodhoof City left. The Grey Dwarves surrounded, but did not attack, and rested for a full half-month. During this period, they repeatedly tested and confirmed that Bloodhoof City had no more trump cards. Finally, they decided to launch a general attack. The forces near Bloodhoof City were very emotional as they watched the war situation change. During this period, Bloodhoof City's purchase of weapons provided them with a large amount of food, and the other party stated that such transactions would be the norm in the future. This made many forces who were worried about food ecstatic. Food is more precious in the underground world than water in the desert. Bloodhoof City's approach undoubtedly gave them a way to survive. If the Grey Dwarves captured Bloodhoof City, then this kind of transaction would no longer be enjoyed. What kind of personality the Grey Dwarves have? Who knows the life in the underground world? Arrogant, crazy, greedy, blind, and irritable. Apart from being extremely smart, there is almost no good word to describe them. In a complex mood, many forces secretly helped Bloodhoof City, either openly or secretly. It is unlikely to send troops to participate in the war, but it is still possible to quietly pass on some key information. But Bloodhoof City seems to be no longer able to counterattack. Even with their help, facing the fierce attack of the Grey Dwarves, they can only defend Bloodhoof City. Seeing this scene, the hopes of those forces were gradually shattered. Last time, Bloodhoof City was saved by the Lord from the surface. But this time, will there be a savior? Even the most optimistic people, looking at the tightly surrounded Bloodhoof City, remained silent. The Lord from the surface has been killed, and the song of victory will eventually be played by the Grey Dwarves. The underground world, perhaps from today, will have a unique ruler. In the huge underground world, not many people are optimistic about Bloodhoof City, but Sel Bloodhoof, the controller of the Dungeon Barbarians, has enough confidence. In the City Lord's manor, the majestic City Lord of Bloodhoof City looked at the herald with cold eyes. How long will it take for those damn Grey Dwarves to arrive? It is expected that the opponent's monster army will arrive in 3 hours. 3 hours. Sel Bloodhoof sneered and continued to ask questions. Has Lord Richard replied? When will Dusk City arrive? Lord Richard said that after the Grey Dwarves join the war, they will surround and kill them from the rear, and this time they will completely wipe out the Grey Dwarves. Sir Bloodhoof was in high spirits. Let the army defending the city be ready. This time, we must never let those lowly bastards go back alive. There can only be one ruler in the underground world. Seeing this, the other high-ranking officials looked at each other and were a little excited. Since Richard was blown to death by the goblins, this situation has been set up. Isn't it for the arrival of the final moment that so many efforts are made? Outsiders are wondering whether there will be a savior, but the high-ranking officials of Bloodhoof City have no hesitation. The human lord from the surface, the master of Dusk City, the vice president of the Bloodhoof City Council, the operator of the extraordinary mechanical puppet, the enslaver of the dragon hero, the destroyer of nearly 20 million units of food offered by the Grey Dwarves. The great existence with countless legendary deeds stands with them. Their savior has always been there. Chapter 344. The horn sounded, and the Grey Dwarf was destined to be crowned king. Woohoo! The deep and long sound of the horn cut through the sky. In the dim light, hideous mechanical puppets surged forward on the ground like a tide. Monsters stitched together with corpses, twisted and swollen, followed the mechanical puppets. They have only one goal, Bloodhoof City. Behind the army, on a huge mechanical platform, the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves, wearing a pure golden crown and luxurious and dazzling clothes, looked at the surging army around him excitedly. Those damn bastards, without the help of the surface humans, who can stop our army? The great Grey Dwarves, they should have ruled this world long ago. The surrounding Grey Dwarves immediately praised loudly. That damned surface lord went to see the god of death under your clever plan. Great lord, no one can be your opponent. You are our son, and will lead the Grey Dwarves to glory. No one can compare with you. Your wisdom is brighter than the starry sky on the surface. The endless flattery made the Grey Dwarf chief more excited. This race has an extreme character and doesn't know what it means to have face. After conquering Bloodhoof City, we can find a passage to the surface. At that time, not only the underground world, but also the surface will become our ruling area. Counter-attack the surface and spread the glory of the Grey Dwarfs to that sunny world. What a great act. He can't wait to complete it. As for Bloodhoof City, it had been conquered long ago without the surface lord last time. And now, the opponent's savior has been killed by him. In the huge underground world, no one can stop the Grey Dwarf's front. Thinking of this, the ugly face showed an extremely enjoyable posture. He couldn't wait to receive the worship of all the lives in the underground world. He would become the supreme ruler. The chieftain of the Grey Dwarf suddenly pulled out the short broken sword at his waist and pointed it forward. He shouted loudly, "All troops, attack." The voice instantly resounded through every corner of the battlefield through the alchemical magic device on the mechanical platform. The next second, the terrifying army rumbled and immediately charged towards the city wall. Looking down from the sky, mechanical puppets, swollen and twisted stitched monsters intertwined with each other, forming an offensive front that made people's backs cold. The earth has been covered. The number of them is probably more than 5 legions. Looking at Bloodhoof City, after a long siege, the city's troops are less than 10,000 at this moment, not even enough for a legion. The gap in strength between the two sides is enough to make people despair. A few kilometers away from Bloodhoof City, on an unobstructed hill, it is crowded with dungeon lives of various forces near Bloodhoof City. Halflings, snakemen, dwarves, harpers, and so on. All kinds of strange races gathered here. They did not come to participate in this huge war, but to pay attention to the final outcome of this war. This is a war to determine the dominance of the underground world. Whoever wins will become the only king of this land. The ending will affect the fate of each of them. However, not many people are optimistic about Bloodhoof City at this time. The Grey Dwarves who have been planning for a long time are too powerful. Although not many people like to deal with those greedy and arrogant Grey Dwarves, who can change the situation. Some people are already thinking about how to get along with the Grey Dwarves next. On the top of the hill, a dwarf with white hair and a young dwarf squeezed in an inconspicuous corner. His expression was full of worry. The little dwarf seemed to have noticed something, and asked in a daze, "Grandpa, don't you want the Grey Dwarfs to win?" The old dwarf heard this, and his face became older. There is not much food in the tribe anymore. He sighed softly. I originally planned to forge a batch of weapons to exchange for food, but I didn't expect that the Grey Dwarves would surround Bloodhoof City just after the weapons were forged. The little dwarf seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. Grandpa, those Grey Dwarves can't exchange for food, right? The old dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. Dark dwarves? He didn't answer this question, but it was more powerful than answering it. After a pause, he said with a sense of loss, I originally planned to take my people to seek refuge with the Surface Lord, but I didn't expect that the other party would be killed by the Grey Dwarves in this way. He clenched his fists as he spoke, and his heart was full of unwillingness. His tribe only had hundreds of people. It was too difficult for such a weak force to survive on this land. If there were no special circumstances, it would inevitably go to extinction. If they could go to the surface, to that rich world, perhaps they could continue. But who would have thought? Later, when the news that Bloodhoof City could exchange for food came out, he saw some hope. But who would have thought that the ending would be so unexpected? Grandpa, what should we do now? Looking at the blank eyes of the little dwarf, the old dwarf fell into a long silence. He could not answer this question, or dared not to answer it. The forces on the scene were in a complicated mood. The Bloodhoof City was in anger, and the Grey Dwarves were excited. The final decisive battle broke out. As soon as the battle started, the forces outside the field were half disappointed. Under the cover of the twisted and swollen monsters, the oval mechanical puppets rushed towards the Bloodhoof City quickly. The dungeon barbarians who had experienced the last war saw this scene and their faces changed drastically. They roared and ordered to attack those weird mechanical puppets. But the mechanical puppets were tough, not to mention that there were a lot of monsters to cover them. The archers concentrated their fire and only destroyed about 20 of them. Before they could make more responses, they found that the rest had rushed to the base of the city wall. The next second, boom, a shocking explosion came. The terrifying flames shot up into the sky. Those mechanical puppets exploded directly, and the solid city walls were blown away like bubbles. The boulders splashed dozens of meters high, and then fell heavily. The ground made a dull thumping sound, and the vibrations underfoot could be felt thousands of meters away. As hundreds of mechanical puppets exploded, gaps appeared in the city walls one after another. Before the two sides fought hand to hand, the situation had already tilted towards the Grey Dwarves. The biggest advantage of defending the city is the natural barrier created by the city wall. Now, the natural barrier has been broken, and the overall strength is at an absolute disadvantage. The situation has become irreversible. The dungeon creatures on the hill saw this scene, and the scene became dead silent. Although they knew that the outcome of this battle was doomed, no one expected that the defense line of Bloodhoof City would collapse directly at the beginning. The old dwarf had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but it was shattered under such a cruel scene. Bloodhoof City is gone. The way out of the tribe in his heart also collapsed with the collapse of the city wall. The whole person seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit, and instantly aged by more than 10 years. When the chief of the Grey Dwarves saw this scene, he danced and screamed, "Ha ha ha! Lowly, brainless barbarians, kneel down and submit. Submit to your master, the great Grey Dwarves. We will be the masters of this land. This time, no one can save you. Even if that lowly bastard, the disgusting Surface Lord, is resurrected, nothing can be changed. The Grey Dwarves are destined to be crowned kings." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Richard's appearance. Shocking. The sharp shouts of the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves resounded throughout the battlefield. But with the army approaching, even the dungeon barbarian warriors, who were mad with hatred, were powerless to refute. Once Bloodhoof City was captured, the Grey Dwarves would inevitably become the masters of the underground world. Cell Bloodhoof was standing on the Arrow Tower in the central area of Bloodhoof City at this time, surrounded by heavily armored wyverns guarding the sky. Looking at the scene of the collapse of the city wall, his eyes did not fluctuate too much. Let the army gradually withdraw to the city and fight with the Grey Dwarves in the streets. We must force the Grey Dwarves to reveal all their trump cards. This time, no matter how many casualties we have, as long as we can win the final victory, no matter how great the sacrifices, it is worth it. The high-level heroes of Bloodhoof City around immediately responded in unison. For today's scene, they have deduced countless times. After the order was issued, the army in the city wall area immediately retreated into the city in an orderly manner. There was no stubborn defense of the city wall that had already collapsed for the most part. The Grey Dwarf army naturally would not hesitate and immediately went deep into the city. After both sides abandoned the battle line of the city wall, a more intense battle broke out in Bloodhoof City. Bloodhoof City was originally a military fortress, and the defense facilities in the city can be seen almost every distance. After some preparation, the city was built like a copper wall and iron wall. Although the Grey Dwarves were brave and fierce, they had to leave behind a large number of mechanical puppets and twisted and swollen blood exchange monsters every step forward. After the city wall was breached, the two sides fell into a more intense collision. Outside the city, the dungeon creatures watching the battle from a distance had some lamentations when they saw this scene. Although the dungeon barbarians resisted fiercely, the battle situation had lost suspense. With several times more numbers and no city walls, how could they win? And just when they were in a complicated mood, a scene that made them even more powerless appeared. The crowned Grey Dwarf chief looked at the slow progress. Strong impatience rose in his eyes. Damn bastards, let the great Grey Dwarf Emperor personally crush everything you have. The voice fell. In front of the mechanical platform full of alchemical weapons, the space twisted. Crack, an exaggerated fist penetrated through the space, and then bang, the unknown life leaned forward and hit, and the twisted space shattered like glass. The next moment, the dungeon creatures watching the battle all took a breath of cold air. There was unspeakable fear in their eyes. The monster summoned by the Grey Dwarf chief was a terrifying thing stitched together with mechanical and living flesh and blood. It was so weird that it made people feel as if the top of their head was opened, and it was creepy. It can be vaguely seen that it was originally a mechanical puppet, but at this moment, the surface of the mechanical puppet was covered with blood-red muscle fibers without skin. Some places that the muscles could not cover were exposed with grey mechanical parts. The connection of each joint was no longer mechanical, but pure flesh and blood. With an exaggerated body shape, this man-made thing that was very different from the aesthetics of this world was more terrifying than the most terrifying abyss monster in myths and legends. Biomechanical. What made them even more trembling was that they felt an irresistible sense of oppression from this monster. Level 19. This monster even touched the threshold of transcendence! Exclamation mark. The lips of the old dwarf who witnessed all this were trembling at this moment. He tightly grasped the hand of the little dwarf and didn't feel the pain. The Grey Dwarves can even create such a monster. Bloodhoof City. A deep sigh said it all. After many dungeon races around came to their senses, they turned around and left without stopping. Level 19 has exceeded the original power of the underground world. This news must be told to the tribesmen, and they must be prepared to welcome the rule of the Grey Dwarves. Bloodhoof City is gone. The Grey Dwarf chief looked at the hideous and terrifying biological machine in front of him with crazy eyes. Lowly barbarians, did you see it? The great Grey Dwarves are the masters of this world. This is the power of the Grey Dwarves. The tone became more and more excited. That surface lord, even if he is resurrected, will be turned into meat paste under the feet of my destroyer today. With a wave of his hand, the biological machine named Destroyer by the Grey Dwarf walked to the mechanical platform with a little stiffness. Then he lowered his head and aimed his eyes at the platform. Click, an eye suddenly moved to the side. The Grey Dwarf chief laughed and stepped from the eyes of the Destroyer into the head of the other party. The next moment, the Destroyer, who was originally a little dull, immediately became flexible. Turning around, he stepped towards Bloodhoof City step by step. Bang bang, the vibration could be felt even from several kilometers away when he stepped on the ground. When he came to the front of the damaged city wall, the Destroyer suddenly reached out and grabbed half of the city wall. The power exploded. Boom, the city wall was directly pulled up. Huge rocks flew all over the sky. He raised it above his head and threw it hard. Whoosh, a huge sound of breaking through the air exploded and hit the street hard. The surrounding houses were crushed like paper by the rolling huge stone walls. The dungeon barbarians stationed there were crushed into a pulp. Instantly, the place was bloody. After slightly showing off its own strength, the destroyer, under the control of the Grey Dwarf chieftain, went straight into the city. Its huge size is its best weapon. Every step it takes can cause huge damage to the dungeon barbarians. But the soldiers defending the city did not stop resisting. The arrow towers of Bloodhoof City had already aimed at the destroyer. However, the bows and arrows that can easily kill ordinary soldiers are like tickling. After hitting the destroyer, the bloody missiles can directly break the arrows, not to mention damaging the mechanical parts wrapped in muscles. Siege crossbow. The barbarian commander was still trying his best. But those crossbows that could break the city walls were also broken by the destroyer at this moment. The terrifying attack can pierce the muscles, but it cannot cause damage to the mechanical body inside. The heavy weapons defending the city are almost ineffective. Under the pressure of the dungeon barbarians' concentrated fire, the destroyer rushed into the streets that the Grey Dwarf army had not yet captured. The next moment, the muscle fibers on the feet instantly spread out in all directions. They grew wildly like weeds. In a few breaths, they covered 100 meters around. The dungeon barbarians in this range were directly entangled by muscle fibers like insects caught in spider webs. Then a more terrifying scene appeared. In a few blinks of an eye, the corpses suddenly melted, and the flesh and blood were devoured by the muscle fibers. When the muscle fibers within 100 meters were re-enclosed, the nearby dungeon barbarians were left with only white dry bones. This scene was very shocking. The attack method of this monster was too weird. Sensing the fear coming from the surrounding dungeon barbarians, the Grey Dwarf chieftain became more and more excited. Ha ha ha, no one can stop the Grey Dwarf's pace. Death tastes so good. Let your corpses weave my crown. The sharp voice was neurotic and crazy. Combined with the terrifying body of the destroyer, it gave people an unspeakable shock. This monster. Outside the city, no one on the hill spoke again, just staring at the horrible monster that was doing whatever it wanted in Bloodhoof City. No one could tell what they were feeling at the moment. They had witnessed the history of the underground world. But next, no one could tell whether being ruled by the Grey Dwarves was good or bad. Those greedy and arrogant lunatics might kill them all one day and use them to make monsters. Cell Bloodhoof, watching the destroyer breaking through the defenses of Bloodhoof City step by step, tightly grasped the sword in his hand. His aura soared to the sky. In an instant, the Grey Dwarf chieftain who drove the destroyer suddenly turned around, and his scalded eyes looked at where Cell was. The other party walked towards Cell step by step. With every step he took, the muscle fibers on his feet instantly filled the surroundings, leaving only pale skeletons wherever he passed. It seemed to have become the Spokesperson of the god of death in the mortal world. The destroyer stopped 30 meters after stepping into the arrow tower where Cell was. Looking at the arrow tower, that was much taller than the destroyer, the muscles under his feet suddenly shot out. Crack boom, the arrow tower fell down violently. This height naturally did not pose any danger to Cell and the high-level officials of Bloodhoof City. But after landing, they could only look up at the destroyer. The satisfied Grey Dwarf chief looked down at them. The humble lord of Bloodhoof City, Cell Bloodhoof. You have no chance. Even if that disgusting surface lord appears, I will tear him to pieces. Now, the great Grey Dwarf lord, I will give you a chance to swear allegiance. As long as you kneel down, pledge allegiance to me, and bring the dungeon barbarians to submit to the Grey Dwarves forever. Then, I will forgive your sins and exempt you from the death penalty. All dungeon barbarians will receive my forgiveness. The voice was transmitted to every corner of Bloodhoof City. Suddenly, the two sides that were originally fighting fiercely stopped abruptly. One by one, they waited for Cell's response with inexplicable expressions. The Grey Dwarf chieftain was so excited that he almost burst out. He was almost crazy. How long has it been? How long has it been? Today, he finally did it, making the master of Bloodhoof City crawl on the ground and pay homage to him. Outside the city, the dungeon races looked at each other and sighed. The former king has fallen. But fortunately, as long as they surrender, they can survive and avoid the extinction of their race. There is no backbone in the underground world. Even if the other party is the master of Bloodhoof City, no one will feel strange about surrendering. Survival always comes first in this land, and everything else can be abandoned. In silence, Cell Bloodhoof, the controller of the dungeon barbarian, suddenly seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Then he stared at the destroyer, and under the gaze of the Grey Dwarfs, he showed an extremely mocking smile. A bunch of greedy and lowly bastards. Are you qualified to make Bloodhoof surrender? You are right. From today on, there will be only one master in the underground world, but it is not you Grey Dwarfs, but the dungeon barbarians. As he spoke, his eyes became extremely hot. Our savior has returned. As soon as the voice fell, the Grey Dwarf chieftain raised his head suddenly and saw a group of undead dragons flapping their broken dragon wings suddenly appeared in the sky. The other party seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Feeling those breaths, the anger in his chest was instantly ignited. Surface Lord. Damn bastard, you are not dead. These words changed the atmosphere on the battlefield. The eyes of the dungeon barbarian warriors were full of surprise. The great human lord is still alive. There was a wave of commotion in the Grey Dwarf army. Thinking of the terrifying existence that forced them to shrink their strength with only one person, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. The onlookers outside the city were in an uproar at this moment. The Surface Lord assassinated by the Grey Dwarves with an all-chemical bomb that flattened several blocks was not dead. They suddenly thought of the last time the Grey Dwarves attacked Bloodhoof City and destroyed half of the city, and the other side descended in the same posture. A strong expectation rose in their eyes. This time, can the other side still turn the tide and repel the Grey Dwarves? The moment this thought arose, it was suddenly like a small flame was poured with a large basin of water and extinguished directly. In the sight, the terrifying body of the World Destroyer suddenly floated slowly into the air. The breath emitted by a combat unit of the other side can actually fight against hundreds of undead dragons in the sky. They almost forgot that the current Grey Dwarves are no longer the Grey Dwarves of a few months ago. They have already studied this monster that touches the extraordinary 19th level. Grandpa, can the human lord from the surface win? The little dwarf heard a lively discussion around him and immediately asked curiously. The old dwarf's hands were shaking unnaturally. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. In his heart, he hoped that the other party could win, but his reason told him that the Grey Dwarf was driving a level 19 monster, and the other party had almost no chance of winning. The Grey Dwarf chieftain, who was floating in the air, had his eyes shining at this moment. He thought that the dead had been resurrected, which was originally a terrifying thing. But now, he was driving the destroyer that consumed all the resources of the Grey Dwarfs to create. Escape. No, it is impossible again. He wanted to kill this surface bastard who had scared him away with his own hands. Gaga gaga. I didn't expect that I could crush you myself. Bastard. Surface human, do you still think that your appearance can save Bloodhoof City? Do you still think that the power held by the great Grey Dwarf is as weak as it was a few months ago? Summon your broken extraordinary machine. I will tear it into pieces bit by bit, and finally, ravage your body and your soul into meat paste. Before the voice fell, the aura of the destroyer began to surge. The world seemed to be dim. All that was visible was the hideous body of the World Destroyer. Even hundreds of skeleton blood dragons were suppressed. Do you feel this power? This is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Grey Dwarfs. This is the power that can kill gods in the future. Tremble, be afraid. I, in the name of the 19th level World Destroyer, will judge your sins. Richard, who was riding on the back of Alvis, heard this almost crazy voice, and his face did not change at all. After the voice of the Grey Dwarf chief paused, he glanced at it lightly. You talk too much nonsense. Also, it's not just trash, so I have the ability to take action. FUI, cut off his head. The next second after the indifferent words that resounded through the sky fell. Under the gaze of the Grey Dwarves below, in the expectation of the dungeon barbarians, and in the astonishment of the outside audience, the Dark Valkyrie came out with a knife. The next moment, a blade as bright as a meteor crossed the sky. The level is as high as 19, and the World Destroyer is almost invincible in the eyes of everyone. Crack, the blade slashed through. A huge head flew up. Bang, it fell heavily to the ground. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 346, Domination of the Underground. The huge head of the World Destroyer hit the ground, and at the same time, it hit everyone's heart. The 19th level monster made of flesh and blood and machinery, a terrifying existence that made everyone tremble. At this moment, under their gaze, the head was cut off by a knife. So clean and neat, so unexpected. A huge wave of waves surged in their hearts. The shock they received seemed pale and powerless to describe in any words. How is this possible? It's level 19. Is this the true power of the Surface Lord? I can't imagine how powerful it is to kill this flesh puppet with a single knife. The dungeon creatures outside the city widened their eyes and almost forgot to breathe. When the human lord appeared, many people had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. But no one really thought that the other party could defeat the monster. Level 19. How long has it been since such a powerful existence appeared in the underground world? The chieftain of the Grey Dwarf and the Lord of Bloodhoof City are already the top combat forces. The level is only 15. There was a difference of 4 levels. But now, the existence that they thought was invincible could not even take a single move. The shock in their hearts made them almost unable to control themselves. Many people even suspected that they were deceived by magic illusions. How could the other party be so powerful? The Grey Dwarves in the back were even more stunned at this moment. No one knew better than them how much resources were spent on making this flesh and blood puppet. The Grey Dwarves' accumulated resources for hundreds of years were emptied out. The moment the destroyer was created, they had a firm belief. The underground world will definitely be dominated by them. But now, all dreams have been broken. And it was crushed in such an unreasonable manner. What made it even more difficult for them to accept was that the one who shattered their expectations was the Surface Lord who brought them countless fears. A few months ago, the other party also appeared like a god descending to the earth with an absolutely domineering attitude. At this moment, the scene reappeared. The soldiers of Bloodhoof City, the anxiety in their hearts was cleared at this moment, and all dissipated. Their faces flushed with excitement. This is their reinforcement. Lord Richard is not only the Lord of the Surface, but also the Vice President of the Bloodhoof City Council, their savior! At this moment, Richard, riding on Alvis's back, became the center of the world. The dark Valkyrie who cut off the head of the destroyer with the knife was also dazzling, but it still couldn't cover up his brilliance. Because he was the one who gave the order. He was the master who controlled the situation. The huge battlefield fell into an unspeakable weird atmosphere. No one expected that the situation would be so turbulent. But at this moment, the muscle fibers covering the head of the destroyer that was cut off on the ground suddenly began to grow sharply, directly forming a pile of body tissue similar to plants and trees, supporting the head from the ground. The Grey Dwarf Chief's sharp roar with anger resounded through the sky again. Damn bastards. I will tear you all apart. The Grey Dwarf Chief is not dead. The situation has changed again! The Grey Dwarf army, whose morale had dropped to the freezing point, immediately surged like a flame poured with gasoline. They haven't lost yet. The Great Chieftain is still here. The moment the head made a sound, it quickly moved towards the destroyer. As long as it can be united again, this flesh and blood mechanical puppet can be revived again and regain the power of level 19. The head moved very fast, and when the surrounding dungeon barbarians wanted to stop it, it was too late. The audience outside the city saw this sudden scene, and their hearts were lifted up again. How could there be changes? They subconsciously held their breath, and the beating of their hearts seemed to sound like drums in their ears. The direction of this war will determine the ownership of the underground world and their fate. Who wins and who loses? They face completely different situations. In the eyes of countless nervous and uneasy people, the head finally came to the feet of the body under the control of the blood-colored muscle fibers. Sensing the head approaching, the muscle fibers of the headless body also began to spread downwards, trying to meet the other party. But at the moment, when the two sides were about to merge, a tall figure holding a sword fell from the sky and landed at the intersection of the two. It was suspended in the air calmly. Dark Valkyrie. The joy of the Grey Dwarf Chieftain at regaining his power was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. It was chilling. Lowly bastard. How dare you? The voice was filled with endless fear and panic. The Dark Valkyrie's pale golden eyes seemed to be staring at an insignificant ant. To the strong, the curses of the weak are nothing but the wail of powerlessness. It is meaningless. The wail of the weak. As the voice fell, The 3-meter long sword in her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling blade. The figure flashed out like lightning. In an instant, it came to the huge head. The long sword slashed, cracked the head that was so strong that even the siege crossbows of Bloodhoof City could not break through. The defense was cut like tofu. Neatly, it was split into 2 pieces. In the head, covered with alchemical formations, the face of the Grey Dwarf chieftain with endless fear appeared in the air. No, this is impossible. In the panic, the language has lost its logic, and only screams can be heard. But at the same time, a huge energy suddenly burst out from his body, protecting him. At this moment, the master of the Grey Dwarf finally showed some of the momentum of a top level 15 hero. Seeing this, the Dark Valkyrie's eyes still did not change at all. She suddenly approached and swung her long sword. Puff, the energy shield on the opponent's body, was not even able to block the sword for a second before it was cut. A head with wide eyes flew into the sky and fell heavily. The Grey Dwarf chief, dead. This underground overlord with endless ambitions died in the Bloodhoof City that he dreamed of flattening in a way that no one expected. The Dark Valkyrie's eyes were still calm. Killing a level 15, potential B-level hero may be a kind of honor for others, but for her, it was too weak, and she was not interested. Even if the flesh and blood mechanical puppet, which only had the power of level 19, but could not exert enough combat power, was resurrected, it would not cause any pressure to her. With a wave of her hand, the energy in her body dissipated, and the head of the Grey Dwarf chief on the ground floated into the air. Following her, he came to Richard. The head that was always high now slowly lowered. Submission to the king. Master, your order has been completed. Those Grey Dwarves who had just seen that the Grey Dwarf chief was not dead and thought there was a chance to turn the tables felt their legs go weak when they saw this scene. Their chief was gone. Everything was gone. The cruelest thing in the world is to give hope and then crush it hard. Richard, who was sitting behind Alvis, did not move from beginning to end, but at this moment, in the eyes of the Grey Dwarves, he was more terrifying than the most evil abyss monster. In Bloodhoof City, Sel Bloodhoof, the controller of the dungeon barbarians, felt that his chest was about to explode. The savior of Bloodhoof City once again saved them at the critical moment with an absolutely domineering attitude. Exclamation mark. They won. Exclamation mark. They won cleanly and neatly, and won simply and transparently. From now on, the underground world will have only one overlord. Exclamation mark. He looked at the figure riding the undead dragon in the sky with extremely hot eyes. It was like a devout believer seeing the gods descending to the world. All this was given to them by that great existence. Praise the City of Dusk. Praise Lord Richard. Exclamation mark. Outside the city, when the head of the Grey Dwarf chief was hanging high in the sky, the whole hill was boiling. Everyone knew that the era when the Grey Dwarfs and the dungeon barbarians jointly ruled the underground world was over. Now, the era has come, when the surface lords decide the fate of the underground world. Although the Grey Dwarf army still has an absolute advantage on the battlefield, and there is not much loss at all, but no one is considering this anymore. These armies are just a group of meat on the felt board. Without the leading Grey Dwarf, it is impossible to burst out the strongest combat power. Greed, arrogance, cowardice, and all kinds of extreme personalities have made the Grey Dwarves never a race that will fight to the death. When they encounter danger, they believe in running away at the first opportunity. The little dwarf was also very happy when he saw the old dwarf with trembling lips due to excitement. Grandpa, can we exchange food with Bloodhoof City again now? Yes, we can exchange food again. We are saved. The old dwarf's eyes were red. This war to decide who will dominate the underground world also directly determines the life and death of their small tribe. At this time, several dungeon beings who had just left to send a message to their tribe that the Grey Dwarves had created a level 19 world destroyer were coming back to watch the battle again. After seeing the scene in front of them, their faces became extremely exciting. That level 19 terrifying existence was killed. Even the head of the Grey Dwarf chief was cut off. Countless doubts arose in his mind. What happened in just a few minutes? Question mark? How did the situation change so quickly? On the battlefield, after a long silence, the scene suddenly became noisy. The dungeon barbarians, with high morale, launched a counterattack against the enemies who entered the city with a violent attitude. The Great Dwarf army, which was several times larger than the dungeon barbarians, was in unprecedented chaos. In panic, they began to flee out at the speed of an avalanche. Except for the monsters that exchanged blood and sutured, only 1 in 100 Grey Dwarves who were still resisting remained. Some Grey Dwarves were so frightened that they directly pushed their companions to the ground. The scene looked shocking. However, because there were too many Grey Dwarves, and there were monsters that exchanged blood and sutured and mechanical puppets blocking them, Bloodhoof City did not have much spare energy to stop these Grey Dwarves from fleeing. Seeing this scene, Richard frowned. Although the Grey Dwarf chief was dead, the Grey Dwarf's high-level officials were still there, and the Grey Dwarf's system was still perfect. If these troops were allowed to escape, then as long as a new chieftain was chosen, they could still organize a force for resistance. He no longer had the patience to waste time with the Grey Dwarves. Thoughts stopped here. Driving Alvis to dive down fiercely, he came to the area with the most Grey Dwarves on the ground. Just when everyone thought that he was going to lead the skeleton blood dragon to hunt down the fleeing Grey Dwarf army, the crown of the Dark King on his head and the cloak of the Dark King behind him exuded majestic energy at the same time. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the sky was dark. Darkness descended, with itself as the center, the radius of 500 meters. The world fell into absolute darkness. The enemy's sight and perception will be compressed within a range of 10 meters, and the power of darkness can be controlled to perform unlimited teleportation. Duration: 30 minutes. Cooldown time: 1 day. Skills attached to legendary equipment. The next second, the Grey Dwarves who were fleeing everywhere suddenly had black eyes, and their vision could only see a few meters around them. It was as if they were locked up in a dungeon, where they could never see the light. It was terrifying, and the vast darkness in the distance was more like hiding a group of abyss beasts that could devour everything. It seemed that a giant hand might reach out from it at any time and drag them in. This strange scene made the already terrified Grey Dwarves even more out of control. They began to retreat like crazy. Some Grey Dwarves even swung their weapons at their companions rushing around in the darkness. Richard sensed this scene and was amazed. It was indeed a skill attached to legendary equipment. It was simply overbearing. The moment the darkness enveloped the earth, his perception expanded to the entire area shrouded in darkness. Everyone was in his perception, and as long as he wanted, he could instantly appear in any corner shrouded in darkness. Unlimited teleportation. As long as darkness exists, he will be invincible. Taking a few deep breaths could not suppress the excitement in his heart. After forcibly calming down, he slowly stretched out his right hand towards the void. 5 fingers clenched into a fist. The next second, the surging darkness around seemed to become substantial. It suddenly pressed towards the Grey Dwarves who were fleeing in all directions. Crack! The sound of bones breaking exploded. Even wearing thick armor, the Grey Dwarves seemed to be crushed by a huge rock at this moment, and their bodies were directly twisted. The main bones of the whole body were directly broken, and the head without helmet protection was shattered. The scene became extremely bloody and terrifying. With him as the center, all the Grey Dwarves within a radius of hundreds of meters were killed instantly at this moment. Thousands of casualties. Those monsters that had blood transfusions and sutures were no exception. Only those with extremely strong vitality could withstand the damage. That was like the pressure of the deep sea. The only ones who were better off were the mechanical puppets. However, the joints of these mechanical creations were also severely damaged, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Dominate the darkness. When in a dark environment, you can control the darkness within a radius of 300 meters with yourself as the center, and turn the darkness into substance. Richard sensed the results of the battle, and showed unspeakable surprise in his eyes. Although I know that the skills attached to legendary equipment cannot be weak, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Dominate the darkness. Full map instant kill skill. This skill is simply the exclusive skill of the boss. Once released, it will clear the field directly. Chapter 347 Huge Harvest. Private Underground World. The life outside could not see the scenery in the darkness clearly. From a distance, they could only see that endless darkness suddenly envelop the earth. Then, there were screams from inside, as if there were extremely terrifying monsters in the darkness. Just when everyone was in doubt, the huge dark area suddenly became silent. There was no movement. And those Grey Dwarves who were lucky enough not to be enveloped by the darkness were directly scared. They didn't even dare to look at it and ran out like crazy. The darkness that enveloped the earth lasted for less than 3 minutes and then quietly dissipated. The light covered the earth again. Seeing this, everyone immediately tiptoed and looked at the area with wide eyes, wanting to know what had just happened. But after they saw it clearly, curiosity turned into fear and their breathing became rapid. On the huge ruins, with the undead dragon burning with bloody light as the center, hundreds of meters around, countless Grey Dwarves seemed to have been crushed by boulders, and their bodies were broken. Even those blood-swapping and stitching monsters with tenacious vitality have now become cold corpses. As far as the eye can see, there is no life that can move in the area, just shrouded in darkness. This scene makes people feel cold. This is all done by the Surface Lord. What kind of great power does the other party control? There are at least 1.5 legions of Grey Dwarves here, and it has only been a few minutes. When they looked up at the figure in the sky again, an irresistible fear suddenly rose in their minds. The impact of this scene, coupled with the might of the Dark Valkyrie who just killed the 19th level destroyer with one sword, made Richard look like a god in the eyes of all the dungeon creatures. Ding! Under the gaze of a large number of dungeon creatures, you killed the Grey Dwarf Chieftain, level 15, and cleared a half legion of Grey Dwarf troops. You gained 1 point of Underground World Legend and 200,000 experience points. Ding! The relationship between Bloodhoof City and Dusk City has been upgraded to respect. Ding! Cell Bloodhoof's favor towards you has risen to worship. A series of system prompts sounded, announcing the final outcome of this Bloodhoof City defense battle. Richard regained his mind and was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the combination of the two skills of darkness coming and domination of darkness could be so powerful. The army shrouded in darkness did not even have a chance to escape. It is indeed a legendary equipment. Awesome. I really don't know how powerful the last skill that can only be activated by gathering 3 pieces of equipment will be. While thinking, he drove Alvis to land on the ground. He turned over and strode to the top of Bloodhoof City. Before he spoke, Cell Bloodhoof, the owner of Bloodhoof City, shouted excitedly with a flushed face. Lord Richard, we won. Praise you. Praise the City of Dusk. Praise the gods. The chieftain of the Grey Dwarf is dead, and most of the remaining Grey Dwarf leaders have been annihilated. Even if there are still deserters, they can no longer affect the overall situation. Next, it is time for Bloodhoof City to rule the underground world. Richard looked at the excited Cell and sneered. Now is not the time to celebrate. We must occupy the main city of the Grey Dwarf as soon as possible and break through all other Grey Dwarf cities that still have resistance. The follow-up army of the City of Dusk will arrive soon. Cell and Bloodhoof City are responsible for cooperation, he said with a gloomy look. Dusk City has no intention of occupying the underground world. After the Grey Dwarves are annihilated, Bloodhoof City will be the ruler of the underground world. However, I want the main city of the Grey Dwarves. I want to reintegrate the alchemical technology of the Grey Dwarves, which Dusk City can use. In the future, the underground world will become a world without war. Everyone can have enough food, drink clean water, and live in a safe environment. Bloodhoof City must shoulder this responsibility. Richard did not hide his inner thoughts and told the other party. The underground world will be the logistics base of Dusk City in the future. For Dusk City, the cost of directly ruling this chaotic land is too high. Bloodhoof City can spread this cost and can perfectly act as his agent. Moreover, with the rapid increase of Dusk City's strength, he does not need to do anything, and the underground world will gradually be conquered by Dusk City until there is no second thought, and it works for him obediently. Strength is an eternal truth. After Cell got Richard's guarantee, the last worries in his heart disappeared. The effect of saying this when he just entered the underground world is completely different from repeating it now. The current Dusk City has the ability to flatten Bloodhoof City, but the other party still maintains the original attitude, which is enough to reassure him. Moreover, if Dusk City really has ulterior motives, it only needs to wait until the Grey Dwarves break through Bloodhoof City and then reappear, and it can also directly rule the underground world. The news that the Great Dwarves who besieged Bloodhoof City were defeated again, and the level 19 monsters they researched and created were killed with one sword, and most of the remaining troops were killed by the Surface Lord in the war, swept the entire underground world like a whirlwind. The first reaction of all the dungeon creatures who heard the news was disbelief. The Surface Lords have been blown to death. How can they still help Bloodhoof City? Can people be resurrected from the dead? But after repeated verification, after receiving a positive response, the emotions in their hearts are extremely complicated. One person destroys thousands of troops, and at the last moment, he comes with force to save the dungeon clan again. This is the best hero in the myth and legend, right? What made them feel even more complicated was that the defeat of the Great Dwarves this time determined the future ruler of the underground world. Who could have expected that the situation would change so quickly? And in the complex mood of many races, Dusk City and Bloodhoof City launched the final offensive against the remnant of the Great Dwarves. On September 6th, after dealing with the Great Dwarves who were attacking the city, Richard personally led 12 teams of skeleton blood dragons, 6 teams of dead stone statue, 20 teams of dead axe and arc gargoyle, and began to march towards the main city of the Great Dwarves. He did not go straight to Huanglong, but pushed forward in an upright manner. Wherever he passed, the Great Dwarf cities were all breached. While harvesting a large amount of wealth, under his order, Brown, a 12th level special alchemist, participated in the post-war collection of prisoners, and collected a large number of Great Dwarves who mastered alchemy skills. Both people and goods were captured. On September 9th, for 3 consecutive days, more than 10 Great Dwarf cities were breached. The City of Dusk took a huge amount of wealth. In the end, because of the large number of cities captured, the Bloodhoof City, which cooperated with the City of Dusk, could not send people to garrison the city because of the small number of troops. In the end, several tribes that were friendly with the Bloodhoof City were recruited to help with the defense of the other side. On September 13th, Richard and the excited Cell pushed all the way and arrived at the main city of the Great Dwarves, the Forge City. This main city of the Great Dwarves was built in a towering mountain. The mountain was used as the city wall, and a large number of alchemical artillery were arranged inside. The defense was extremely terrifying, but Richard did not let the defense of the Great Dwarves work, and cast the 2 killer weapons of darkness coming, and domination of darkness again. Directly cleared the Great Dwarf army near the city wall. The solid defense of the Forge City did not last for 10 minutes. On September 14th, after capturing the main city of the Great Dwarves, Richard led the army and spent a whole day to completely occupy the Forge City, which was built in the mountain and had countless secret passages dug. The Great Dwarves hiding in the hidden passages were wiped out. The City of Dusk showed no mercy to the Great Dwarf army and killed them when they should. But for the Great Dwarves with special skills in the city, they directly collected the captives and handed them over to Brown for unified management. These precious talents are an important labor force for the development of alchemy technology. After the main city of the Great Dwarves was occupied by the City of Dusk, it was completely announced that the Great Dwarves, the former overlord, had fallen from the altar. Afterwards, Richard used the main city of the Great Dwarves as the center. He ordered the army to attack in all directions and incorporate those Great Dwarf cities that had not been occupied into the territory. The remaining Great Dwarves were originally very afraid of being liquidated. At first, they even fled with their property. But later they found that Brown, a special alchemist who once had great prestige in the main city of the Great Dwarves, was actually a member of the City of Dusk. And he was also in charge of the collection of prisoners. At that time, many Great Dwarfs took the initiative to join Brown's door. This race with no moral integrity, loyalty, and sacrifice for the country are all bullshit to them. How can death be better than living? So what Richard didn't expect was that Brown's appearance actually accelerated the speed of recovering the Great Dwarfs. September 18th. It took nearly half a month. The Great Dwarfs who had ruled half of the underground world for hundreds of years were completely cleared out. All the cities previously occupied by the Great Dwarfs were garrisoned by Bloodhoof City. Later, Bloodhoof City even used up the manpower of other tribes and had to temporarily let the tribes near those cities garrison and maintain law and order. Richard had no interest in occupying these cities whose wealth had been harvested. All were handed over to Bloodhoof City. Dusk City now has such a small population that, even if it wants to manage it, it is powerless. For him, supporting Bloodhoof City is much less troublesome than going into battle himself. Furnace City, City Lord's Mansion. In the magnificent main hall, Richard sat on the golden throne inlaid with various gems, looking at the list of spoils in his hand with interest. Exterminating the Grey Dwarves is at least considered to have captured a high-level map. The power of the Grey Dwarves is no less than that of the orcs faced by the steamed bun lovers. After a war, there must be gains. After confiscating the accumulation of the Grey Dwarves for who knows how many years, the rich gains made him extremely happy. While he was thinking, a sound of footsteps stepped into the hall. It sounded particularly crisp in the empty hall. Turning his head and seeing the other person's figure clearly, he couldn't help but ask with interest, "Grey, are there any new discoveries?" Grey, the mummy hero, rarely had a bit of excitement in his tone. "Master, in the deepest part of the main city, the army found a treasure house hidden in the rock and found more than 30,000 units of gems in it. This is the list that has just been updated." Richard closed the list in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. "Report the latest list." "Yes." Grey's empty voice sounded. "First of all, rare resources, a total of 60,000 units of gems, 70,000 units of mercury, 40,000 units of crystals, and 30,000 units of sulfur were found. The Grey Dwarves consumed most of their rare resource inventory to create the 19th level destroyer, so this data is not much. Ordinary resources have not yet been counted, and it is estimated to be more than 50 million units. 30 million units of food. This resource has been used to support the reconstruction of Bloodhoof City. Soldier nests, 215 elite, 78 rare, 21 rare, and 3 brilliant. When Grey said this, Richard was not without emotion. It is true that a man cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. Adding these resources together, when converted into rare resources, it is almost close to 200 million units. It can upgrade 4 brilliant level soldier nests to crown level. The rewards for conquering advanced maps and wiping out a race are indeed generous. It seems that the plan of using void sandworms to leave the Death Desert to cause trouble can indeed be tried in the future. Grey's report continued. In addition, we have also gained a lot of talents. 1 master alchemist, 9 special alchemists, 232 senior alchemists, and more than 1,200 intermediate and low-level alchemists. Brown said that with the addition of these top talents, the alchemy department will be able to get on track quickly, and it won't take long for it to provide strong support for Twilight City. Richard's smile became brighter. The Grey Dwarf's talent for alchemy is almost maximumed out, and there are so many talents that he is overwhelmed. The biggest surprise is the Master Alchemist. It is already extremely difficult to be a special alchemist, and it takes a genius to be promoted from special to master. The other party broke through to the master level because he created a level 19 world destroyer. This is a top talent that has just been released. His favorite general, the Pearl of Twilight City, Andal, broke through to become a special blacksmith not long ago under the efforts of Twilight City. You can imagine the value of the master level. With this alchemist, Twilight City will have enough confidence to invest in alchemy related projects in the future. Military supplies, 3-star giant mouth cannons, 120, 50,000 all chemical bombs, 300,000 units of all chemical gunpowder. 4-star explosive cannons 12, matching all chemical bombs, 1,500. Strategic equipment 1-star 12 pieces, 2-star 6 pieces, 3-star 4 pieces. At this point, Grey finally stopped and handed him the latest list. After Richard took it, he read it carefully several times. Finally, he was satisfied. These newly captured all chemical cannons can greatly improve the defense strength of Twilight City. The one-armed blacksmith, after being given extraordinary skills by him, has been researching advanced technology. Next, after the technology upgrade is completed, Twilight City can be upgraded to the middle city. After the city is expanded, more than 200 all-chemical cannons will be placed on the city wall. That scene will definitely be very cool. This wave can definitely be called a sudden wealth. Using all the harvest this time will definitely increase the strength of Twilight City. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the resources above. Dark Gargoyle and Axe of the Dead can only be synthesized into the Statue of the Dead after upgrading to Brilliance. Now that he has the resources, he can upgrade this powerful troop first. This powerful troop is already the trump card of Twilight City and must be strongly supported. Although the material harvest this time is already amazing, what Richard values most is that from now on, the underground world completely belongs to him. In the future, this piece of land will become his personal property. Next, he can develop the underground world in any way he wants. Moreover, unlike Twilight City, although the natural environment of the underground world is harsh, there are many intelligent life forms, and they have a strong foundation. Such a large piece of land and millions of intelligent life forms will be controlled by him. One thought can change the fate of countless people. That feeling is hard to describe. Chapter 348, Master Alchemist, never stop talking until he stuns the world. After a long time, Richard finally came out of his excitement. The underground world he had been dreaming about was in his hands. The next thing was how to plan its development. But after thinking about it, he felt a headache again. There were so many things to think about that he didn't know where to start. While he was thinking hard, the soldiers at the door came to report that Cell Bloodhoof wanted to see him. Richard came to his senses and called him in. Cell, the ruler of Bloodhoof City, trembled when he saw Richard sitting on the golden throne. In a trance, the scene of the first time he met him emerged in his mind. Richard's level was only level 9 at the time. His biggest reliance was the seriously damaged extraordinary mechanical puppet. In just 3 or 2 months, the other party had grown to a level where he didn't need the mechanical puppet and could bring him endless pressure with every move. He was level 15. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to suppress his emotions. Cell stepped forward and saluted with his chest in an extremely respectful manner. Sir Richard. Richard felt a little strange when he saw the change in the other party's attitude. The equal status of both parties was gone with the rapid growth of Dusk City. Strength is the only pass. The underground world that believes in the law of the jungle has magnified this rule to the extreme. Now Bloodhoof City, no, even the entire underground world, is no longer qualified to stand up straight in front of him. Richard was silent for a moment, then smiled. No need to be polite, Cell. Bloodhoof City is still an ally of Dusk City, and you, Cell Bloodhoof, are still my friend. Cell's body trembled, and his expression became extremely complicated. Finally, he took a long breath and saluted again. Thank you. After standing up, the caution in his eyes had disappeared for the most part, and his expression became much more sincere. He smiled and said, Sir, all the cities of the Grey Dwarves have been taken into our pockets. I have sent people to gather the supplies that you didn't have time to collect before, and they will be transported to the Crucible City soon. As he spoke, his face became excited. Now, the underground world is completely ours. The planning for several months has finally paid off. Next, no one will be able to compete with us for resources. Hearing this, Richard also smiled. The natural environment of the underground world is harsh and food is scarce, but it also has resources that the surface envy. Minerals, very rich minerals. The chaotic thoughts of not knowing where to start suddenly became clearer because of this sentence. After thinking for a while, he asked seriously, Cyril, tell me, what do you think about the future development? Next Bloodhoof City will become his spokesperson and rule the underground world for him. It is necessary to seriously discuss the issue of future planning. He can't let the underground world go beyond his control. Cyril immediately became excited. Sir, the most important thing for Bloodhoof City now is to restore its army. In the previous war, we suffered too much loss, and only 1 in 10 of our army survived. Now with the resources of the Grey Dwarves, the fallen soldiers of Bloodhoof City can be restored to their original state in 3 months at most. Secondly, continue to trade weapons with surrounding forces. The biggest benefit is to stabilize people's hearts and prevent those forces from having other thoughts. At the same time, it can also provide sufficient supplies for Dusk City. After Bloodhoof City restores its heyday, we can proceed to the third step, pacifying the underground world. This step not only requires conquering those chaotic areas, but also bringing all forces under the rule of Bloodhoof City. In the underground world, there must never be another race like the Great Dwarfs that can confront Bloodhoof City head on. Finally, explore and clean up the unexplored areas of the underground world and completely control the underground world. Richard nodded, without commenting on this. Although these arrangements are not considered to be a sophisticated plan, they have been thought about. A peaceful underground world is obviously more in line with the interests of Dusk City. Although the remaining races are numerous, they are not united. If Bloodhoof City can't even handle a pile of loose sand, then they have no value in existence. Cell looked at Richard without saying anything, and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Lord Richard, what is your plan for the underground world? Richard looked at the other party's somewhat nervous eyes and smiled. Don't worry, what I want is also a peaceful and stable underground world. In the future, I hope that the underground world can become a super arsenal that can produce top-level weapons and equipment under the rule of Bloodhoof City. Furnace City will conduct all chemical technology research and produce all chemical weapons for Dusk City. As he said this, his eyes became serious. The underground world is too small, and it is far from our home. In the more distant future, I hope that Bloodhoof City can join me in conquering the surface, fighting against humans, undead, demons, elves, and orcs together. Go conquer those powerful races and plant the flag of Bloodhoof City all over the main plane. These words made Cell feel suddenly enlightened. After the Great Dwarf was overturned, he suddenly had no enemies, and he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. But at this moment, he saw a bigger goal. His heart was filled. The dungeon barbarians were not kind creatures. They had longed for the rich surface. They had no chance before, but now they heard Richard's expectations of him, and they immediately had a strong expectation. Let the flag of Bloodhoof City fly in every city on the surface. Let the powerful races such as elves, humans, and orcs tremble at the feet of Bloodhoof City. The picture made him tremble just by thinking about it. Richard waited for the other party to calm down, and then continued. But before that, we still have to pacify the underground world first. We need to have a stable rear area. At the same time, Bloodhoof City must become strong enough. The enemies on the surface are hundreds and thousands of times stronger than the underground world. As he said this, his eyes were filled with majesty, staring at him. 2 months ago, the city of Dusk hunted down the incarnation of the god of kobolds who descended to the main plane. Cyril, if you want to follow me to the main plane, the current Bloodhoof City is far from enough. Cyril was shocked. Has the city of Dusk hunted down the clones of gods? In this world, gods are majestic and lofty beings. Who dares to blaspheme even a little? Even slandering them can be considered blasphemy and will be hunted down by the sect. Now, the other party actually told him that the city of Dusk can even kill the clones of gods. How crazy is this? A feeling of looking up to a mountain suddenly arises. Compared with the other party, Bloodhoof City is like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see how big the sky is. The original pride and complacency in his heart suddenly disappeared, and what he left with was a feeling of following the right person and hugging the right thigh. Lord Richard, don't worry, I will definitely use the fastest speed to completely incorporate the underground world into the territory of Bloodhoof City. From now on, this land will only have one voice. There were so many races before, because the two powers were fighting for hegemony, and had no spare energy to pay attention to those forces. Now, it's time to clear all obstacles. Seeing Cell leave with excitement, Richard also smiled. After integrating the resources of the underground world, the power of Bloodhoof City must be able to meet his requirements soon. In the future, I will have an extra force in my hands. This force is even stronger than the top players among the tens of billions of players. When the void sandworms grow up and can open the space gate stably for a long time, I can also take the gang of brothers from the underground world to attack cities and plunder land outside. It doesn't matter that the Dusk City is not compatible with the armies of other races. It's enough to cultivate a few forces of other races. Thinking that in the future, the Dusk City doesn't even have to take action. Just give a target where the enemy is. The brothers of the underground world can drag the spoils back. Richard's mood can't help but be very good. Some powerful beings like to support the forces, and it seems that there is a reason. Not long after Cell left, Brown entered the main hall with a companion whose head was 3 times larger than that of an ordinary Grey Dwarf. Brown extends his highest regards to the Great Master, the ruler of the underground world, and the controller of the Dusk City. The tone of this 12th level alchemist was exaggerated, with only one normal arm waving like a clown showing his funny face on the stage, which made people smile. After Brown saluted, the Grey Dwarf with a particularly large head immediately knelt on his knees and rested his head on the ground. His posture was extremely humble. A sharp voice with a bit of fear sounded. "Great existence, Jejalu salutes you. May the gods bless you." Richard heard this and looked at this guy curiously. Is this the master alchemist who was specially brought by Brown? Open the attribute panel. Jejalu level 15 potential, A level, occupation, alchemist, master level, increase research success rate by 70%, increase research speed by 50%, and reduce research consumption by 50%. Skills, alchemy expert. Super research, fast production, mechanical puppet repair, blood exchange alchemy. Hero characteristics, when entering research, increase intelligence by 50%. Racial talent, extra love for wealth. When researching alchemy that can generate income, the efficiency is increased by 40%. Bond alchemy, when researching alchemy, the research success rate increases by 5% every 10 days. Introduction, a rare alchemy master. Perhaps he can research some alchemy items that outsiders cannot research. After reading the other party's attributes, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Master level is awesome. His skills are more exaggerated than those of Andal, the Pearl of Twilight City, and this guy's potential has also reached the powerful A level. The harvest from conquering the underground world this time is too rich. In a good mood, he looked at Jejalu with admiration. No need to be polite. After letting the two stand up, Richard looked at Brown. How are the Grey Dwarves settled? Have there been any accidents? Brown responded with arrogance. Master, those little guys heard that the alchemy department will be stationed in the Furnace City in the future, run independently, and be managed by you personally. They are very cooperative and no one has any objections. Richard also laughed when he heard this. It seems that it is redundant to ask. The Grey Dwarves are spineless, and some people dare not say anything if they have any opinions. Is there anything that needs my intervention? Not yet. Brown shook his head. What kind of a big deal would it take for Richard to intervene? The Grey Dwarves were not going to rebel. He quickly changed the subject. Master, we are counting the alchemical production tools seized during this period, and we are also restarting various departments in the Furnace City. It is expected that we will be able to restart all chemical research in a week. Just give us some time, and we will definitely not let you down. Richard raised his eyebrows. Why does it take so long? The Grey Dwarves were defeated so quickly that they did not cause much damage in the process of occupying the city. Logically, they should have been able to restart a few days earlier. Brown smiled bitterly. Those facilities were not destroyed, but there were too many Grey Dwarves killed, and we couldn't get enough manpower. And because of the rise of alchemical blood exchange, a large number of alchemical equipment have been idle. So it takes time to restart. Richard finally understood. Then he became interested. Is alchemical blood exchange worth investing heavily in and researching? He was deeply impressed by the 19th level destroyer. Although it was killed in seconds, it was still very good for dealing with low-level soldiers. Brown shook his head. The original intention of alchemical blood exchange was to use other life forms to strengthen the bodies of the Grey Dwarves, but it completely changed after research and became the creation of monsters. But even if we continue to research, can we create monsters stronger than the top soldiers of other races? It's impossible. Grey Dwarves are not undead. Our strongest thing is alchemy. Our mechanical puppets are no worse than the dwarves on the surface. It's a wrong way to create some stitched monsters instead of researching the strongest things. Richard thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Those blood exchange stitched monsters looked ferocious, but their combat effectiveness was completely unimpressive. Not to mention compared with soldiers of the level of the dead stone statue, even ordinary dungeon barbarians could deal with them. On the contrary, the combat effectiveness of the Grey Dwarves' mechanical puppets was very impressive. After giving up the idea of developing in this direction, Richard looked at the alchemist with a very spectacular head, Jejalu. He wondered if this guy's head was swollen, otherwise how could it be so big? This thing would not be so exaggerated, even if it took in 10 kilograms of water. Could it be that a big head would make you smarter? Is this the way things are in the extraordinary world? Jejalu, I heard that the 19th level destroyer driven by the Great Dwarf Chief was made by you? Jejalu answered cautiously. Yes, Great Master. But that flesh and blood puppet is just a semi-finished product. I originally planned to make it into a supernatural combat power. Unfortunately, there was not enough material in the end, and that stupid idiot forced me to interrupt the manufacturing. Otherwise the power would be even stronger. Richard suddenly realized. The 19th level destroyer seemed very bluffing, but its actual combat power was not strong. He thought it was not made well before, but he didn't expect there was such a secret in it. Jejalu paused for a moment after he finished speaking, and when Richard said nothing, he said anxiously, Great Lord. Lord Brown said that one of your extraordinary mechanical puppets is seriously damaged. Richard's eyes lit up. This guy has a special skill, mechanical puppet repair. Yes, can you help me repair it? Unexpectedly, Jejalu shook his head directly. No, sir. What do you mean? Seeing Richard frowning, Jejalu didn't dare to keep it a secret anymore, and said quickly, I can transform your mechanical puppet into a stronger one, and even give it independent wisdom, and become a real life. Richard stood up suddenly. His eyes showed amazing pressure. What did you say? Chapter 349, The Blood Dwarf and the Ice Empire arrive. Transform the extraordinary hunter into real life. Does this big-headed alchemist really know the meaning of this sentence? The extraordinary hunter is a mechanical puppet. This guy wants to enter the realm of the creator and become the god of creation. Even the gods dare not say such big words, right? Looking at Richard's soul-stirring serious eyes, the Great Dwarf alchemist Jejalu felt a great pressure. Although his level has reached level 15, as a living profession, his combat power may not be as good as that of a hero of level 8 or 9. In panic, he responded quickly, Yes, Great Master. When I was making that level 19 destroyer, I found a way to give it life. Richard frowned. Speak. Jejalu didn't dare to talk nonsense and said repeatedly, Use blood exchange to give it flesh and blood and a body. Then use alchemy to integrate the souls of other lives into it, so that you can get a completely normal life. This will allow it to have its own combat consciousness, and can perfectly exert the combat power of the mechanical puppet. And it will not be controlled by mental power spells. He said with a bit of excitement. As long as you can give me enough materials and resources, I'm absolutely sure that I can successfully transform that extraordinary mechanical puppet. Richard suddenly felt relieved when he heard Jejalu's explanation. It turned out that this method was used to scare him just now. I really thought that this guy could directly transform the machine into life. If he can really do that, he should be the head of the gods now. After coming to his senses, thinking carefully, what the other party said seems to be somewhat feasible. First create biological muscles, and then imprison the soul into it. The 19th level destroyer seems to be operated in this step. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, The body of the 19th level destroyer can be handed over to you for repair. After the repair is completed, you can transform it according to your own ideas. First produce results, then talk about other things. The extraordinary hunter was seriously damaged and could not withstand the tossing. Even if the opponent was a master alchemist, it would not work. Moreover, the previous 19th level destroyer had obvious defects. Although the level was enough, the combat power was really nothing outstanding. But since the opponent had this idea, let him try. It's not a loss. If he really produced results and transformed the extraordinary hunter into an extraordinary combat power that can fight automatically, it would not be a loss. Jejalu was slightly disappointed when he heard this. Compared with the extraordinary, the 19th level destroyer is only one level lower in level, but the real difference is not a little bit. But he didn't dare to say more, and immediately nodded in response. As a newcomer who just surrendered, he is not qualified to ask for anything now. He can only do results, and talk about other things, after he has a position. After thinking about the key, Jejalu's mood immediately improved. In any case, his life is saved now. Since he could be in charge of the research on the World Destroyer, He didn't have to worry about the Surface Lord dragging him out and chopping him off at will. Richard didn't dwell on this topic too much. Although the blood exchange alchemy was very strange, in his opinion, the greatest value currently revealed was to solve the problem of the seal of the god of the dog-headed man and sinner's body. The seal was solved a few months ago, and now he knew that the potential was not high. If he continued to go deeper, the cost performance would be very low. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly thought of something and took out a blueprint from the system space. This blueprint is a transportation machinery manufacturing workshop, which can be used to produce transportation tools. You can see where it is suitable to build it in the Furnace City. Twilight City now needs a transportation tool that can travel in the desert. This is the blueprint obtained by exchanging points for the first copy, and there has been no chance to build it. Richard had planned to build it in Twilight City before, and it is a good choice to place it in the Furnace City now. This thing is naturally compatible with the Great Dwarfs. Traveling in the desert is always a big problem. The harsh environment is enough to give any normal life a headache. In the future, as Twilight City grows and develops, it will definitely trade with the outside world. Desert Crown Honey, Desert Crown Robe, and Whitetail Absolute Brew with top taste. He already has enough products. Trade is not far away. After the underground world, he will go to Solon City on the edge of the desert to find the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce to start deep trade. Trade is very important, but also very cumbersome. He can't keep a close eye on it all the time. It is inevitable to hand it over to the administrative system to complete it. Prepare for a rainy day. To get rich, you must first build roads. With transportation, it will be much more convenient to do anything. As for using void sandworms to connect to the outside world, there is no sign of it yet. Even if this void life that can open space grows up in the future, it will have more important tasks and may not be able to devote itself to the trade of Dusk City all the time. Brown took the blueprint respectfully. Yes, sir. Richard thought about it, told them the idea of using sandworms to pull carts, and finally gave them instructions. When sandworms grow up, their volume can reach 100 meters, which is a good source of power. You should do research first. When these larvae grow up, they may be useful. Jejalu was very confident about this. Great Lord, don't worry. In a month at most, we will produce a means of transportation that will satisfy you. As a master alchemist, he still has this confidence. Richard looked at the other's big head, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind, as if he had grasped something. He frowned and began to sort out his thoughts and look for the source of the inspiration. After a moment, his eyes lit up. What he had always thought about was to let the Furnace City specialize in the production and development of all chemical artillery for the City of Dusk, and not engage in other things. But now think about it, since the all-chemical foundation of the Furnace City is so strong, then is it a waste to do so? Can I go to the forum to buy some valuable or player needed all-chemical items, and put them here for production? In this way, wouldn't it solve the problem of excessive consumption of alchemy? Let the Grey Dwarves make money to support themselves. Touching his chin, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way. Studying alchemy is scientific research, which requires a lot of investment. Although there are many resources in the underground world, they may not be enough for long-term development. If you can earn resources to meet your own development, it will undoubtedly save a lot for Twilight City. Grey Dwarves with top-level alchemy can be used to conquer key technologies for Twilight City. The remaining low-level Grey Dwarves can be used to earn resources. There are tens of billions of players, and the market is so big that there will always be people who need it. It is impossible for everyone to be self-sufficient. Write this idea down. Wait until the underground world is completely stable, and then operate it. Now there is a lot of work to be done, so let the Furnace City resume operation first. Retracting his mind, Richard encouraged the two of them a few more words and let them go first. In the next few days, Richard did not leave the Furnace City, and he has been presiding over the overall situation and handling various tedious government affairs. It was not until September 20th that the situation had been completely stabilized and there would be no more accidents. Richard planned to return to Twilight City. The overall situation has been decided. The remaining things are nothing more than pacifying those races who have their own troops and refuse to obey orders. It is enough to let the Bloodhoof City, which is now in a prosperous period, take care of these trivial matters. And this is not a problem that can be solved in a day or two. Now, what he wants to do most is to take the materials looted from the Grey Dwarf City back, to upgrade the army nest first. Then go to Solon City, to see this NPC city he has longed for. And this time it is not just for fun. How to solve the problem of how to prevent agricultural areas from being invaded by the outside world has always troubled him. He couldn't find a solution on the player forum, and he wanted to see how the NPC solved this problem. After delivering some trivial matters, Richard left a team of skeleton blood dragons to follow Brown's arrangements. Then he led the remaining troops and returned to the City of Dusk with extremely rich spoils. In the huge underground world, only Richard's legendary deeds are circulated. Dozens of kilometers away from Bloodhoof City, under an inconspicuous hill, there are only 100 dwarves living here. At this time, the members of this race were in an open space, and they were arguing fiercely as never before. There was only one topic around them: we must go to the Surface Lord. The old dwarf who had witnessed Richard's descent from heaven outside Bloodhoof City was now speaking with an unquestionable firmness. The Grey Dwarves have been wiped out, and Bloodhoof City will dominate the underground world. At that time, we will have to face either surrender or destruction. In that case, why don't we go to the Human Lord and get greater development? He became more and more excited as he spoke. We have been silent for too long. We need a lot of resources and a better environment to restore the glory of our ancestors. This opportunity must not be missed. The one who opposed was a young dwarf, and his voice was full of strong dissatisfaction. No. The Surface Lord will never accept us. We will definitely be degraded to slaves if we go to him. Why should we trust the damn surface humans? Those greedy and evil beings are not worthy of the dwarf's trust. The glory of our ancestors? Haha, let's talk about it after we survive. Both sides had very good reasons. No one can convince the other. This argument has been going on for half a month. From the initial expression of their own opinions to the current fierce quarrel, the two sides not only did not accept each other, but the differences became more and more serious. Seeing this, the old dwarf looked older. Looking at the tribesmen who surrounded the young dwarf, he sighed. He made a decision silently in his heart. In this case, let's split into two parts. If you are willing to stay, stay here. Whoever wants to leave with me, pack up your things and leave immediately. This made the atmosphere on the field a little subtle, but no one spoke to stop it. After a few days of fierce quarrels, the two sides have already had an unbridgeable rift, and it is impossible to go back to the past. In silence, more than half of the dwarfs silently packed up their things and came behind the old dwarf. And the young dwarf also had followers around him. Both sides looked at each other with complicated expressions, and the scene was silent. After a long time, the old dwarf took his grandson's hand, turned around silently, and took the dwarf behind him to leave the settlement, where he had lived for decades. He walked towards the choice that the young dwarf thought was hell. Grandpa, will the Surface Lord accept us? After the little dwarf left for a long distance, he looked back reluctantly. The old dwarf smiled and said, yes, we are ancient dwarves, and the blood of gods flows in our bodies. Surface. Coming out of the two-way portal in the quicksand land. In sight, the ancient tree of the evil god that covered the sky and the sun was slaughtering the void lickers wantonly. Next to it, the void sandworm with a body length of more than 30 meters. The mysterious runes on its body at this moment bloomed with brilliant golden light. It supported the space gap in the void. The void sandworm and the ancient tree of the evil god, one opening the door and the other a big dog, cooperated tacitly. These two top combat forces, any one of them can make players salivate, and even the natives will tremble. Richard always felt the pleasure of successful stamp collecting when he saw this. This stamp collecting habit opened the attribute panel of the ancient tree of the evil god. His eyes were fixed on the progress of transformation that he was most concerned about, 92%. After more than half a month of hunting, this boss finally made a big step forward. At this rate, he might be able to reach the 100% mark in early October. Looking at the increasingly terrifying boss, his eyes were full of expectations. I really don't know how powerful the other party will be after swallowing the dark god blood and activating the power of the evil god in his body. Leave the quicksand and let the army disperse on its own. Richard returned to the Lord's mansion. The first thing to do was to sell all the Great Dwarf army nests obtained from the underground world. Together with the harvested resources, the total amount of resources exceeded the 200 million mark. Unprecedented wealth. Then, he promoted 9 Axes of the Dead and 9 Dark Gargoyle army nests to the brilliant level. It is rare to promote to the brilliant level, and each one needs to consume 5 million resources. This action directly consumed 90 million units of his resources. Then he combined the 2 arms into the dead stone statues. Each combination required 5,000 units of crystal, a total of 45,000 units. After spending a huge amount of resources, Richard looked at the 11 dead stone statues army nests in front of him, and his heart surged. 11 brilliant 3-star arms can produce 110 dead stone statues every week. What is this concept? It's simply invincible. This powerful army, the combat effectiveness of a single soldier is even higher than that of the skeleton blood dragon. It's simply a bunker. Because it has been accumulated for 2 weeks without recruiting troops, Richard recruited 220 from the 11 dead stone statues army nests. Together with the original 6 teams, a total of 280, close to 3 squadrons. Overnight, this army has formed a considerable scale. When the dead stone statues of 28 teams flew in the sky of Dusk City, Richard's smile on his face never stopped. Back in the death arena, if he could lead these 28 teams of dead stone statues, even if a few heroes did not take action, he could overturn the 30,000 player army. In addition, Richard did not hesitate to recruit all the remaining troops. The power in his hands soared again. Mummy Guardian 450,510 Axe of the Dead 515 Bandaged Mummy 147,189 Scorpion Warrior 99,113 Great Axe Death Knight 261,303 Condensed Sand Archer 550,650 Wild Sand Mage 295,345 Cursed Pharaoh 6070 Glorious Soldier Dark Gargoyle 240 Axe of the Dead 70 110 Stone Statue of the Dead 60,280 Heavy Sword Warrior 20 Crowned Soldier Skeleton Blood Dragon 120 Earning resources and recruiting soldiers. This feeling is quite good. After an exaggerated consumption, there are still more than 100 million resources in hand. It's really wonderful. After thinking about it, there is no rush to upgrade these soldiers. Put it on hold. He will go to Solan City in 2 days to see if there are any high-level soldier nests for sale in the NPC. If there is a suitable one, buy it back and fuse it. It will not be too late to upgrade it at that time. This time, you can spend money freely. After the matter was settled, Richard had people place the old chemical artillery seized from the Furnace City. This time, more than 100 pieces were obtained from the underground world. Together with the original ones, this stuff is more than enough to form an artillery regiment. And there are tens of thousands of old chemical bombs as logistics. It is no exaggeration to say that it is enough to support a large-scale battle. The Chinese artillery regiment only has hundreds of artillery pieces. If Laoli had the firepower configuration of the City of Dusk, Pingan City would have been razed to the ground long ago. The only thing that made Richard a little regretful was that no high-level strategic equipment was found in the Grey Dwarf's nest. Even the mithril required to repair the extraordinary hunter was used up in the construction of the 19th level destroyer. After 2 days of comfortable rest, on September 22nd, after confirming that there was no urgent matter to deal with, Richard prepared to leave for the long-awaited Solan City. But he didn't expect that before he could leave, a strange caravan stepped into the City of Dusk first. The leader said that she was the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf of the Ice Empire and had come to visit the City of Dusk. Chapter 350 Rebecca was shocked. Why is this territory so powerful? Exclamation mark. How far is it? Rebecca Frostwolf rode on the back of a dromedary camel, looking into the distance with a bit of fatigue. Traveling in the desert is definitely a double test of the body and will. Desolate, dry, hot, and full of dangers. In such an environment, even a warrior with a strong mind will inevitably feel bored. Especially in the Death Desert, the inability to use flying soldiers has increased the difficulty of traveling. "Miss, we are almost there, and it is estimated to take half a day." A gray-haired old man next to her responded slowly. Rebecca immediately became energetic. "Finally, we are here." The tone was like the relaxation of finally having a summer vacation after making up for a semester's class. I thought it was an easy trip. Although the desert environment was harsh, it was nothing for her who was prepared. But I never thought that I would encounter so many twists and turns on the road. She also realized the true meaning of the name of the Death Desert for the first time. Quicksand, wild beasts, sand bandits, desert tornadoes, and even a group of desert dragons passing through. She could not imagine how the Twilight City could survive and develop in a natural environment that was even worse than the Ice and Snow Empire. Moreover, it seemed to be developing quite well. Otherwise, she would not have come all the way here. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at the old man, curiously. "Uncle Claire, do you think that the Twilight City is really as extraordinary as Onyx said?" Although she did not think that the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce would deceive her, what the other party said was too incredible. The old man responded softly. "Miss, you will know when you see her later." After saying that, she looked at the other party with dissatisfaction and smiled dotingly. She watched the other party grow up, and in her heart, she was no different from her own daughter. Without waiting for the other party to ask again, she became more serious. The Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce is not simple, especially President Windsor. When he was a minor, he took over the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, and then used his superb skills to expand the Chamber of Commerce to the extent that the Ice and Snow Empire thousands of miles away heard of it. It is no exaggeration to describe his life experience as legendary. The news they revealed may be exaggerated, but it should not be too outrageous. As he spoke, his eyes also showed some doubts. "But what I can't figure out is that according to the news from the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, the Lord Richard, as the Lord of Divine Grace, only appeared a few months ago. Even if it develops faster, it is impossible to do what the other party said. There are many Lords of Divine Grace around the Frostwolf territory, but the most powerful among them are just ants to us. What's more, the other party's territory is in the barren Death Desert." This is also what puzzled Rebecca. Even if the Lord is extraordinary, he can't go beyond the law of territory development, right? Although the source of this news is the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, she did not believe it completely and always maintained a cautious attitude. While the two were discussing, suddenly, a pathfinder in front of them drove a desert horse back quickly. When approaching, Rebecca found that the other person had a strong look of horror on his face, as if he had seen something terrifying. She was shocked. "What happened?" ? Before she could ask, the guard roared loudly from a few dozen meters away. "Miss, there is a sandstorm ahead." This made Rebecca's heart suddenly startled. She looked up and looked into the distance. In an instant, at the end of her sight, the dark clouds in the sky were slowly turning. Because the distance was too far, it was difficult to tell whether it was a sandstorm without looking carefully. At this moment, after receiving the report and looking again, she immediately found something different. Although there was still some distance, she could already feel the fierce oppression. Sandstorm, the most terrifying disaster in the desert. Even if it is an extraordinary existence, it dare not say that it can survive safely. The old man named Keeley said anxiously. "How far is the sandstorm from us?" "Estimated 50 kilometers. Build a protective wall immediately. You can't outrun the sandstorm." Yes. The whole caravan started to build fortifications to defend against the sandstorm like crazy. The sky was full of dust. Fortunately, the sandstorm did not move very fast. After they built the fortifications, it still stayed on the horizon. Everyone hid in the fortifications and waited quietly. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours later. Rebecca looked at the still clear sky with some confusion in her eyes. How could the sandstorm not arrive in just 50 kilometers? After waiting for another hour, she immediately stood up and called everyone over. She stared at the soldiers who were investigating. "Are you sure there is a sandstorm?" "Yes, you can see it by looking at the horizon." "Could it be that the sandstorm has ended in front?" Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it wasted a few hours, it was still a gain to avoid the sandstorm. He thought to himself. Send someone to investigate closer to see if the sandstorms are blowing in this direction. Yes, miss. After the guards left, the caravan fell into an anxious wait. They did not dare to leave the fortifications. It took a full half an hour for the guards who were investigating to return. The other party's expression was extremely interesting at this moment. Miss. Seeing the other party hesitating and unable to say anything, Rebecca frowned. What did you find out? The guard organized his words and then said carefully. Miss, that sandstorm is not moving towards us, right? That sandstorm does not move in any direction. He gestured a few times in a hurry. I mean, that sandstorm has been in the same place and will not move. Will not move. Rebecca looked confused. Did she have little experience? Question mark. A sandstorm that will not move? Question mark. What a joke. The old man next to him also showed a surprised expression, thought for a moment, and said directly, come on, take me to see it. Grandpa Claire. Don't worry, since they can come back safely, nothing will happen to me either. After saying that, he immediately set off with the guard. This time the trip took longer than the last time. When the other party returned, the grey-haired Claire's face was full of amazement. Miss, I have lived for decades, and this is the first time I have seen such a magical area. Those sandstorms really don't move around. Rebecca was also very interested. Is there really such a wonder? Then he seemed to think of something and said hesitantly, Onik didn't mention that there is such an area around here, and it is so close to the City of Dusk. Could it be? Claire turned his head with some surprise in his eyes. Miss, are you saying that this magical sandstorm was created by the City of Dusk? After saying that, before waiting for the other party to respond, he shook his head again and again. Impossible to control natural disasters. Even extraordinary strong men. No, even legendary strong men can't do it. How long has that God's Grace Lord been in our world? Can he surpass the legend? This made the surrounding guards nod their heads. After witnessing the horrific scene with their own eyes, they knew how powerful the sandstorm was. How could it be man-made? The other party was just an ordinary God's Grace Lord. How could he have this ability? It's not like they haven't seen God's Grace Lords before, but they were so weak that they didn't have the slightest interest in them. Even if this God's Grace Lord was extremely powerful, it couldn't be beyond their understanding. Rebecca thought about it, and it was true. If the other party really had this ability, why would he stay in such a harsh environment as a desert? Since the sandstorm won't move, let's set off. If something unexpected happens, it will be difficult to deal with. Let's get to the City of Dusk first. Yes. The order was issued, and the caravan, which had just hidden for a few hours because of a dark cloud, set off again. This time they bypassed the sandstorm by a long way. But even though they were more than 10 kilometers away, they could clearly feel how terrifying the sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun was. Even veterans who had fought hundreds of battles would feel a strong sense of powerlessness in their hearts when facing this level of natural disaster. They could not match it. After seeing the spectacular scene, Rebecca directly denied the idea that the Dusk City had created the sandstorm. She only attributed it to the strangeness of the Death Desert. Finally, after a long circle, when half of the sun sank into the yellow sand, they arrived at their goal, Dusk City. Looking at the city in front of them, that was very conspicuous in the desert, Rebecca showed a long-lost smile on her face. This time, as long as she could exchange enough flame dragon rabbit fur, her plan to control the Frostwolf family would be greatly advanced. Mother, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. I will definitely control the Frostwolf family. His eyes were full of determination. No matter how much he paid this time, he had to achieve his goal. Absolutely. Because he came for trade. So the huge caravan stopped when it was still some distance away from the city wall and did not rush into the city gate rashly. After asking someone to report while waiting for the summons, Rebecca looked at the territory in front of her with interest. This city in the desert is not big, and for the Frostwolf family, it can only be described as tiny. But after a few glances, she was slightly surprised. There were densely packed all-chemical cannons on the top of the city. The large number made her feel a little cold on her back. Judging from the energy emitted by those cannons, these are at least 3-star level. She even sensed the existence of 4-star. Dusk City, still developing all chemical technology. She continued to look around in surprise. The soldiers on the city wall were all mummies, which was very consistent with the characteristics of the desert. What made her feel a little incredible was that the aura emitted by these troops was several levels stronger than the same level of troops. Even the strengthened troops of the Frost Wolf territory might not be comparable to the other side. This is not simple. After looking around for a while, Rebecca was suddenly startled. Because in her sight, a group of undead dragons with blood-colored energy burning all over their bodies suddenly flew up. Dragons, whether alive or dead, are top-level soldiers. But now, this tiny territory actually has more than a squadron of them. This is not the end. After those undead dragons took off, nearly 3 squadrons of special troops flew up. Those soldiers were strong, holding fierce battle axes with dark red patterns in their hands, and long chains wrapped around their arms. They flapped their wings like gargoyles. In their empty eyes, cold soul fire burst out. The sense of danger brought to her by these special soldiers was even greater than that of undead dragons. Realizing this, the shock in her heart was indescribable. The level of these soldiers seemed to be only level 9. How could they be so strong? Exclamation mark. Rebecca thought that this was the end. Suddenly, she saw a large number of figures swaying in the 3 towering arrow towers behind the city wall. In a moment, several crossbows with exaggerated size stretched out from the air and slowly aimed at them. From the surging magic energy above, it can be sensed that the level of these giant crossbows is definitely 5 stars. If she guessed correctly, these heavy crossbows are used to hunt dragons. Looking at the arrows thicker than her arms, she felt a chill. If the trigger is pulled, those crossbows can tear 7 or 8 camels apart at will. Looking at the inconspicuous city in front of her, the extremely sharp fangs were revealed in the blink of an eye. Rebecca subconsciously pressed her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Her scalp was numb. At this moment, she finally realized where the admiration in Onyx tone came from. How long has it been? Exclamation mark. 4 months or 5 months. In less than half a year, the Lord of God's grace has this level of military power. How outrageous. When Rebecca just took a breath, suddenly, an indescribable danger surged into her heart. It seemed that she was being stared at by the god of death. The feeling of a blade against her neck, which might cut her heart the next moment, shocked her. The gray-haired old man, Claire, who was protecting her, also looked extremely solemn at the same time. The aura on his body began to surge, ready to attack at any time. Rebecca took 2 quick breaths and looked up at the sky. A mysterious figure floating in the air appeared in her sight. The other party held a slender sword in his hand, wearing black armor, and the cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. The most impressive thing was the pair of light golden eyes under his helmet. It was like an eagle hunting, piercing people's eyes. The momentum on his body was like a mountain thousands of feet high pressing on the heart. It made people feel difficult to breathe. Even if the other party did not make a move, one could imagine how terrifying this mysterious existence was. Grandpa Claire. Rebecca turned her head and wanted to ask something, but the next second, she was horrified to find that the old man who had always been calm and composed had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, but he didn't even dare to wipe his sweat. The mysterious existence had almost caused the place to collapse before he made a move. Rebecca was shocked to see this scene, and her eyes were full of unbelievable horror. Until this moment, the owner of this territory had not appeared, and her army and her greatest support were all scared out of their wits. What exactly is hidden in this territory? Exclamation mark. Why is it so powerful? Exclamation mark. Grandpa Clan is a level 19 hero. Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.